Good morning and a very warm welcome to day 4 of this ECS Challenger Series here in sunny Santarém. What a brilliant day of cricket we had yesterday. 5 thrilling games. One game had 20 wickets fall, another was a low-scoring thriller, and of course we had that all-important Golden Ball 73, which saw the Lisbon Supergiants tame the Werewolves, who suffered their first defeat of this series. Today promises to be another thrilling day of cricket action, so stay with us here on the European Cricket Network. The action starts right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
You can see the blue skies are out. The sun is being down here on this day 4 of the ECS Portugal Challenger Series 2025. And what a day we have in store. 5 games coming up, and we're in the second half of this league table now, so it's really hotting up. We're getting to the business end of the series before, of course, we have finals day on Friday. I'm Tina Goff. You're joining me here in the commentary box, flying solo today as well, so I'm looking forward to all your company here today. And the first game we have up here is Friendship CC against the Coimbra Knights. That's match 16 coming right up. But of course, what a day we had yesterday as well. We had that all-important Golden Ball. You had to wait until the very final game to have it, but we had it. It was number 73 of all time here on ECN. And I think Portugal has a bit of a hotspot for Golden Balls as well. I think it's about the 6th we've had here at this beautiful ground here in Santarém. And what a series we've had so far as well, with all 6 teams at some point picking up a win. It's the Brothers 11 Portugal who sit proud at the top of the table. They've played 5 games, won 4 and lost just the 1. And the same series is also the case for the Werewolves. They've only lost that 1 game, and in fact that was the Golden Ball that they lost last night to the Lisbon Supergiants. And what a Golden Ball it was. It was 2 runs needed off the final ball, and it was just the 1 that was taken by the Supergiants. It took us to the Golden Ball, and then there was more action to come, as the first ball of the Golden Ball, it should have been the first and only, that actually was a wide, and it was then up to the second ball, which went for a 4, which took the Lisbon Supergiants to their second win of the series. So they're sitting at the moment in 3rd place with 2 wins and 3 losses from their 5 games. And, well, this game sees the Coimbra Knights take to the field, and at the moment they're sitting in 4th place, 2 wins and 2 losses in their 5 games, and of course that one abandonment. Well, if you see the weather at the moment, it looks like we won't have too many more abandonments during the week, and it's just the first game that we lost, which was between the Coimbra Knights and Friendship CC. So in fact, well, this should be the second matchup we've had between these 2 teams. That was game 1 that was abandoned, so very excited to see these 2 teams finally battle it out in what is already the 16th match of this Challenger Series 2025. Friendship CC, meanwhile, they're sitting in 5th place. They've played 5 games, won just the one. That was in game 7 when they beat Team Tigers Portugal by 15 runs, and otherwise, as well as that abandonment, they've had 3 losses. As we take a look at the lineup, the fantasy dashboard, there's a few changes here and there. Friendship CC have just brought in the 1 new player, Jahirul Islam, who will maybe see him at the top of the lineup. As you can see, it's the Coimbra Knights, meanwhile, who will be batting first, having won the toss. And they've brought in 4 new players. In fact, Rahu Khan, Zahid Abbas, Harvinder Singh and Shub Jaku come in. And all 4 of those are actually, well, Zahid Abbas I think has played 1 game already this series. The other 3 brand new to the Challenger Series. Taking a look at the win predictor. Well, it's almost 50-50. I mean, you could put a thin slice of paper between those 2 teams at the moment. Coimbra Knights just edging it, but you know, anything can happen here on the European Cricket Network. And just to repeat, the Coimbra Knights, they won the toss and they have elected to bat first in their glorious all-red strip. It looks like it will be number 11 on his back, Gaurav Singh, opening up with the bat. He'll face up the first ball. He's joined by Amritpal Singh at the non-striker's end, and with ball in hand is Imtiaz Rana. First ball coming up. Well, attempted first ball coming up. As it was, we'll have to redo that one. Imtiaz Rana just limbering up. Still early in the morning here. Bang on 9 o'clock local time. Not that you could tell by the glorious sunshine that's beating down, and I'm happy to inform, not a cloud in the sky. There's a bit of early stretching of the muscles there for Amritpal Singh, and he scampers through for 1 to the striker's end. And I mean, he looked a bit like me after a long day in the field here, kind of getting those muscles working, and well, a bit of a misfield there as well. So it's been a long week so far for all of these teams. It's a grueling schedule with 5 games a day, 30 games played in the round robin, 10 games each, so you can forgive a few weary limbs and maybe a bit of a weary shot there from Amritpal Singh, but he won't mind. It flies off the edge, and that's the first 4 of day 4. You can see he tried to go for a booming drive, a guilty look behind him as that ball races away to the boundary. He won't mind how they come. Yeah, bit of a guilty look to his non-striker, saying, well, it wasn't quite what I had hoped for, but the result is 4 runs to the Knights. A very good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Hi to Dave, Thomas, Johnny, Bob. Lovely to see you on this beautiful Tuesday morning. And yeah, what about that golden ball last night? It was a long old day. Phil, I mean, he's had a thoroughly deserved day off today, and I think maybe he's still trying to gather his thoughts after he was finally part of a golden ball after, I don't know what Phil's personal tally was, but definitely long enough. And that one's up in the air. It should be taken, and is. It's not so much of a golden ball there for Amritpal Singh as he has to go. He looks a bit weary. I think maybe he's a bit injured. He's hobbling off the pitch a bit early on that shot. He knew straight away that he was in trouble. Just chipped it up to the fielder there at point, who takes a very comfortable catch. That's Ifti Aslam in the field. And that's the first wicket as well for Imtiaz Rana. And a good early start for Friendship CC, getting a wicket in the first over. And well, Amritpal Singh never really looked too comfortable as we see this. He's just extremely early on that shot. Maybe the bit of moisture still around on the pitch and on the outfield. A suspicious look at his bat. Yeah, well, it was not the worst shot, just about 25 minutes early on that one. So that is the end of Amritpal Singh. It brings Gurjinder Singh in at number 3. Still 2 balls left of the first over. This is actually some really good bowling from Imtiaz Rana right on the spot from ball 1. Well, from the second ball. The first one will give him that freebie wide. Not quite got out of bed yet, but he's on the money now. Imtiaz Rana, he's not a stranger to a wicket or two. He played the night series, of course, earlier this year. And well, that one's been dropped a bit too short, and Gurjinder Singh, he took just the 1 ball to get his iron, and the next one is hit away through the mid-wicket boundary for 4, and that is the end of the first over as well. An eventful one. We had 2 4s and a wide, and also a wicket in there, the wicket of Amritpal Singh. So after the first over, Coimbra Knights 10 for the loss of 1 wicket. And as I was saying, that golden ball last night, it kind of, I know there was a tingle going on, but it kind of came from nowhere. And yeah, we look at what's happened in the Challenger Series so far. 15 matches played, so exactly halfway through the group stages, and we're getting up to 3,000 runs. I'm sure that barrier will be broken today, even maybe this morning. But look at that, more 4s than Maximos. That's not often the case, actually, but maybe because we're in this Challenger division, we might see 1 or 2 more Maximos later on in the week in the Premier Division, and we've also passed 150 runs as well. 150 wickets, sorry. So it's been all action the first 15 games as Murzalin Habibul has the ball in hand for the second over. And I know how delighted Phil was to finally get his first ever golden ball yesterday. And I was saying, it kind of came from nowhere, didn't it? There was a little tingle going on, but the Lisbon Supergiants, it looked like they might have won the game. The Werewolves threatened to win the game, and in the end, well, it went to a golden ball. There's a half-hearted appeal there, but I think that was always going down leg side, especially with the left arm over action. And yeah, we had to wait, what was it, a good old 8 to 10 hours to finally get that golden ball action. And then the went for a wide, and then finally the 4 was hit. So the Lisbon Supergiants took that win. But both of these teams will be hoping to take the win here as well, get their days off to a good start. There's a bit of a miscommunication here, and Gurjinder Singh is sent back. Gaurav Singh puts up his big paw and says, no, I'm not going anywhere. It was actually the striker's call, but it was well fielded mid-on, and well, after all that, it was a very eventful dot ball. And that one will have to be re-bowled from Habibul. Again, a bit of miscommunication there. The 2 Singhs out there haven't quite got on the same wavelength yet. There's a bit of readjustment on both sides as well. Maybe they just haven't quite woken up to this early start in game 16. Of course, it is quite a long journey for the Coimbra Knights to get here. And it is, in fact, the only game they're playing today. So it's about a 3-hour journey for them. So you can forgive a few weary faces out there. That's going to be bowled again. But we were talking about this yesterday. Maybe it's not too bad for them to have the first game, because they'll have the long journey back home, but then they have the rest of the day to put their feet up. Maybe get to work. Of course, none of these players are professional. They've all got jobs, they're studying, families, so it's a great effort for them to be here, especially those that have to travel a bit of a longer way. So that's well bowled by Habibul, just creeping in the right side of that wide line. Let's just sneak through for a 1 there, Gaurav Singh. I'm certainly being tested early on with 2 G Singhs out there for the Coimbra Knights. And, well, it's a bit of a case of mistaken identity because neither of them really want to be running at the moment. They're kind of a bit of a yes, no, maybe all over the place. With 1 ball left in this second over. That's better running there from the 2 Singhs. Just sneak through another one. There's a bit of equipment bother going on all over the place. I don't know if maybe they're sharing some of the equipment and the pads are about 5 sizes too big by the looks of it. But that is the end of the second over. The Coimbra Knights 17 for 1. Look at that. The wind predictor still hovering in that Goldilocks zone, we like to call it. 54% to 46%, but it could all change very soon. And things can also change very soon in the standings. And, well, the Brothers and Werewolves, they've pulled away slightly at the top of the rankings, but the other 4 teams, just the 3 points between them, between 3rd place, the Super Giants, and 6th place, Team Tigers Portugal. So that's why we say anything can happen here on the European Cricket Network. And with 5 games a day, those standings can change pretty much hour by hour. As Imtiaz Rana comes back on to bowl his second over. And, well, it probably should have been stopped, that one, by square leg, as we see here on the replay, but it flew through, I think, even the legs of the fielder there. And that's a 4 to the name of Gurjinder Singh. It's been a bit of a mixed start. That second over for Murzalin Habibul had 3 wides in it, so it's a bit of a marathon over. In fact, though, it only went for 7 runs with no boundary scored from it, but a positive start here in the 3rd over from the Knights. The Coimbra Knights, just the 1 game for them today. Meanwhile, Friendship CC, they're playing in games 1 and 3 today, so 16 and 18 overall. A bit of a double header for them. But they've just won the 1 game so far, and they're on the back of 2 losses at the moment, so they'll definitely want to avoid that hat-trick of losses this morning. They had those 2 games yesterday. They lost to the Lisbon Super Giants by 9 wickets. That was a pretty comprehensive defeat. And then they lost the Brothers by 6 runs, but that was, in fact, as that one races away to the boundary. A lovely shot actually there from Gurjinder Singh. Just opens up the offside and smashes it through the covers. Yeah, it was not a wide ball. It was pretty much on off stump. He just took a little step towards leg side, and pleased to report there as well, there was a massive old puddle there in the last few days, but it seems to have dried up nicely. That's a sign of things to come, I hope. But Friendship CC, as I was saying, they lost to the Brothers yesterday by 6 runs, but that scoreline maybe flattered them because there was a flourish in the final over. But in all honesty, they never really got close enough to that total. I think it was a big 6 on the final ball, which made the scoreline look slightly better than it probably should have done for Friendship CC. But the bottom line is they still lost that one, which means they, as well as that abandoned game, they've won just the 1 game and lost the 3. So it's important for them to win this game to keep in touch of those top 4 spots. That's just squeezed away into the offside. Gurjinder Singh is looking quite good here. It's watchful, but he's scored 2 boundaries already from this over. And Imtiaz Rana, probably one of the strongest bowlers that Friendship CC have in their ranks. So if you can just be watchful against the better bowlers, but still manage to plunder a few boundaries, then you're certainly off to a good start. Gaurav Singh this time, same place, same result, 1 scored, and that gets us to the end of the power play, with the Coimbra Knights sitting on 28 for 1 after 3 overs. And it's just as important a game for the Knights as well, after the game between these 2 teams, in fact, was abandoned game 1. since then, they've kind of gone on a pattern of losing one, losing one, and winning one. So they will want to stop that pattern. If that carries on, they'll be due for a loss. But you can see here the first 3 overs of the power play, pretty much a steady start. Run rate just a tick below 10. Certainly when you're setting a total here at the Santrem cricket ground, you do want to get into triple figures at the very least. And we've seen over the past week that anything 100 and above is competitive, can be defended. As Mustafizur Rahman takes the ball. And at the moment, well, the Coimbra Knights seem happy to just take singles into the offside, and Friendship CC, meanwhile, seem equally happy to let them do it. So it's a bit of a gentle start to the day. I'm not complaining, just ease myself into my solo flight today. Vinny will be joining from the ECN studio at some point to allow me to not listen to the sound of my voice for at least half an hour or so. And yeah, Phil G will be back, I'm sure, full of energy tomorrow, having recovered from the golden ball last night. Little hop, skip and a jump down the pitch there, Gurjinder Singh. The end result is still only a 1. And it's pretty much... I know walking cricket is a thing now, and it feels like we're playing walking cricket at the moment. Both these teams not quite woken up yet for this early start. And again, for probably about the 5th or 6th time, it's just dropped into the offside, and you can see there, the point fielder, that's Raju Mia there, has zero interest in getting above a snail's pace to pick that one up. There we finally have a big hit, and that is going to go all the way. It's a Maximo halfway through the 4th over. It's off the bat of Gurjinder Singh, who is looking the most likely out of these two to actually try and score a few boundaries, and that's the first boundary in 8 balls, which is quite unusual here in this T10 format, but he's finally found the middle of his bat. This is a fuller ball. There's a big appeal there from Mustafizur Rahman, and there's a chance of run out as well, so it's a double appeal. As Friendship CC are appealing all over the shop here. It was a full delivery, probably just sliding down leg side, and then the throw comes in, but I think it looks like Gaurav Singh, despite more or less placing his bat down rather than sliding it, he is in fact well in. No need to rock and roll that one. Big shake of the head there from the umpire, and rightly so, because after all that, it was just a dramatic single to mark the end of the 4th over. 38 for 1, the Coimbra Knights. Was, of course, a leg bye. But Gurjinder Singh, he's going along quite nicely. He's 22 off just 14 deliveries. We can have a look here at the worm. Well, the run rate is pretty steady. That first wicket did cause a bit of a dip in the run rate, but it's just hovering around that 10. It was 9.33, now it's 9.5. Things can happen very quickly here. Things can change very quickly, but at the moment, everything's happening rather slowly. That one will have to be re-bowled as well. Of course, a very good morning to everyone joining in the chat. Lovely to have you with us. Let me know where you're joining from, what part of the world. Hopefully it's as sunny where you are as it is here. I must have come at the right time, because I know there was a lot of stormy weather around here in Santrem at the weekend. But by the time I turned up on Monday, and that's gone up high. It might be checked for height here. Gurjinder Singh did charge down the pitch. As we look at this side-on angle, I think probably... it's so difficult to tell for the match referee when Gurjinder Singh's taken a good 2 meters down the pitch. Probably dropping just enough for that to be a legitimate ball. Kind of gets away with one there, does Ifti Islam, who's the bowler of the 5th over. But it has been a tremendous effort from the ground staff to get this pitch in playable conditions, because, well, as we drive in from the hotel every morning, you can see the farmland in the neighbouring areas and the neighbouring fields is still absolutely saturated. There's been roads closed because of how much water there is in the area, but you wouldn't tell looking at this pitch. That one's up in the air. Calls of catch it. It would be a tremendous catch out there. As it is, it's just fielded as they run through for one. A slight misfield by the keeper, Islam, but they settle for the one to the two sings. You might have noticed as well, if you're very eagle-eyed, that the pitch has had a bit of a haircut, the outfield. So the ground staff, despite having the extended golden ball match yesterday, it was almost dark by the time the players had got off the pitch. As this one goes high up in the air, there's calls of catch it again, but it can only be caught by the spectators there because that's gone all the way. Gurjinder Singh, he's slowly accelerating here. He's putting together a nice little innings. It's another 6 off his bat, and that takes the Coimbra Knights up towards the 50 mark, 47 for 1. 2 balls left before the halfway stage. As that one is poked away to backward point. So the outfield is looking glorious out there thanks to the hard work of the ground staff, the local crew, the blue crew, everyone who puts in so much work to make these events happen. They don't just happen overnight. There's weeks and months of planning, all the people back in the office as well, to put this entertainment on for you guys. Big shout out to them, and well, sometimes the weather gods aren't on your side and we've had to struggle hard, but here we are, and it's the halfway stage and it's 49 for 1 for the Coimbra Knights. As you join me in the commentary box, as you can see, I'm flying solo here today, but I thought I'd still say hi to everyone in the chat who has welcomed me to the European Cricket Network. So thank you for letting me join you guys. And well, what a glorious day we have. You can't quite see it. I'm squirreled away here in the commentary box, but the blue skies are raining down on us. And I can't wait to bring you a full day of commentary action. And the cricket out there is looking great. And I know Vinny will be joining us probably from the ECN studio later today, just so that I can have a bit of a break, have a drink, non-alcoholic one of course, and have some lunch. And then Vinny will be joining in the studio as well to bring you the action. So you won't have to wait too long to see Mr. Maximo back on your screens as well and hear his dulcet tones as we go back to live. Big appeal here for a stumping. In fact, it's more of a celebration from Friendship CC. They think they've got their man as we take a look here on the replay. And it's a big old stretch. It's Gaurav Singh who is trying in vain to get back into his crease, but you can see he never actually made it at all, even as the umpire went upstairs. It was clear that Gaurav Singh's number was up, so he has to depart. That's the second wicket for the Coimbra Knights. He departs for 7 off 10, so again, never really got going, but he was kind of playing the anchor role ably enough for Gurjinder Singh at the other end to go big, but that's the end of him. The Coimbra Knights 49 for 2, and great piece of keeping here as we take a look again from Zubairul Islam. You can see he doesn't really appeal. He knows he's got his man. A bit of a hand on hip moment for Singh as he thinks, oh, my number might be up here. And as was the case in the end, which does bring Rahul Khan to the crease. Shouts of catch it. It's up in the air, but it's going to land safe as they run through for 2. It's an ambitious 2, but actually good running there as Rahul Khan scampers through for 2. Now, Sabir Ahmed, who's bowling this over, by the way, he picked up that wicket from his very first ball. I think if I'm not mistaken, that might even be one of the first wickets that Sabir Ahmed has on the network. I know he's played a few games previously. back in 2023. He bowled 2 overs then, but didn't pick up a wicket. This one's up in the air again. Shouts of catch it. Should be taken. It's juggled 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and it is taken in the end. That's Jahirul Islam out there, who puts on a little circus show for us all. Keeps things interesting on this sunny Tuesday morning, but he does manage to hold on to it in the end as we see this on replay. It was the toe end of the bat from Rahul Khan. And how many juggles was that? It was at least 3, as we see the ball popping out. The Grizzly said hello, but he managed to hold on to it. And that's the end of Rahul Khan. He goes for just 2 off 3 deliveries. We take a look at this again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's counting along? It was at least 4 there. And Sabir, bit of relief on his face. He puts up a little sheepish finger to say, yeah, I did catch that one in the end. Luckily for him. And well, this is suddenly turning into a fantastic over from Sabir Ahmed. 2 wickets coming off it and just 2 runs so far, as well as 2 dot balls. Sabir Ahmed did pick up 2 wickets earlier in this series, but those were his first 2 on the network, and he's already got 2 in this game. Will it be 3? Oh, not quite. That's gone straight into the hands of the fielder there at long on. And it drops, and it looks like it drops maybe just short of the rope. It has been signalled 6 on field. If we take a look at this replay, it squirts straight out of Raju's hands. And then, yeah, I think, oh, it's brilliant camera work there from 2 circles. It looks like it was, from my eye, that's a 4. Let me know what you think in the chat. But it looks like it drops just inside. Sometimes an optical illusion on these. Oh, it's a tight one. Times like these, I'm happy to be in the commentary box and not in the match referee's hut, because, well, I wouldn't want to be Sabu in this moment either, because not only did he drop that, it did go for a boundary, whether it was 4 or a 6. But, well, the next ball, it's the start of the next over. And, well, that was a catch that was probably about 50 times harder. And Raju, he gets a lesson in how to catch from his teammate Imtiaz Rana. And that one was absolutely smashed by the batter, Gurjinder Singh, in fact, the dangerous Gurjinder Singh, straight into the cover region. And maybe it was just a case of not having enough time to think about it. Rana just saw the Grizzly flying towards him, threw out his hands, and, well, that does mark the end of the batter. And, well, what a brilliant catch that was. Mozalan Habibul comes back in for his second over. His first over only went for those 6 runs. And he's immediately picked up the dangerous wicket of Gurjinder Singh. It was a bit of a filthy full toss, in all honesty. But I always say it's the bad balls that get the wickets. And what a brilliant catch that was from Rana. Shakes his hands afterwards. But those don't hurt if you take them. And that was a brilliant take there, leaving the Coimbra Knights 57 for 4 at the start of the 7th over. That one's just knocked into the leg side. It's Harvinder Singh who has joined Mohammad Dawood at the crease for Coimbra Knights. So it's 2 new batters at the crease after that flurry of wickets for the Friendship 11. It's 3 wickets, in fact, in the last 9 balls. I had time for a 6 in the meantime as well, but otherwise this has definitely been a little period that has been won by Friendship CC. But the expected score still has Coimbra Knights heading towards that triple figure mark, 96. I'm sure they'll want to take that one over to at least 100. So that one goes high up in the air. It's not quite got enough on it. In fact, he's almost lucky. Is Harvinder Singh there that came off the toe end of his bat as he looks suspiciously down at his bat. See, right off the toe, because had he got all of that, it might have ended up in the hands of long on, who Raju has already missed one chance today. He certainly wouldn't want to miss a second. Muslin Habibul, he's bowling really well here actually. He's doing a great job of just almost hiding that ball outside off stump. Remember, here on ECN, that wide line does not move. It doesn't move no matter how much the batter moves around. It's a solid white line. And, well, probably just the wrong side of it. The umpire does agree, takes a little look at it. It's always difficult when you have left arm around bowlers because that angle darting in means, well, sometimes it starts outside that wide line, but of course it's all about where the ball passes the batter. As it looks like we have a change of equipment here for Harvinder Singh. That toe end that he made contact with just a few balls ago clearly marked the end of that bat, as he's been given a change of tyres. Habibul, in fact, has come back over the wicket. Low full toss. Should just be a one. Dawood and Singh want two, actually. They're going to come back for two. And that's a great piece of running from both batters, and they almost threaten a three from a slight misfield from Sabarul Islam. But it is the end of the 7th, 63 for 4, as we take a look at the calendar for 2025 and just feast your eyes on that. I don't really know where to look or what to say, which is not great as a commentator, but we are currently in Portugal. We've just had about 3 or 4 series so far. We're still in March, ladies and gentlemen, and look at what we've got to come. Obviously, the European summer starts in earnest. Well, summer has started today if you look around the pitch here in Santarém, but look at some of those highlights. We're going to Finland. Finland in June is probably beautiful. Croatia in August. Switzerland has just been added as well at the start of September, and then those flagship events as well, the Meltle Shield and Western Shield. Really, really looking forward to that one. It'll be the Western Shield Part 2 as well, after we had the roaring success of the Western Shield just last month. Feels like about 6 months ago. Well, talking of 6, that is one, and it's been taken brilliantly by one of the Coimbra Knights batters, who, I'm not sure who that was, but he's certainly warming his hands up, showing a little warning sign to Friendship CC that the Coimbra Knights can catch. Look at that one. He's got his coat on, so I can't tell who that is, but yeah, well done, that man, and hopefully he'll take those catches when he's on the field as well. 6 was off the bat of Harvinder Singh, so clearly the bat change worked, because that was hit all the way to the boundary at the start of the 8th over. Oh, well, slight helmet issues here. It's all kind of going on. It was fielded there by Mustafa Rahman, but yeah, the helmet situation has kind of been an ongoing one this morning, I guess, especially coming a long way. The Coimbra Knights, maybe they just could only fit a few kit bags in the car. You've got to make do, especially playing cricket in Europe. We don't often have the luxury of, you know, popping around the corner to your local cricket shop. Your local cricket shop's probably in a different country, so maybe he's picked the wrong size helmet, but as long as it protects his head, that's all that matters. It can't protect your head though if it's lying in the middle of the pitch. And that's trapped in front. I was going to say, I was almost going to make the umpire's decision for him there, because that did look pretty plumb. It didn't get up at all. And Harvinder Singh, he knew his goose was cooked. He was pretty much walking off as soon as that ball made contact with his pads, because a bit of a grubber there from Sabir Ahmed. He won't mind. Whatever happens, that's going to be a wicket, and the finger there went straight up, and that's the 5th wicket down for the Coimbra Knights. They find themselves 71 for 5 with 2 balls left of the 8th. Let's take a look at this one again. You don't need too many replays to see that this one was as plumb could be. I wonder if they grow plums around here in Portugal. Talk about plum sauce, plum pudding, but making me hungry already. Still only the first innings. Another half-hearted appeal. Nothing doing on that one. And it's Gamma Singh who's come out to the crease. That one probably would have been hip before wicket or arm before wicket. Certainly wasn't before the wickets anyway. That one has gone all the way and then some. Welcome to the crease, Gamma Singh. That one is just levered away by the number 14. And, well, a lot of the sixes so far have gone to that region where the Coimbra Knights are sitting in their dugout, and they've been enjoying what they're seeing at the moment. At the end of the 8th over, 77 for 5. Well, you can see there's been a flurry of wickets the last couple of overs, 4 coming in overs 6 to 8, but that run rate has pretty much stayed steady all the way through. I don't think it has shifted once between about 9.5 and 10. So a nice steady start. Wouldn't be a good graph if that was an ECG, because you'd be flatlining, but for the Coimbra Knights, well, they're maybe just happy to tick along. The fact that they've been losing wickets at regular intervals means maybe they can't really afford to go all out, but now there's only 2 overs left. We all know it all happens in the 9th. And, well, thank you very much, as my point is proved by Mustafiz, who has come in to bowl, and the first ball, he absolutely cleans up Mohammed Dawood, who, well, he was trying to maybe hit that ball back in the direction of his teammates. Stayed maybe a little low on this dewy pitch early on, but in any case, absolutely cleaned up there. It's Mustafiz Rahman coming on for his second over. And, well, perfect start for him. That leaves the Coimbra Knights 77 for 6. Still 11 balls left, so what they absolutely don't want to do, the Knights, is get skittled here. Which is exactly what happened in game 12 against the Werewolves, where they were only chasing 91 to win. They skittled the Werewolves out themselves for 90. And, well, it was a bit of a disastrous innings from the Coimbra Knights, who got bowled out with just 40-odd runs on the board. So at least they've avoided that this time, but they don't want to have another domino-style collapse. Definitely don't want to leave any balls out there still to be played. And, well, it's Ravinder Singh who's come out, and he's just tickled his first one through to the 45 to get Gamma Singh back on strike. That's another big old heave from Gamma Singh. He's made contact with one of them so far, but the other 2 have been so big swings and misses. That's a third swing and a miss from Gamma Singh, who just walks away from the pitch, maybe having a word or two with himself. I certainly would be if I was down the other end, because, well, if you're not going to make contact with the ball, you're not going to score a single run, even if you can just get bat on ball, which is actually what the Coimbra Knights were doing quite well early in the innings, just knocking the ball around into the offside, taking the singles. Well, he's made contact with one. It could be another crowd catch, actually, as it goes all the way back towards the clubhouse. And Gamma Singh, I think that's about 4th or 5th time lucky. He scored 12 runs so far, and they've both been in enormous sixes. And the other 3 have been big swings and misses. So we kind of see here what Gamma Singh's tactic is. It's great when it pays off. Not so great when it flies through to the keeper. And, a bit of a defensive shot there. I think he was trying to maybe get himself back on strike, because that was the final ball of the 9th, as it was a dot ball to end Mustafiz Rahman's over. So it's 84 for 6 with 1 ball left, 1 over left, sorry. And meanwhile, just a shout out to Sabir Ahmed, who did bowl the 8th over, because with that wicket on the 4th ball of it, he finished with figures of 3 for 22. You can see there at the bottom of your screens the 5th bowler used, and, well, if the 5th bowler comes in and gets 3 wickets for just 22 runs, then you can be quite happy with that. So he'll be pleased with his contribution so far this morning. As it's Ifti Islam who comes back in to bowl the 10th and final over. And Ravinder Singh has clearly been taking some swing lessons from Gama Singh. But again, seemingly just dealing in sixes and dots so far, and that was the latter. Dot ball to start the final over. Friendship CC will definitely want a few more of those, and they certainly will want to keep the Coimbra Knights below 100. Action replay. You're not seeing a replay, ladies and gentlemen. That is the live footage, and it was another big swing from Ravinder Singh. Ifti Islam is just bowling sensibly, to be honest. He doesn't need to do too much. Just keep it outside the off stump, and if the batter's just going to hack wildly at it, you just let them do that. Bit of a shorter pitch delivery there from Islam, and Ravinder Singh probably does the sensible thing. It was a difficult ball to hit to the boundary, so he just settles for the single. 3 balls left of this Coimbra Knights innings. They find themselves on 85. Expected score. Well, it's never really got into the triple digits, has it? And now it's around 90. One big lusty blow will at least take them into the 90s here, the Knights. Well, it was an attempted big shot, but it does just scuttle through away to long on, where it's fielded by Raju Mia. 2 balls left for the Knights. It's the first single of Gama Singh's bat after he's previously just hit those 2 big sixes. Ravinder Singh, well, he's taken up 4 deliveries, has only scored the 2 singles so far. 2 balls left. Well, make that 2 off 5, and well, hats off to the bowler at this point, Ifti Islam. He's stepped up to bowl the final over, which can often be carnage. We had the 1/10th over yesterday go for 27 runs. For Ifti Islam, he's bowled really consistent, tight lines outside off stump. Just the 2 singles off this 10th over so far. Final ball coming up. And again, action replay from Ifti Islam, and well bowled that man, as a dot ball concludes the innings for the Coimbra Knights. We can see it's almost a cheeky run out attempt here, stumping attempt. Well, yeah, I suppose that will be a wicket. I would say it's academic, but actually you never know how often these wickets, they can affect the run rate. And well, you don't want to be losing out on a final berth by one stupid wicket at the end there. As it is, that will be a run out, so it does mean that the Coimbra Knights finish 7 wickets down, 86 runs on the board. As we take a look at the replays, at the highlights, and well, it was a bit of a strange start there from Amritpal Singh. He had the 1 streaky 4 through the slip area, but then he went as well, having not scored too many runs. And well, there was a few boundaries here and there, but in fact mostly it was about, well, catches both on the pitch and off the pitch. There was a few crowd catches going on there, and Gurjinder Singh, he's the one that really put up the most resistance for his side, scoring 30 runs off just 18 deliveries, including 5 boundaries, 2 of which were Maximos. But he didn't really get too much support, as we saw a triple juggle there from Jahirul Islam to mark the end of Rahul Khan's innings. He went for just 2 runs off 3 deliveries, and well, this was a brilliant catch as well from Imtiaz Rana, who took a stunning catch there in the covers to mark the end of Gurjinder Singh, who was probably the pick of the batters. And there was a flurry towards the end. Mohammad Dawood, he came in, the captain and wicket keeper. He scored a 6, but also ate up a lot of dot balls, and I think that was the story of the innings. Well, the story of that one was that was the most plumb LBW you'll see in your life. That marked the end of Harvinder Singh. And Gama Singh at the end, well, he showed us he could hit some big bombs, but not much else, to be honest. He went either 6 or out, and well, there was one of the outs. That was the end of that batter, and well, there's a couple more 6s to mark the end of the innings. It was Mohammad Dawood who was clean bowled there from Mustafizur Rahman. And Gama Singh, yeah, well, he gave his teammates a bit of fielding practice, as they will be taking to the field in just a moment. And Ravinder Singh, well, it was a bit of a yes, no, maybe, and, well, it was the final ball, so I suppose you could say go for it. Well, it did mean that the Coimbra Knights lost their seventh wicket of the innings, and they do finish on 86 for 7. And you'd say, well, that's probably a good 20 runs short of where they would hope to be on this pitch here. I know it's a bit wet out there, so the ball will be slowing up a bit, but it's only going to get quicker during the day. So the Coimbra Knights, they would have hoped to at least get to 100. But as it is, they finish on 86 for 7. With probably Sabir Ahmed, the pick of the bowlers for Friendship CC as well. He picked up 3 wickets for just 22 runs. And as I was saying, he hadn't picked up a wicket at all before this series. He'd played previously in 2023, had gone wicketless, and now, well, he's picked up 5 in just a matter of days as we see the standings and just how important this game is. Just to mention again, it's the top 4 that go through, and it's currently 4th playing against 5th as we see the scorecard. Gurjinder Singh, he finishes on 30. He's the pick of the batters. In fact, only 2 others managed to get into double digits. Mohammed Dawood, the captain and wicket-keeper, he scored 10. Gamma Singh remained not out with his 2 big sixes and a cheeky single in there as well. And then Ravinder Singh run out on the very final ball. A bit of a curious case of Ravinder Singh there, running himself out when, well, there was nothing really on. As it was then, that will be the 7th wicket down. 86 runs on the board for the Knights. Looking at the bowlers, well, as I said, Sabir Ahmed, 3 wickets for 22 runs. What a turnout that was for him. And look at those economical figures as well. Murzadin Habibul, he picked up a wicket, just went for the 12 runs in his 2 overs. And Mustafizur Rahman as well picked up a wicket, went for an economy of 8 in his 2 overs. And, well, most importantly for him, he bowled that 10th and final over, went for just 2 runs and picked up that wicket. Well, I suppose it won't go to him. It was a run out on the final ball, but it was a wicket to the Friendship CC. So this is where we are at the midway stage. The Coimbra Knights 86 for 7. It will be a big defence for them in this match 16, the first game of day 4 here in Santarem. So Friendship CC, they'll need 87 runs to win this game. Run rate just below 9 runs, so it's only a doable chase, but stranger things have happened, and I'm sure the Coimbra Knights will come out firing with the ball. So join us in just probably a couple of minutes' time for the run chase. I'm Tina Goff. I'll be talking you through the second half of this innings, so don't go away. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good morning and a very warm welcome back to this match 16 in the ECS Portugal Challenger Series 2025. And at the halfway stage, the Coimbra Knights, they've posted probably a below par score of 86 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. So the Friendship CC, they have the right to reply now. They'll need 87 runs, of course, to win this one. Run rate, well, my maths is not always the strongest, but even I can do that one. Run rate 8.7 needed for the win. And, well, if they want to go home with all 4 points, they'll have to chase down those runs in the 7 overs to secure the bonus point. So, well, you'd say that that's not beyond the realms of possibility, as we see there the equation. 86 needed in 7. And, well, if the Coimbra Knights, by some miracle, keep Friendship CC down to 60 runs or less, then they'll take home all 4 points. But I say some miracle. We saw the Coimbra Knights skittled for just around 40 runs yesterday, so they've got previous in getting ripped through, but they'll be the ones hoping to do the ripping in this game this morning. It's the first of 5 games that we're bringing to you on the European Cricket Network today from the glorious SCG, and no, not the one in Sydney, the one in Santarém in Portugal, the better one, if you ask me, having been to both actually in the last couple of months. But I would say that, wouldn't I? As we start up here, Rahul Khan with ball in hand. And well, that's a sign of intent straight away from Raju Miah, who is at the striker's end. And well, slightly, I would say is misdirected, but it wasn't really. It was bang on middle stump. But Miah just took a slight shuffle across and dispatched that one. First ball goes flying over the rope. 6 runs. What a start that is. Already hands on hips for Rahul Khan. Can be forgiven for thinking, well, it wasn't actually a bad ball. Middle stump first up, but yeah, dismissive shot there from Raju Miah. This time Rahul Khan makes sure he's not hit over that mid-wicket boundary, keeps it outside off stump, and Miah happy to just get himself off strike. He's been joined out in the middle by the left-handed Zubairul Islam. We've seen this actually quite a lot during this week, the left-hand, right-hand combination. I do love it. That is speaking as a left-hander, so again, slightly biased, but I do think it gives the batting side that edge when you've got a bowler having to constantly readjust their line. Well, Rahul Khan doesn't seem to have a problem with the line, but Islam just knocks that away down to mid-off for a single. We have seen a few small totals be defended so far this Challenger Series. This will be certainly on the smaller side, and well, balls like that certainly aren't going to help the cause for the Coimbra Knights when they are defending a small total, because that's the keeper there and Captain Mohammed Dawood couldn't really do much about that. It absolutely died a death, did that Grizzly, and well, yeah, the less said about that the better. I'm sure we've got some tight hamstrings out there, but they weren't really flexed at all there, as that kind of just hit off the shin of the fielder down there, and 5 wides in the end. And well, that one, it's not going to go quite for a 6, but it is going to go all the way for a 4. And Raju Miah, he's really showing signs of intent here, having hit already a big 6. He's followed that up with another boundary, 4 runs this time, taking him already to 11 of just 3 deliveries. Wow, that's 4 balls in and already 17 on the board for Friendship CC. So you can see that they're certainly eyeing up that bonus point win. As a reminder, if they chase down this total within 7 overs, they not only pick up the 3 points for the win, but they pick up the 1 extra bonus point, and that's probably going to be, I thought it might go all the way, but it's just dropped short. I think should be 4 signalled on field. In any case, it's going to be a boundary as we see this on replay. Well, Raju Miah has come out really all guns blazing. He's marching down the pitch. He's not bothered by the bowling of Rahul Khan, and that is signalled for a 4. So Friendship CC already into the 20s. This over with 1 ball left has gone magical. Hasn't taken us too long to find a spot of magic here at the SCG on day 4 of this Challenger Series. And well, it's gone magical and then some. That's another big 6 off the bat of Raju Mir. That takes him to 21 runs off just 5 deliveries. And, well, what a start that is for Friendship CC. 27 runs coming off that Rahul Khan over. And, well, that's already about a third of the way there for Friendship CC. They're clearly in a hurry. And we were saying earlier in the day, the Coimbra Knights have got a long way to travel. 2-3 hours down the Portugal motorway to get here. And well, they might be going home sooner than they thought. And well, look at that as well. 0 matches since a golden ball. That's a graphic we love to see, and especially Phil G. He loves to see that, as he was able to call his first golden ball last night in that game between the Lisbon Supergiants and the Werewolves, with LSG coming out on top. Turn up for the books as well. It was the first defeat for the Werewolves on the back of 4 straight victories for them. But that's what we say. Anything can happen here on the European Cricket Network. Every team can beat each other, and that's the beauty of the setup for this series here in Portugal as well, that we have split the teams into 2 leagues. So it means you have a lot more close games, and we've had a lot of close games already. And Phil thought maybe the golden ball would never happen for him after he had already 2 final ball finishes. But yesterday was the day it finally came, and certainly worth waiting for, especially if you're a fan of the Lisbon Supergiants. It's Harvinder Singh who's come in to bowl the second over for the Knights. You can see the body language of the Knights already not the best. They're trying to keep spirits high, but you can see they're really up against it, and the win predictor seems to agree as well. 93% in favour of Friendship CC at the moment. That was just on the back of that 1 big over to start the day. Half-hearted appeals. I think more in hope than expectation, especially they know how dangerous Raju Mir is. He would be a big wicket. Well, not a bad shout actually. As we see that one on the replay. He did step across his stumps a bit, did Raju Mir. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, well, it's always a bit deceptive because he was clearly trying to play the ball down leg side, but actually it looked probably maybe a bit straighter than on first glance. Let me know what you think in the chat about that one. It was a big old no. It wasn't actually a big appeal, in all honesty, from the Knights, but maybe a bit of a deceptive one that. Looked like it was going to be going miles down leg side, but in fact did straighten up a bit. Just a nice bit of fielding there from Gaurav Singh. Just cutting off the ball there in the ring. Oh, so that one's hit hard down the pitch, and evasive action taken by the umpire, and the bowler threw out a hand in hope of trying to stop that, but in the end both of them could only watch as the ball flew away to the boundary off the bat. Again, Raju Mir, who goes to 25 off just 7 deliveries. It takes Friendship CC to 35, and there's only been 9 balls played so far. So this is quite a fast and furious run chase from Friendship CC so far. Nothing friendly about this batting innings. That's a no ball called. So it goes from bad to worse for the Knights. They'll have to gather around the round table and see what's going wrong here, because, well, they haven't really got going at all. And a no ball just compounds the situation. That one's gone high up in the air, and it's gone as long as it has gone high. That's a big 6 off the bat of Raju Mir. He cashes in on the no ball, and that's, well, 7 up for Harvinder Singh, who gets doubly punished. And Raju Mir flies into the 30s, 31 off just 9 deliveries. And Friendship CC, they're already pretty much halfway there, and we're still in the second over. This could be an early finish for the Knights, and they'll have a lot of time on their journey home to think about what's gone wrong here. And well, one of the things that has gone wrong is the line of the bowling, because if you just keep on bowling that spot to Raju Miah, he'll just keep on pummeling you over that boundary, and the action replay goes all the way. Grizzly trying to escape into the woods. Friendship CC 48 for no loss, still 1 ball left, and this over has as well gone magical. 21 runs off it, 1 ball left. Well, Raju Miah tries to repeat the trick. In the end, only gets a single from it, but that's probably the best possible result for Friendship CC, because it keeps the very dangerous Miah on strike. 49 runs off 2 overs, no wickets lost so far. And well, if we can jump the gun a bit and say, well, Friendship CC, unless some absolute collapse happens, will pick up at least 3 points, and that will put them into 3rd place with 10 points. And if they pick up that bonus point as well, that could be all important by the end of the tournament. So this will certainly be a big win for Friendship, and well, for the Coimbra Knights, it leaves them in all sorts of bother. They'll be leapfrogged by Friendship CC, and they'll be then languishing in 5th place. And of course, it's their final game, or their first and only game of today, which means Team Tigers Portugal, who are below them, will also have the opportunity to pick up points, which could mean that by the end of the day, Coimbra Knights might find themselves rooted to the bottom of the table. Team Tigers Portugal, they have 2 games today. They're coming up next against the Lisbon Supergiants, and then in the final game as well. So I imagine they might pick up a few points, and well, he's picked up that one, has Miah, and that's another big 6, a Maximo to add to his collection. That takes him to 44 off just 12 deliveries. As Friendship CC, they soar past 50 runs. This partnership goes past 50. Zabour Islam, he's contributed just 3, but in fairness to him, he's only faced 3 deliveries, and when Raju Miah is doing the business at the other end, then I'm sure Islam is more than happy to just stand and watch from the non-striker's end. You can see he's barely even backing up, because he knows what's coming, and I think you all know what's coming. That's another big Maximo, and that in fact takes Raju Miah to his half-century. What a half-century that is, coming off just 13 deliveries. Take a bow, Raju Miah. I think they've just realised out there, a bit of a delayed reaction there, as they realise just what their teammate has done. 13 deliveries, back-to-back 6s. Friendship CC race on to, well, I was going to say 62, but hold the phone, because that's 68. That's even bigger. That's a huge Maximo. That's gone into the neighbouring field. Watch out, cows, because that Grizzly is on the warpath. And Raju Miah, well, he doesn't want to hang around for much longer. He goes to 56. Friendship CC, that's the devil is coming out to play, because that's 666. The Friendship CC moved to 68 runs for no loss. Just a handful of runs needed now for the win. He goes again. It hasn't quite got hold of this one. There is a fielder underneath it, and it was a great effort there in the outfield. All he could do, though, was palm the ball over the bars. We take a look at this on replay. Raju Miah didn't quite get hold of all of it for his standards. Grizzly flying through the air, and it was a great effort, but in fact he was already well beyond the boundary before he flung out his right arm. 4 6s in a row, and there was a wide opening up as well. So this over's already gone magical. There's still 2 balls to go. Finally we have a bit of respite with a dot ball. James Witt in the chat asking about the point system. I'll explain that. There's 1 ball left of this over. if we get that far, but you'd have to have 13 off this delivery, which seems unlikely. 1 ball left of the third. Well, there's a 6 to end the over, which means it has gone supersonic as well. It's 31 runs coming off this Gurjinder Singh over, all off the bat of Raju Mia, who takes himself to 68 off just 17 deliveries. Friendship CC, they are 80 for no loss at the end of the power play. 7 runs needed for the win. So in answer to James Witt's question, I'm sure he'll be answered in the chat as well, but 3 points up for grabs for a win, and also a bonus point on offer for every game. And you can win a bonus point even if you lose the game, if you keep the scores close. So if you chase, as the Friendship CC will almost certainly do here, chase down the total in 7 overs, you get the extra bonus point. And if you, of course, bowl the side out for 70% of the runs, then you also get the bonus point as the bowling team. So either side can always win the bonus point even if they haven't won the game. But it looks, in all likelihood, that all 4 points will go to Friendship CC here today. And that one has just been cut off on the 45 as Zabaurul Islam. He'll probably end up 4 not out, all things being equal, because, well, I think Raju Mia would deserve to win this game with a 6. I'm sure that's exactly what he's eyeing up. Gaurav Singh is the bowler. 6 needed to win. Raju Mia 68 off 17. Here we go. Well, he hasn't quite got hold of it, but he's got enough of it for it to roll away for a 4. You could kind of hear the disappointment in Raju Mia's grunt there as he hit that one, because he didn't quite get much of it high up on the bat. Enough for it to roll away to the boundary. So now just 2 needed. Raju Mia remains on strike. He's raced into the 70s, 72 off 18 deliveries. Wide ball there, so scores are level. It's all just a formality now, but I'm sure Raju Mia would like to finish the game off his own bat rather than a wide. 1 run needed. He saw his name up in lights in Raju Mia. A very rare dot ball for him. He's so far scored 9 6s and 4 4s. So we can maybe forgive him 1 big swing. He actually needs the 1. Maybe he just wants to knock it into the offside, but knowing him, he probably wants to send it into the neighbouring field. Oh, well, there you go. That shows me. In fact, he does the sensible thing, which we don't often hear on the European Cricket Network, and he just drops the ball into the gap for a single. That's the single that Friendship CC needed to win the game, and wow, what a win that was. A comprehensive defeat of the Coimbra Knights. They chased down 87 needed for the win. Just 3.4 overs for a 10-wicket victory. So, of course, they take home all 4 points, which we saw in the first 2 games yesterday morning, and we've seen it again today. And well, we take a look at the highlights, but there was only, 22 balls in the whole innings, and most of those were sent to the rope by Raju Mia. And, well, 5 wides, if you're chasing a low total, is always helpful. And Raju Mia otherwise just thought, well, I'm going to clear the ropes. There's not too many highlights for Zabaurul Islam. He just faced the 4 deliveries and scored 4 singles off them, but he knew exactly what his job was. And that was to get that man there, Raju Mia, back on strike to do the damage. 9 6s and 4 4s in his 20-ball 73, and that's certainly one of the outstanding innings we've seen so far in this Challenger Series. And, well, I don't think you need 2 guesses to know who will be player of the game. Raju Mia. I mean, there were some good bowling performances from Friendship CC as well, but when you have one man score 73 of the 87 runs needed for the victory, then that award will only go in one direction, and well, you see a bit of sensible cricket came in at the end. Raju Miah said, well, I've hit enough boundaries now. I'm just going to finish this game off. Thank you very much, umpire. We'll take the 4 points. What a performance that was from Friendship CC, and that actually is only their second win of the tournament. So they now have 2 wins and 3 defeats alongside that one abandoned game. As for the Coimbra Knights, well, they maybe are thinking it was just as well the opening game between these two sides was abandoned, because of course an abandoned game gives you 2 points, whereas, well, they're leaving this day 4 empty-handed. They came for just this one game in the morning. They've got a long drive back down the motorway, and they'll be driving with no points in their back pocket, and that is in fact their 3rd defeat of the tournament as well. They have won 2 games, but they are in fact continuing the pattern of they've lost a game, they've won a game, they've lost a game, they've won a game, and now they have lost a game. So I'm sure they'll come back tomorrow hoping to win their game then, and well, they've got 1 game in the morning tomorrow and then 1 at lunchtime, so they've got 2 double headers coming up Wednesday and Thursday, so it's still plenty to play for the Coimbra Knights. But it's Friendship CC who take home all 4 points, and while they've given themselves an even longer break than normal, the next game is at 11 o'clock. That's between the Lisbon Supergiants and Team Tigers Portugal, and then we will see Friendship CC again at 1 o'clock when they will take on the Werewolves. That promises to be a really exciting game, with the Werewolves of course looking dangerous, being just on the wrong end of that golden ball defeat yesterday. As we take a look at the scorecard, well, the scorecard was teased to us, but you can see that, well, there was not much to show in that it was just the Raju Miah show. 73 runs off just 20 deliveries. And the wicketkeeper Islam joined him, but mostly was just a spectator like the rest of us, as Raju Miah put his name up in lights and put the Coimbra Knights to the sword. And well, those 10 extras, it was only 3.4 overs. So if you bowl 10 extras in just that short time, you're certainly not going to do yourself any favours. And well, bit of dramatic viewing there for the bowlers as well. We had 2 magical overs, 1 supersonic over from Gurjinder Singh, and well, it was Gaurav Singh who had the thankless task of finishing up the innings for his Knights side. So there you have it, match summary, match 16. When all is said and done, well, Friendship CC, they've made no friends with the Coimbra Knights today, because they have snatched all 4 points off them, and what a comprehensive win that was. Raju Miah, the star of the show, as his Friendship side beat the Coimbra Knights by 10 whole wickets. And well, that means I have a bit of a longer break, and as do you, with the next match starting in just over 40 minutes time. You can see that the Team Tigers Portugal won the toss, and they have decided to bat. It promises to be another exciting game, with the Lisbon Supergiants, of course, glowing still from that golden ball victory yesterday evening. So join me, Tina Goff, in just over 40 minutes time to talk you through match 17 here on the European Cricket Series. Have a nice little break, put the kettle on, and see you back here in 40 minutes.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I hope you're having a lovely day and a warm welcome back to the sunny and bright Santarém cricket ground, the SCG, where we are into match 17 of this ECS Portugal Challenger Series, which sees the Lisbon Supergiants face up against the Team Tigers Portugal. A couple of changes for the Supergiants. Ashok Kumar Banga comes back in, as does Amandeep Singh. I'm sure we'll be seeing both of those near the top of the order. And as for Team Tigers Portugal, one change for them. Amzad Hussain comes in to the lineup. And, well, you can see there at the bottom of your screens, the Team Tigers Portugal won the toss and they have decided to have a bat first. And, well, they dearly need to get some runs on the board because they are currently staring down the barrel of 5 defeats in a row. Actually, things started very well for Team Tigers at the beginning of this tournament. They won Game 2 against this very lineup, against the Lisbon Supergiants, by just that single run. And, well, had they not got that win early on day one, they would have been 0-5 at this point. But they did get that one win on the board, so they'll be hoping to get win number 2 in this match day 17. As for the Lisbon Supergiants, well, they've kind of had a reversal of fortunes, as you can see there. The win predictor has the Supergiants slightly ahead, and that's probably because they are now on the back of a 2-game winning streak, having lost the first 3 games of their tournament, but they won that famous golden ball last night. Feels like a long time ago now, but in Game 15 they beat the Werewolves on golden ball 73. They'll be dearly hoping to take that momentum from that win at just about 6 p.m. local time last night. It's now 11 a.m. the next morning, but they'll still be glowing from that golden ball win. It will be Jaswant Singh, who you couldn't keep out of the action yesterday. It's good to see that actually he's recovered, because he took a heavy blow to the back of the head, taking a superb catch in their game yesterday, and he's straight into the action with the ball for the Supergiants. And it'll be Azam Johnny and Omar Farouk, familiar figures at the top of the Team Tigers lineup. A bit of a miscommunication early on as Azam Johnny sends back Omar Farouk. It does get tickled down to the 45, and Omar Farouk more or less ran a single there, just going there and being sent all the way back. The man with the double O on the back of his shirt. And again, we've seen the left-hand, right-hand combination opening up for Team Tigers. We saw it in the first game this morning as well, and wow, what a game we had this morning. We're treating you already as well. Jaswant Singh treats us to a ball so slow it almost goes backwards. Can't say that was necessarily the best disguised slower ball, but it did the trick. Just the one run coming off it. Yeah, match 16 this morning saw Friendship CC make enemies of Coimbra Knights, demolishing them, putting them to the sword, winning by 10 wickets, chasing down the modest total set by the Knights of 86 in just 3.4 overs. That's why we've had a bit of a longer rest, enjoying this Portugal sun before this second match of the day. And it was Raju Mia of Friendship CC who was the chief destroyer in that game this morning, scoring 73 runs off just 20 deliveries. Meanwhile, back here, Team Tigers just getting the one single off that Jaswant Singh opening over. Singh is really a key man for the Supergiants. As we can see, we're right in the meat of our tour of Portugal. We've got just a couple of days left in the group stage of the Challenger Series before we go to the final on Friday, and then there's no rest for the Wicket as we go straight into the Premier Division, which will again see 5 days of action. We have round robin games, 30 of them before we go into finals day, and then we go into the International Series, the ECIs and the ECI women games between Portugal and Norway. And then, just to treat you even further, a bit of a pre-Easter treat, we have Portugal against Norway again, both men's and women's in T20Is. So we'll be coming to you live from Portugal for about the next 2 weeks. So don't go anywhere, you'll be seeing the familiar sight of this glorious Santarem cricket ground as the first ball of the second over gets chipped up in the air to long on. It's Azam Johnny who hit that one, and it's Nilesh Soyawanshi who's bowling the second over. Nilesh has actually featured more with the bat for the Super Giants. He's been given the ball in the second over here as they run through for a single. Yeah, Nilesh scored 30 off just 17 runs in that defeat to the brothers in the game 4 in the first day. But the Super Giants have managed to turn it around. They, like the Team Tigers, were looking at a bit of a losing streak, but yesterday they beat the Friendship CC by 9 wickets. Pretty comprehensive win. In fact, that was late on Sunday, and then the final game yesterday was, as we said, that golden ball 73. Just as a few adjustments are made to the field, I want to wish everyone in the chat a very warm welcome, or welcome back if you already joined us for that game this morning. Lovely to have you with us, or I say us, it's just me on the mic today, flying solo. Vinny will be joining from the ECN studio in the next game. Can't keep Vinny away from the action for too long. We've still got a full game to get through before that one. So Omar Farouk doesn't quite get the first runs on the board for him. It's a signalled leg by. And just like with match 16 this morning, quite a pedestrian start for the batting side. Let's not forget, Team Tigers won the toss. They decided to bat. Someone needs to tell them, though, that the innings has started. Maybe we'll just get down to some good bowling here from Nilesh, restricting Johnny to just the one, down to the wide long on. Nice lines bowled here from Nilesh, 32-year-old. He's got a lot of experience, both with bat and ball. His high score on the network came back in 2023. He scored 41 runs, but he's no stranger with the ball in hand. Before this series, 24 wickets in 32 games, his best of 3 for 7. Which shows you exactly why he's been throwing the ball for the second over. One to come of this second over. Omar Farouk, a little hop, skip and a jump down the pitch, but can only squeeze that through for a 1. So that's the end of the second over. Team Tigers Portugal not quite roaring just yet. Moved to 7. And while they haven't, in fact, found the boundary at all, and among those 7, they've also faced 6 dot balls. So if you're facing 6 dot balls already, then you're off to a bit of a slow start as we see the standings. And well, this maybe shows why the Team Tigers Portugal are where they are at the bottom of the table, rooted there with just the 6 points. And well, they desperately need some points on the board in this game because they are in slight danger of being cut adrift. But 3 points or even 4 with the bonus point on offer can change things very quickly. But it's always about getting that really good start in the power play, especially if you win the toss. You put yourselves into bat, you put down a marker that you want to really put the bowling side under pressure, but the pressure is all on the Tigers at the moment. Just the 7 runs coming off the first 2 overs. As Gurjant Singh comes into bowl, the left arm seamer. Again, just the 1 run taken by Omar Farooq. Gurjant Singh has already picked up a few wickets in the tournament. He, in game 10, in that win against Friendship CC, got figures of 2 for 12. So he's been impressing as well, and maybe that's something that the Super Giants can turn to as well. They have some variation in their bowling lineup. They've got the left arm seam of Gurjant Singh. They've got Nilesh, who can keep the ball on a string as well. And they have some spin options as well, as that's flashed to point. And in fact, it was a half chance there for the fielder. And yeah, he's kind of after the fact signalling what he should have done. It came at him flat and hard, as we see here on the replay. And yeah, it kind of side-footed it. It came so quickly that he couldn't get his hands down in time, but he still managed to save the boundary there, did Rutul Chowdhury. So it'd be very harsh to call that a drop chance, but it was at least a sign of intent from Johnny, the batter. Still only a 1. Still waiting for the first boundary of the innings, and well, it's not going to come there either, as the fielding is done by Nikhil Dhingra out there on the long on boundary. This left-hand, right-hand combination not quite doing the business so far. Halfway through the 3rd over. This is a refresher on the rules, just in case we've got new people joining us as well. So the first 3 overs are the power play, and in that time you can only have 2 players outside of the ring, and well, at the moment the Super Giants don't really need anyone outside of the ring, because the Team Tigers aren't exactly threatening the rope. The 2 players that are out are long on, long off, so they're clearly expecting Omar Farooq here to try and hit the ball long and straight. He doesn't quite manage to do. He just nudges it into the offside. Again, just a single taken, so that's 5 singles in a row from this over so far, which is being bowled by Gurjant Singh. 1 ball left to come of the power play. Not much power in this power play so far. It's not too often we see on the European Cricket Network that the first 3 overs, which are usually so explosive, have not been hit for a single boundary. But there we do have the final boundary of the power play, the first and final, as Johnny goes for a Maximo, as a left-handed batter who just hits it hard and flat over the covers. No one out there. Both of the fielders out on the ring, out on the boundary, were straight. So we finally do have a boundary to finish the power play. I was slightly worried that we'd have a lesser spotted boundaryless power play, but as it is, Team Tigers start to roar, or maybe just a little meow to begin with, as they get to 18 off the first 3 overs. We can see there, well, it's a little staircase, but they haven't really reached the first floor yet, as that 6 at least takes that 3rd over into double figures. But a pretty laboured start here from the Team Tigers. That's why that win predictor has them down 23%. They certainly need to pick up the pace here if they want a total that's in any way, shape or form defendable. And that one is going to go all the way. So suddenly we find ourselves with back-to-back boundaries, having not had one for the first 17 balls. And, well, as Little Alan says in the chat, some of these teams have been slow starters, but they do seem to put their foot on the gas sometimes, and we've said that if you at least get to that magical 100 mark, you've got something to defend, and we've seen lower scores than that defended this week. Maybe that's what the Team Tigers are aiming towards, and it's actually going to be... Is it going to be 3 boundaries in a row? Yes, it is, despite the best efforts of Gurjant Singh out there on the boundary. So suddenly, well, this is how quickly things can change. 3 boundaries in a row, and a total that was looking pretty meek It's now inching up, still a long way to go, but that's 14 of the 26 runs of the innings so far have come from these last 3 balls. And then we go again, but there's a player out there. He almost misjudged it, does Surya Partab. He comes in off the rope, realises it's going over his head. There's a bit of a slope there, and in the end, well, had he been on the rope, he might have actually stopped that, or at least put his hand out to it, maybe even have caught it. But in the end, it's a Maximo, another one to the name of Omar Farouk. Suddenly we've had a 6-4 sandwich. We've gone 6-4-4-6. Team Tigers, they've suddenly woken up from their slumber, and the game can get going in earnest. Just a slight subsidence in the boundary. Total as that just went for the 1. Omar Farouk says he's had enough for now, let Johnny have a go. And, well, the Team Tigers do have some firepower to come. They've got Asif Attar, the captain, listed at 3. It'd be interesting to see if that's when he does come in, as we've got a run-out chance here, a direct hit, and he would have been well gone. And as it is, they're going to come back for 2. Another direct hit would have been interesting. And will they come back for 3? No. They decide 2's enough, and poor Johnny, he had to get on his bike twice here to make sure he was in for the first throw here. He would have been gone with a direct hit. He turns round, sees Omar Farouk charging towards him, and another direct hit here, well, might have been out. In fact, he did manage to make up his ground. So an action-packed 2 runs. There's still 1 ball left of the 4th. Team Tigers moved up to 35. And, well, that's up in the air. It's a chance to be taken. It is taken. That's a brilliant catch out there on the boundary. I thought it was going to be, for all the world, a Maximo, but some great work from the deep square leg, who runs across from what is backward square, makes up some good ground, and it's Amandeep Singh out there who makes a lovely grab. It was well picked up actually from Azam Johnny. He saw the short ball, was hoping that it'd fly all the way, but it was cut off brilliantly on the boundary from Amandeep Singh. So that's the first wicket down. This also marks the end of the 4th over, 35 for 1. And, well, having had a pretty pedestrian start in the power play, it all happened there in the 4th over. Jiwan Giri was the bowler, and he thought for all the world that he would go magical, but it was Amandeep Singh who had a word or 2 to say about that, and rather than going for a 6 off the final delivery, he picks up his first wicket. Still 17 runs coming off that over, but the Team Tigers now 35 for 1. Azam Johnny has to depart for 15 off 12 deliveries, just the 1-6 there. It's mostly Omar Farouk at the other end who's been doing most of the damage. Rutul Chowdhury, who's come in to bowl, and it was a chance immediately. It was flashed hard at point, and, well, we've got some interesting fielding going on out there on the boundary. I think some fancy footwork, but the ball had more or less stopped by the time he tried to intervene. And they do run through, I think, just for 2. And that was a half chance there. Half chance for the field there at point. As we take a look at the replay, flashed through the hands at point, and then, well, did it go for a boundary? I'm not, it's difficult to tell whether that ball has stopped because of the intervention of the foot, or whether it was the rope. Let's have a look. Oh, I think, yeah, his foot lands in front of the ball. So by my eye, that was a boundary. Just wait to see what was given on field. It's always sometimes an optical illusion. It's great camera work by 2 circles, but it's just sometimes you can't tell where that ball has landed in relation to the rope, and there's a bit of a slope on this pitch as well. So all of these things make it really difficult to tell what happened. There's a swivel on that one. There's a half chance there for Anup Kumar Srivastav, who was running around more or less a backstop position, and he made up the ground. I just couldn't hold on to that chance. You can see him there running from one side of the keeper to the other, and he kind of took about 3 seconds to realise what was happening, at which point he was always behind the ball. Looks like that. The first ball of that over, it wasn't given a boundary, so it must have been stopped by the foot. This is interesting. It stopped more or less dead, so it was hard to tell what exactly was impeding the ball, but turns out it was the foot. It's been a chaotic few balls, but in the meantime, it has been Asif Attar who has come out as captain to join Omar Farouk at the crease. 4 balls into this Rutul Chowdhury over, only the 3 singles coming off it so far. That's well bowled. We were talking a lot yesterday, Phil G and I, about this right arm around action, and it's been used quite a lot by all 6 teams, and we quite like it. Of course, you more or less take out LBW from the equation. It's always difficult to not pitch it outside the leg stump, but you bring in so many more factors, such as just nicking behind or chopping on. We saw one being chopped on yesterday as well, as we have a shot at the stumps from the keeper. I think he was safely home. So that is the end of the 5th over. We can see on the replay there was a shot at the stumps. Well, actually no, there'll be one more to come because that was a wide ball. Safely in. And then realises the ball might fly away again, so he better go and retrieve the ball he's thrown. So we'll have another attempt at the final ball of the 5th. Omar Farouk on strike. Well, that's exactly what I was talking about. As soon as the ball hits the pads, there's always 1 or 2 voices going up, but that angle, you're never likely to get any kind of LBW decision going your way. And well, that one pitched probably about 7 stumps outside leg stump, so just the 1 leg by from that delivery. So 41 for 1 at the end of the 5th. As you join me here in the commentary box, welcome to everyone who's joining us in the chat and across the world. It's lovely to have you with us. And well, I'm flying solo today, but Mr. Maximo will be joining from the ECN studio in the next game. And Phil G, well, he's had to put his feet up after that golden ball finish to the game yesterday, but he'll be back tomorrow morning as well to take you through another day of challenger action. And well, it's going to be Friday, the finals day, and both of these teams will be eager to get to that finals day. In order to do so, they'll have to be in the top 4. And at the moment, well, both these teams are kind of flirting with that 4 position. So we'll see. There's still a lot of cricket to be played between now and finals day. So it's all still up for grabs as we go back to live action, because it looks like Jaswant Singh is going to be taking the ball. And well, there's a slight delay here. Jaswant Singh has been in the thick of the action the last few days. He in fact bowled a wicket maiden yesterday morning to start off the innings for his side, and then in the next over he took a outstanding catch on the boundary, which, well, he was kind of the victim of the ground swallowing him up. As he took the ball, he swallowed the ball, but then the back of his head really rebounded off the ground. We kind of feared for him that he might have to go off, but he managed to continue, came back, took another catch, took another wicket. So it was the Jaswant show last night, and he's back in for his 2nd over here. Start of the 6th over. And well, he didn't quite repeat the trick in his 1st over today, but it did only go for the 1 run, so he's certainly one of the most economical bowlers of this Challenger Series. Omar Farouk is still out there, having opened the batting. He's taken up 16 balls. He's on 17 now. He's on 21. So he could really do with getting a move on. He's over the halfway stage now. Take a look, another swing and a miss at this one, almost chopped on. Jaswant Singh is just keeping that ball outside off stump, and Omar Farouk doesn't really know what to do with it at the moment. The Team Tigers still have enough batters left in the shed to go a bit more aggressive here, and that seems to be there on that ball. Omar Farouk's intent doesn't quite get a hold of it cleanly, which brings his captain back on strike. Well, of course, we're in the Challenger division, so it's the lower division of the two that we'll see here in Portugal. So you imagine there's a chance of a run here, but they won't take it. You imagine the strike rates that we'll see next week in the Premier Series might be a bit higher, and well, if you have a batter going along more or less a runner ball, then in the past we've often seen players retired out. You just cannot afford in this T10 format to eat up balls and not be scoring runs. And Omar Farouk, 22 off 20. 20 is a fifth of the, what's that? A fifth of the, oh, my maths is failing me. It's a significant amount of the 10 overs. 60 balls, isn't it? So, yeah, it's a third of the balls that he's used up just on his 22 runs so far. And if you extrapolate that, then the expected score would only be about 66. As it is, the expected score is 89. Team Tigers 44 for 1 at the end of the 6th. And they kind of need something to happen here so that they don't just limp to the end of this innings. 4 overs left. You'd hope the captain, who is out there, has some kind of action plan. If anyone can do it, you'd think he would grab the game by the scruff of the neck. He's got a 50 on the network before back in 2023. We know he can do it. He needs to show it now for his side. Well, of course, Nilesh will have a word or two to say about that. His first over only went for 5. He's returned now for his second in the 7th over. There is still batting to come. Foyez Udin, the wicket keeper, he's carded to come in next. Mohamed Rassel, both of those can hit a long ball, but at the moment, just watching from the sidelines as, well, Omar Farouk and Asif Attar are making hard work of this batting innings. But the bowling has been pretty decent. Just the 3 wide served up so far. Yeah, you can see that the outfield is beautiful, but because of that slope that we have on the pitch, there's always going to be a few bobbles here and there. The pitch did have a haircut yesterday as well, so it's looking glorious out there. And well, that wasn't quite a glorious shot from Omar Farouk, but he'll take it because that is going to race away to the boundary just for a minimo. But that's at least something for Team Tigers to build on. And well, Asif Attar, his captain, had a word with him there. Not sure what the conversation is about, but it probably should be something to do with let's score a few boundaries. It's not a boundary at all in that 6th over from Jaswant Singh. It's been a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde show at the moment for Team Tigers Portugal. When they hit the ball, it does tend to stay hit, but there's been too many occasions when they've missed the ball entirely, as was the case there for Omar Farouk. I think, well, if Corey was coach, he would certainly be retiring Farouk at this stage. As it is, well, his captain at the other end seems happy for him to continue. A bit of a night watchman innings happening here. And again, he just jogs through a single. Final ball of the 7th over coming up. I almost jinxed myself because it almost was a wide, but it just sneaked the right side of that wide line as far as the Super Giants are concerned. That's actually not a bad delivery, just swinging away there from Nilesh. And Asif Attar, well, he tried to give himself some room, ended up getting nowhere near it, and that is the end of the 7th. Team Tigers 50 for 1. So just the 3 overs left to get something like a respectable total as we take a look at the calendar for 2025. And you can see, well, the Meltle Shield and Western Shield have now been confirmed for the middle of September, and that's going to be another absolute festival of cricket. But look how many countries we're visiting before then. Switzerland has just been added as well, and well, we've got some familiar favourites, we've got some old friends, we've got some new acquaintances as well, so we can't wait to take this show on the road. And well, Spain is happening just next week, and then Italy, so we've got a bit of a Mediterranean flair going on. France, well, it's maybe not quite so Mediterranean, but still a place we love to go. So get involved in the chat, let me know where you are looking forward to seeing in the calendar for 2025. In the meantime, Omar Farouk is looking forward to the fact that he's found the boundary again after a long while, and that one has gone all, well, it's gone for a 4. So that takes Omar Farouk into the 30s. I wouldn't say acceleration yet from him, but at least he's found the keys to his car. And it's Ashok Kumar Banga who's come on to bowl, and well, that acceleration didn't last long. I think the petrol has run out of that tank as Omar Farouk, his watch is over as he departs for 33 off 25 deliveries. Tried to repeat the trick, tried to send that ball into orbit. Saw it just fly past his bat and, well, hit about middle leg stump halfway up. Not much celebration involved there for Ashok Kumar Banga. Probably not the best ball he's ever going to bowl in his career, but it took a wicket, and that's what it's going to go down as in the book. So Omar Farouk does have to depart. Taking up 25 balls, you'd imagine that's a few too many if you're going to look at making a respectable total. And straight back to live, there's another big appeal for an LBW against Amzad Hussain, the new batter. The umpire remains unmoved as we take a look at this on replay. Well, he takes a big step across, doesn't he? And yeah, let's take a look at this. So he takes a step across. It's his front leg that's kind of trailing. Ooh, it's a tight one. And well, given not out on the field, probably benefit of the doubt there to the batter. The next one is just punted to long on for a single. The Team Tigers find themselves, well, in quite a spot of bother. 1 ball left of the 8th. Still languishing away in the 50s. The expected score has them just a tick over 80. This one's gone high up in the air. It's a chance here for Gurjant Singh underneath it, and oh well, I was going to say Gurjant Singh is underneath it, but Jaswant Singh came from complete left field, looked like he was going to take the catch, then pulled out at the last minute, ends up just falling pretty sadly between the two players. They both could have thrown a handkerchief over that ball, and yeah, well, Jaswant Singh kind of turns around in disgust. He had the golden arm yesterday, and I'm sure he could have taken that catch with his eyes closed, but he was put off by the onrushing figure of Gurjant Singh coming in from the boundary, and well, it's a bit of a calamitous misfield there, and in the end they ran through for 1, did Team Tigers. So at the end of the 8th, they're 60 for 2, but you can see that run rate has never really got going. It looked like it might accelerate between the 4th and the 5th over, but that wicket put paid to that. Asif Attawa, the captain, well, he's just got 5 runs from his 9 deliveries, and they really need an explosive 2 overs now to get anywhere near to those 100 runs. They say it all happens in the 9th, and the Team Tigers need it to happen now, but Ashok Kumar has come back on to bowl, and his first over went 1 for 9. So he's not in the mood to give away any freebies here. In fact, Rutul Chowdhury's come back on to bowl, and a big appeal there. Nothing given apart from a wide ball, which is always slightly frustrating as a bowler. You think, oh, maybe there's a wicket there, but in fact, you don't even get a wicket and you've got to bowl the ball again. So a wide ball for Chowdhury, but he's been just as measly with his runs. He's given away just 5 in the first over and 2 so far, and the boundaries have really dried up here for Team Tigers. Just the 6 boundaries so far, and the two batters out there, neither of them have scored a boundary yet, and well, one might not be out, I was going to say not out there for much longer, but there's another drop in the field. This time it was a pretty regulation drop. Went to point, and well, it went into his hands and went straight back out, and Amzad Hussain lives to fight another day, but I'll say lives to fight another day, but there's not too much fighting going on. They've kind of down their tools a bit, not a mixed metaphor, but you know what I mean. There's, well, a little Tortuga there as it pings up off the pitch, but they need a few more pings off the pitch and off their bats more than anything if they're going to get, well, even into the 80s now. It looks a distant dream as that one has hit firmly. There's a chance there for Gurjant Singh in the end. He does the right thing and just makes sure that they don't give away the boundary. And a brilliant throw in there as well. Just take a look at this on replay. He probably recognises that at the moment they're more than happy to have these batters out there because they're doing not too much. And then the throw coming in, really good throw right over the top of the stumps. Round of applause there from Akshay Torbol, the keeper. He stopped any thought of a second run there for Team Tigers. There's 2 balls left in the 9th. Well, not much has happened in the 9th as far, or 1 ball left as far as the Team Tigers are concerned. The curse of the final ball. It will have to be re-bowled again. And well, a lot of the runs so far are actually coming through extras after I said that there's not been too many extras bowled. Well, it's been a bit sloppy this over so far. 2 wides bowled by Rutul Chowdhury. Well, when you've got both batters there not really doing much, all you need to do is get the ball on the pitch. He manages it this time, and well, obviously Asif Attar took exception to what I said because he showed that he can hit a very long ball, and that's a Maximo. That's gone all the way over long on for a big 6, and well, that was a desperately needed 6 for the Team Tigers. Still probably not enough for them to put on a total that you'd think they could defend, but stranger things have happened. At the end of the 9th, Team Tigers 72 for 2. As we take a look at this bowling scorecard, while Jaswant Singh, he was in no mood to give away any runs, just the 4 coming off his 2 overs, and Nilesh as well, he was extremely economical. And when you have those 2 at the top of your bowling lineup, then you know you're going to have some tidy overs, and that's exactly why Team Tigers just never really got out of the power play. They never recovered from the fact that they only scored 18 off those first 3 overs. We have a big appeal to start the 10th and final over. Left arm over, but again, probably pitching outside leg stump, and then you can stop the question right there. It's never going to be out. An optimistic appeal more than anything there from Gurjant Singh, who's coming back to bowl his second. They do scamper through there for, it was a bye signalled. Close to that wide line from Gurjant Singh. Brings Amzad Hussain back on strike. He's got just a handful of balls here. You'd think it's just a free hit at this point. Just try and get back on board. It doesn't matter if you get out. Oh, well, that's exactly what has happened. I'm sure it matters to him that he's got out, but Amzad Hussain will have to make the long walk back, and well, he exposed not too many of his stumps, but enough for Gurjant Singh to sneak in through the back door. Take a look at this on replay. He actually starts well outside leg stump, does Hussain, but by the time the ball arrives at him, he's taken several steps across to the offside, exposed that leg stump, and Gurjant Singh says, "Thank you very much, I'll just sneak through there." And that marks the end of Amzad Hussain. He goes for 3 runs off 6 deliveries. A bit of a curious one there, as you don't see that too often. I mean, bowled behind, round the legs, you see on occasion, but the fact that Amzad Hussain started outside leg stump and still contrived to get bowled around them is quite some feat. as Udin comes out. And that's well bowled actually from Gurjant Singh. He's, well, just conceded the bye and leg bye so far in this 10th and final over, and got that wicket of Amzad Hussain. Foyez Udin now just has 2 balls left to rescue this Team Tigers innings, and well, he does exact opposite of that, and he doesn't manage to rescue himself, he doesn't manage to defend his stumps, and it's another wicket to the collection for Gurjant Singh. And Foyez Udin, he has to depart for a second ball. Derek, he has to quack off the pitch after, well, again, Gurjant Singh just relies on one of the oldest tricks in the book, which is if you miss, I hit, and he's done it twice in this over already. He's quietly chipping away with figures of 2 for 11 with still 1 ball left. The very final ball of this Team Tigers innings. They find themselves on 74 for 4 as we see that one on replay. Not too much pace does Gurjant have, but enough to trouble the batters. And well, that one is not gonna, well, there's a 1-2-3 juggle from Nikhil Dhingra, and that in fact allows Team Tigers to scamper through for 2 runs. It probably should have been a 1, but they managed to get the 2, and that leaves them on 76 for 4 off their 10 overs. And well, you'd say that's a below par showing from Team Tigers, and maybe they've proved why they are on a 5 run losing streak. They've lost the previous 4 games, and the 1 game they won was in fact just that sneaked victory in the first game that they played. And let's take a look at the highlights, and well, the innings never really got going. Azam Johnny and Omar Farouk, they were out there for quite a while actually. The first wicket didn't fall until the 4th over. They did put on a partnership of 35, but it was just too slow, and that was the end of Azam Johnny. He was caught in the deep. A nice catch actually from Amandeep Singh. That brought Asif Attawa, the captain, to the crease, and well, the captain stayed there until the bitter end. It was probably bitter as far as his side were concerned, because well, they just didn't find the boundary on enough occasions, and on the opposite side it was Lisbon Supergiants who kept on finding the middle of those stumps. And well, there was a few chances here or there that probably should have been taken. That one in particular was a bit of a comedy of errors in the deep there between those 2 fielders. Asif Attawa, he just hit that 1 Maximo in his 13. He took 14 balls to get there, and then Gurjant Singh at the end, he really cleaned up with 2 wickets in the final over, and that over 10 only went for 4 runs. And well, that was really the story of the innings for the Team Tigers. Just the wrong shot selection, a bit pedestrian, and well, the pace they're walking off the pitch was more or less the pace that they took their innings at, and that's why they find themselves with just 76 runs on the board. But we've seen actually just small enough totals being defended in this Challenger Series so far. Of course, we're in the Challenger Series, the 2nd division, which means, well, you might not quite have the big hitters that I'm sure we'll see later in the week in the Premier Division, and of course in the internationals as well. So that means that, well, you can have a small total and you can still try and defend it, and that's exactly what the task is for the Team Tigers here, because they do only have 76 on the board. As for the Lisbon Supergiants, well, they've won 2 games in a row now, including that all-important golden ball in game 15. But even then, they were only chasing 89 against the Werewolves, and they only managed to draw level. So I certainly wouldn't write the Team Tigers off yet, even if it's just 76 on the board. In the previous game also, the Lisbon Supergiants, game 10, well, that was when they also only had to chase down 84. They did that with ease. In fact, they did that in the 6th over. So we know they have some firepower. And, well, maybe we'll see a repeat of this morning's game where we saw a bonus point win for the chasing team, and they cleaned up in just a handful of overs. So that will certainly be the aim of the Lisbon Supergiants, as they look to chase down this total. So it'll just be a short break now, as the run chase will happen in just a few minutes' time. But I'm sure there's enough time here to put on the kettle as we look through the standings here as well. Put on the kettle, put your feet up, and join us in just a few minutes' time for the run chase, where Lisbon Supergiants will need 77 runs to win. And if they want to get that all-important bonus point, they'll have to do it in quick time in the first 7 overs. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time. I'm Tina Goff. You're here on the European Cricket Network. And we'll be back for the run chase in match 17 in just a few moments.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to match 17 of this ECS Portugal Challenger Division 2025 on this glorious Tuesday lunchtime here in Santarém, Portugal. And what a sight we have, and what an interesting game we have lined up here with the Team Tigers Portugal at the halfway stage. They've put on 76 runs onto the board, which means the Lisbon Supergiants, if they chase down the 77 runs needed for victory in 7 overs, they will take home all 4 points. Meanwhile, well, if the Team Tigers manage to restrict the Giants to just 50 odd runs, they will pull off a minor miracle, I'd say, and take home all 4 points for their side. It's evenly poised though. We've seen quite a lot of low scoring thrillers so far in this Challenger series, so I wouldn't write off the Tigers yet. They are still yet to roar so far in this Challenger series. Just the one win for them early on the first day, and even that was just a sneaked victory by a solitary run against this very team here. So we've had a final ball finish between these two sides already just a few short days ago, so can we even maybe go one better, go for a golden ball finish? But maybe that's being a bit too greedy after we already had that now legendary golden ball at the end of yesterday's play, golden ball 73, which saw the Werewolves put to the sword by, in fact, Team Tigers Portugal. So it couldn't be 2 golden balls in 2 days for them, could it? Well, I wouldn't say no, as Johnny has the ball in hand at the start of the innings, and it's Ashok Kumar Banga who will open up for the Giants. He's joined at the other end by Jiwan Giri, and I'm joined in the chat by all you lovely people as well. Thank you very much for joining us here on the European Cricket Network. It's always fantastic to have you with us and to have you involved in the chat. We do really appreciate it, especially I'm flying solo today, so it's lovely to have you keep me company, as that ball is just strayed slightly wide of that line. That one's a better line, but has been thoroughly and dismissively dispatched by Ashok Kumar Banga. It was almost a no-look shot, that was, as he picked the line very quickly. Have a look at this. He doesn't even really look where the ball's going. He just pivots and says, yep, thank you very much. Same from the umpire. The umpire just goes, click, Maximo. And, well, that's exactly the start that the Super Giants would have wanted, and exactly the start that the Tigers desperately needed to avoid as they defend this pretty low total. And, well, we've already had a bit of a whitewash this morning with the Friendship CC beating the Coimbra Knights by all 10 wickets. They chased down a similar total. It was 86 that was chased down by Friendship CC in just 3.4 overs. And, well, it looks like a bit of an action replay here as Ashok Kumar Banga goes bang, bang, banger. And that's another 6 to his name. This one's a bit straighter. There is a long on out there, but it goes well over his head. And, well, maybe Ashok Kumar Banga has his dinner in the oven, because he doesn't look like he wants to hang around for too long. And, well, that's already sent them into the teens. They're on 13, just 3 balls bowled so far by Azam Johnny. This one will just run through for 1, which brings Jiwan Giri on strike. A bit of width there from Johnny. In fact, too much width for the umpire's liking. So he'll have to bowl that one again. And you don't like to write teams off too early, but if Team Tigers lose 4-0 here, then they're really starting to be cut adrift at the bottom of the table. They are currently rooted to the bottom with 6 points. Friendship CC are only just above them in 5th place with 7, but they will be playing their game later today. In fact, the next game against the Werewolves. So you imagine Friendship CC will be keen to pick up more points as well. The Team Tigers desperately need to pick up points here just to stay within some kind of contention of getting into that top 4. That's all they need to do. Top 4 will get them through to finals day. The Super Giants have already got off to a terrific start here. We just had a slight delay on the score board here. I'm sure we'll catch up as soon as we can. Meanwhile, it's Jibon Naidu who has the ball in hand for Team Tigers. And just as the scorecard is updated, umpires will make sure that everything is correct and proper before we kick off again. But yeah, the Team Tigers, they've now lost 4 games in a row. Game 14 was their previous game, and that one they fell to the Coimbra Knights, losing by 6 wickets. Previously, they also suffered that big defeat to the Brothers by 42 runs, which in this T10 format is quite a significant margin of defeat. And well, you never want to lose 5 games in a row, and that will really put them in trouble as far as getting into those final 4, which we'll see on Friday as well. So the format is that we've got 30 games of round robin cricket, every team playing 10 games apiece, so they'll be all very familiar with each other by the end of that round robin sequence. So it's 6 days of 5 games each, and then we go on Friday to the finals day, and unfortunately we'll say goodbye to the 5th and 6th place teams, but it'll be the top 4 that do battle, 3rd versus 4th. The winner of that will play the loser of 1st versus 2nd, and the winner of 1st versus 2nd will go straight through to the final. So that's the benefit of finishing in 1st or 2nd place, that you only then need to win the 1 game to get yourself into that big final on Friday evening. Meanwhile, if you're then in 3rd or 4th place, you have to win 2 games to have the honour of competing in the final. But that's maybe jumping the gun for these 2 teams. They'll be more than happy to just secure their berth in the top 4. And the Super Giants are certainly on the right path, having won their first 2 games, and a bit of a turnaround for them as well, having lost the first 3 games by quite some margin. Well, we spoke about the game 2 where they only lost by 1 run against the team that they're out there against now. But the 2 games after that, they lost to the Brothers by 39 runs, and then to Coimbra by 26 runs. So, well, they haven't really covered themselves in glory when it comes to being a chasing team, but they've started off well here. As we just have a slight delay as we make sure everything is correct. I think just catching up what happened in that first over. Well, everyone's just enjoying the Portugal sun, and well, we enjoyed a golden ball finish last night as well. It was golden ball 73, and well, I'm sure the Team Tigers will want to avoid being on the wrong end of another golden ball, whereas it was the Lisbon Giants who won that one against the Werewolves. And we can see there that, well, Portugal is no stranger to a golden ball, and in fact it was the 6th golden ball that we've had here in Portugal, and who remembers that, with Marlow defeating the Gamblers SC in the final of the ECS just last year. It's just about almost exactly a year ago, and prior to that, well, it was over 2 years before that we had a previous golden ball. So we're back on the golden ball hunt here in Portugal, and what a ball that was yesterday. You can see, in fact, it was 2 balls bowled, because the first was a wide, and then the Super Giants made no mistake in the second ball, which was actually the first legitimate delivery, hitting that for 4 and claiming the win. And, well, I don't want to get greedy. I know Phil G had his first ever golden ball last night. But, you know, you wouldn't begrudge me another one before the end of the week, would you? So let's see what happens. As it looks like we're more or less ready to get going here. The gremlins in the system have been banished. And it is Jibon Naidu with the ball in hand. Still just making sure everything. I mean, by my calculations, it was 14 runs off the first over. We had those huge back-to-back sixes off the bat of Ashok Kumar Banga, who in fact didn't play in the previous game, but he's come back, and he's come back with some style in this game. As we're still just double checking everything's right. I think a few changes are being made in the scorebook. The scorers have got a hard job to do, and look at the hard job that we're going to do for the rest of the year as well. And well, it seems like we've already been here for a good old time. We had that series in Malta that you might have joined me for. Me and Rico were out there at the beginning of February. That already seems like a long and distant memory. Since then, we had the Western Shield, and well, that was a birthday treat for me, as it was a bit of a pinch myself moment when we had Ross Taylor out there under the lights in Khartoum getting peppered by the Asian 11. He probably wondered what he signed himself up for, but a great time was had by all. Kevin O'Brien, of course, was the icon player for the British and Irish 11, who then emerged victorious for their back-to-back Western Shield win. And look at that as well, the Western Shield is going nowhere. In fact, it is multiplying as we have the Western Shield coming back with a vengeance in mid-September. And look at that as well. It'll not only be the Western Shield, it'll be the Meltle Shield as well. And I think I've heard that they're going to try and intersperse those games as well. So we have a mix of men's games, followed by women's games, followed by men's games. So what a festival of cricket that will be. So there's so much to look forward to on the network, and finally we can look forward to being back up and running here. Apologies for that delay, but all good things come to those who wait, and it's Jibon Naidu who's into the attack. And well, a half-hearted appeal there. I think it was sliding down at the leg side. We can have a look at that on replay, but yeah, I mean, sometimes I feel like these frivolous appeals, I mean, that one was fair enough, but you know, you should lose a life or something if you appeal, which is so obviously not out. We've had a few occasions with the right arm around bowlers appealing when it probably pitched about 9th stump on the offside, on the leg side, but we'll just put it down to a bit of exuberance, a bit of excitement. Second ball of the second over. And that's hit hard out to the cover boundary, but some great fielding there by Ruhan Khan of Team Tigers to stop what was bound to be a 4. As it is, they just run through for 1. Good work out there. It's easy to let your concentration drop if there's a delay in the play, but he comes back and throws himself around, and while that one's been thrown, it's going to be checked for height, I think, on the no ball, because it was a bit of a full bunger. But the batter won't mind. He's actually quite deep in his crease, so it'll be interesting to see what the call is on that one. Oof. Again, I'm happy I'm not the one making that decision, but Juran Giri says thank you very much and just levers that one for Baximo, and in fact it has been called, I think, a no ball on the field. Unless my ears were deceiving me. It's one of those 50-50 decisions, isn't it? Jivan is quite far back in his crease, so you could kind of call that one either way. They're still taking another look at it. Let's have a look. So his front foot is right on that crease, so you can probably shuffle him forward about half a metre to where he would naturally be standing. And his back leg has collapsed a little bit, so again, I'm just going to sit firmly on the fence and say that whatever decision is made by the match referee is in fact the correct decision. And that is why I'm a commentator and not an official. But it has been called a no ball. And it was not a maximum, it did just go for the 4. But it will be a free hit, so 5 up, plus the free hit coming up. And well, it shouldn't have been a run, but it is going to be a run. In the form of buys, 5 buys. And it was actually not a bad delivery there in response. And what does that hit? Oh, it actually hits the helmet. If we run this one through, it's all happening here, folks. A lesser spotted helmet hit. You can see it goes through the keeper and then boink off the helmet. Oh dear. When it rains, it pours here for the Team Tigers. And well, they didn't have too many runs to play with, and it's going to be an extra 5 there. The penalty runs for the offending helmet, which is now being ceremoniously dumped off the pitch by Amzad Hussain. But well, the damage is kind of done there. Well, it was a difficult one for the keeper. It kind of died on him. He was then trying to stop the ball going to the boundary. He wasn't able to stop the ball. The helmet half stopped the ball. It went for 5 penalty runs, and it went for a boundary. So the poor scorers, who seem to have just got themselves back on track after we were trying to make sure everything was all right in the first over there, they've now got to contend with penalty runs. And well, this is one of those situations which is just an absolute dream for any kind of laws nerds out there, but probably a nightmare if you're a scorer, because well, you've got to find the penalty runs button, dust that one off, make sure the laws are correct. And it also goes for 4. It was 4 buys. Well, that one's 6 right off the middle of the bat, so some kind of normality has been resumed here on ECN. And that was a glorious shot from the middle of the bat of Jivan Giri. And take a look at this one. He just pivots on that. He's sitting really deep in the crease, so he knows anything that's even just on a length, he can just throw his hands out. And what a hit that was from Giri. And well, this chaos over continues. Thank you for bearing with us in the chat. I know it's been a bit of everything happening in the last 10 minutes or so, but this is why you love the European Cricket Network. This is the kind of cricket you don't see anywhere else. There's helmets flying, there's balls flying into fields, there's just everything you could hope for this glorious Tuesday lunchtime. That one's up in the air, and it's going to go all the way again, this time on the offside. And Jivan Giri, well, he's had to wait around for a few minutes to join the action, and boy has he joined it now as he goes back-to-back 6s, 1 leg side, 1 offside. He says thank you very much. And the Lisbon Super Giants, as it stands, are making quite light work of this Team Tigers score, and we're still only in the 2nd over. That's been over-pitched again. We're going to have to look at that for height on the no ball, but whatever happens, it's a 6, so that's a 6-6-6. The devil has reappeared, and well, it's going to be another tight one. The match referee is going to have steam coming out of his ears at the moment with the amount of work he's had to put in. And again, it's another... I wish if they did a no ball, they did an absolute bunger. But this one, again, has been called a no ball, probably because Jivan is quite deep in his crease, so you have to imagine that he's a good half metre further forward, and then probably the ball is not dipping under that waistline. So it has been called a no ball on the field. So it will be another free hit coming the way of the Super Giants. That one's gone straight, and well, there's no fielder out there, so it's going to be another boundary. This time just a 4, but I'm sure Jivan Giri doesn't mind how the boundaries are coming at the moment. That was just a low full toss from Jibon Naidu, and wow, this has been an absolute chaos over for him so far. It's already gone magical, and wow, I think that takes it to 29 at the end from that over. That should be the end of the over, because that was a free hit, but it was a legitimate delivery. So my cricketing laws knowledge being stretched here, there and everywhere. Hopefully you're keeping up in the chat and back home, but as it is, 29 runs off that over. It took about half an hour, but we got there in the end. And the main thing is, the Lisbon Supergiants, 49 runs off just 2 overs. The first over going for 15 runs, the second one going for 29 runs. We also had 5 penalty runs in there for the ball hitting the helmet behind the keeper. So when all is said and done, the Lisbon Supergiants just need 28 runs in the remaining 48 deliveries. So at the moment, they're winning this out of canter, but Mamadul Khan, he's come in to the attack. Not quite find his radar either. That one was a bit of a filthy full toss, but he did manage to get away with that one, a dot ball. That's actually a nice delivery and almost an accidental run out of the non-striker's end. But it just flashed past the stumps. We see here on replay, I think Jiwangiri would have been in trouble had that hit the stumps directly. Have a look here. Oh, he does see it coming and then he realises it's missing the stumps through the legs of the umpire, and they do scamper through for the one. Omar Farouk then throws the ball in, misses again. It's all happening here. In the end, just a one. Another big appeal, but again, Mamadou Khan, left arm over the wicket. You're going to struggle to, speaking from personal experience, you're going to struggle to ever get anything unless you've bowled pretty much a low full toss or a Yorker that really hits the back foot right in front of the stumps. The umpire's never really going to rule in your favour if you're bowling left arm round, or left arm over or right arm around for those LBW decisions. Bit of normality has resumed with just 3 dots and a single coming off this Mamadou Khan over so far. Thanks for the conversation in the chat about the penalty runs. We don't have them too often here, as well, it's a half chance there, just dropped short and they should scamper through for one. You don't see it happen too often. I mean, there's an argument here that should the helmet ever really be on the pitch, the boundaries aren't enormous. We're not playing at the MCG, so you'd think someone, especially if you have a fielder behind the stumps, could just run that helmet on at the end of the over. I know that we are very tight on time here, but that 3-5-second sprint could save 5 penalty runs, and that's exactly what backfired here for the Team Tigers as we get to the end of finally a somewhat normal third over. That's the end of the power play. Just a handful of runs coming off that over. In fact, just the 2. So it's a really great over from Mamadou Khan, kind of showing Jibon Naidu and Azam Johnny, well, this is how you bowl a sensible over. After that Naidu over, the second one, well, it was kind of a magical supersonic one because there was those 5 penalty runs as well. So that'll be one for everyone to dissect after the game, but the main thing is that Lisbon Supergiants, they find themselves already on 51 runs at the end of the power play. So Omar Farouk comes in to the attack. And finally, some sanity has been restored to the proceedings. Team Tigers, after that wild ride, have settled down. It might be a little too late as far as they're concerned as well. That one's a full toss as well. There's someone out there. It's juggled once, twice, and then it's palmed away. And, well, it might even, I think we'll check the height anyway. It could be a no ball for height. As it was, Jibon Naidu certainly wouldn't have known that. As we take a look, it's probably just about all right. He, in fact, is, yeah, he's outside the crease. That one will be an extra, though. That'll be one wide into the book, so it would have been out had it been taken. We see here on replay, juggle 1, juggle 2, and then, yeah, throws it away in disgust. And, yeah, well, things really aren't going the way of the Tigers so far today. That one's high up in the air. It's going to be a chance. There's Mamadou Khan under it, and it's been dropped again. And not only has it been dropped, the salt, there's an absolute pile of salt that's been rubbing into the wounds because it's Suvo there. Shrivya Biswas, who is under it, he clearly heard Mamadul Khan absolutely steaming towards him. Khan could have almost taken the catch on the rebound. As it was, not only did he not take the catch, it then just rolled. And look, Suman, the man with the double O on his back, shows us what he thinks of that. And well, the next one ends up, I don't even know how much salt is in the sea, but there must be enough to rub it in the wounds of these Tigers, because they are well and truly wounded now, because that, after that dropped catch that went for 4, Banga then goes bang and hits one all the way for 6 over the dugouts. And well, it seems that both the first 2 games to date will be early finishes, because the Super Giants need just 14 runs now to take home, well, as long as they do it in the next 3.2 overs, take home all 4 points. There's another wide, and Jivan Giri was half tempted to try and run a single there, scamper through. He's clearly keen to get in on the action. But it will just be the wide. That is hit firmly into the offside, and I thought actually that Mohammedul Khan would run round and get that, but there's a bit of a slope on this pitch now, which means that anything that runs down that hill, as soon as it clears the outfield, you can see here, kind of skips and hops down that hill. Despite Mohammedul Khan's best efforts, he can't cut that one off, so it's another 4 into the book for Ashok Kumar. This one's up in the air, there's a chance again, and again it's been dropped, and well, the Tigers are really toothless here. They've had 3 or 4 regulation chances at Omar Farouk. I don't blame him for just taking his cap and turning around in disgust, because, well, that one really should have been taken. There's Amzad Hussain out there. Well, there's 3 of them out there who could have lined up to take it. In the end, none of them do. And, wow, another eventful over. Mamadul Khan, his 3rd over, remains the only piece of sanity in this insane game so far. It's the Lisbon Supergiants, 68 for no loss after 4. And you can see, well, they're not even anywhere near the line that is needed, because they're so far above it. Just 9 runs needed now. And you'd imagine the Supergiants don't even want to let this game go to halfway. They want to finish this off. Kumar Banga and Jiwan Giri both in the high 20s. They're racing each other, in fact almost identical scores there. So they don't want to stick around for too much longer. But they will have Mohammad Razil to compete with, as he has his ball in hand. Loving the chat with the laws coming out left, right and centre, because, well, I'm trying to catch up as we go, but of course, and this is where you need Vinny here, he would cite the law immediately. He'd complain about them being called laws instead of rules, but of course it hit the helmet and then went for a 4. And that one's not gone for a 4, that one's gone for a massive 6. And that's Kumar Banga going into the 30s. He goes to 35 off just 14 deliveries. The Lisbon Supergiants need just 2 runs for victory now. And this will be the 2nd time we have a 4-0 win in 2 games. And, well, is that going to be it? Oh, it's a good stop, actually, from Shrivya Biswas. And Kumar Banga is more than happy to just, more or less, take a little stroll to the non-striker's end. That could have been actually fumbled over. That would have been a symptomatic of the game for the Team Tigers, but as it is, scores are level. The Supergiants just 1 needed, and it's Jiwan Giri who will presumably do the honours. He's gone 29 off 14 so far. 3 balls left of this 5th. 2 balls left, sorry. Oh, wow. Well, there's a turn up for the books. I thought Jiwan Giri would, well, he should have taken a leaf out of the book of Friendship CC earlier, who just, when they needed a single, they just patted the ball. It was Raju Mir on that occasion who just patted the ball into the offside and got a run. This time, well, maybe Jiwan Giri saw his name up in lights, and, well, he's only going to see his name on the scorecard as bowled by Mohammad Razil. And with the scores level, the Lisbon Supergiants lose their first and, well, as far as they hope, their only wicket of this game. As you can see there, a big ugly hoik from Giri marks the end of his innings, but he's done exactly what needs to be done for his team, scoring 29 runs off 16 deliveries. Ashok Kumar Banga is still lurking at the other end. He's 36 unbeaten, but it's Surya Partap who comes in, needing just the 1 run. And well, he decides to maybe let Ashok Kumar do the honours, having already scored 36 of the 77 runs needed. He just pats that one back, so it will be the end of the 5th over. Lisbon Super Giants just needing the 1 run for victory. Vinny comes in the chat saying, yep, the ball is dead on hitting the helmet, so only 5 runs, not 9. And well, speaking of Vinny, he'll be taking you through the first half of this game between Friendship CC and Werewolves CC. And well, the Werewolves, they were finally tamed last night in that golden ball. They suffered their first defeat of the tournament. And they will want to go back to winning ways, but going to winning ways are in fact the Lisbon Super Giants, and it is Ashok Kumar Banga who rightfully hits the winning runs, and he hits it with a 4. That takes him to 40 off just 16 deliveries. And well, they needed a 1. They decided to do it in style, and the Lisbon Super Giants, they ease to victory against Team Tigers Portugal, who are, well, if they're Tigers, they're certainly caged at the moment, because that's 5 games in a row that they have lost. And it's a big 4 points to the Lisbon Super Giants, which keep them very much in contention for getting one of those top 4 berths to get them through to the finals day. And well, it was again a story of a quick run chase for the Super Giants. And it was only just the 1 wicket at the end that maybe even flattered the Team Tigers Portugal, but the damage was already done in those first 2 overs. The first over of Azim Johnny went for 15 runs, and then we had the absolutely wild second over from Jibon Naidu, where we had a no ball 5, we had a no ball 7, we had 2 6s, we had a 4, and we had 5 penalty runs off the helmet, which I'm sure Vinny, who will join you very shortly, will explain in full and engrossing detail. But here we see some of the highlights mostly from the bat of Ashok Kumar Banga and Jiwan Giri. Kumar Banga scored 3 4s and 4 6s on his way to 40 not out. And yeah, well, Team Tigers couldn't really get their paws in the right place for any of these catches. A lot of miscommunication in the field, and well, a lot of them just were spectators as the ball was flying all around them, and mostly over the boundary, as this one did, as Mohammed Khan there wasn't able to cut it off. And it just ended up being a procession in the end, didn't it, for the Lisbon Super Giants. They beat the Team Tigers Portugal by 9 wickets. It probably should have been 10, to be honest, but for that ugly swipe from Jiwan Giri, which at least gave Mohammed Rasul a solitary wicket, the only one that his side picked up, and it was Surya Partap who decided to play a little bit of test match on his 1 ball not out for 0, and that left Ashok Kumar Banga with the honours of getting the final runs to take his side to victory, and that's 3 wins in a row for the Lisbon Super Giants. And well, they'll be more than happy with what they have put in this morning. And they'll come back later in the day as well. It's Friendship CC against Werewolves coming up, and then the Lisbon Super Giants will be back in action against the Brothers 11 in that 4th game of the day. And well, the Team Tigers will be licking their wounds, but they will have time to come back as well. There will be in action in the final game of the day, but they'll be up against the Werewolves, who, well, they've been impressive so far in this tournament. So they will have a tough task to even keep themselves in contention of the top 4. So it's the Team Tigers here who suffered defeat at the hands of the Lisbon Super Giants, and well, it's ugly viewing if you're a Tigers fan, because Ashok Kumar Banga 40 not out of just 16 deliveries. It was 16 deliveries as well that Jiwan Giri needed for his 29. He fell victim right at the very end to Mohammed Rasul, who was the only one of the bowlers to pick up a wicket. And, well, in fact, he didn't bowl too badly at the end, just giving away 8 runs for his 1 over. Jibon Naidu, he had the calamitous second over with the penalty runs. His went for 29, so he just managed to stay magical, but supersonic. It was a team supersonic effort with those 5 penalty runs. So there you have it. Another quick game. Match 17 ends with another 4-0 victory for the chasing team. This time just 5.1 overs needed for the Lisbon Supergiants to put the Tigers to the sword, winning this game by 9 wickets. And, well, you'd hope this Lisbon Supergiants will take this momentum now. They will certainly hope to go 4 wins in a row in their next game. But before that, we have Friendship CC up against the Werewolves, who were tamed last night on that golden ball, but they'll want to come back roaring out of the traps. And because this game has finished quite quickly, we have another little extended break, which I'm very happy about, because I will go and have a bit of lunch. And it will be Vinny, Mr. Maximo himself, who will be taking you through that first innings. He'll be live in the ECN studio, so certainly tune in to hear Vinny on our airwaves once again, and I'll be joining you again for the second innings. I'm Tina Goff. I'll be having lunch now, and I'll be tuning in again in about 35 minutes time for match 18 of this European Cricket Series, Portugal. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. I've got to say, I'm absolutely loving that introduction. Thanks to our friends in Santarém. Doesn't it look absolutely amazing? And as most of you know, I have no problem with getting into food chat straight away, but I've got some work to do, and that's to call the first half of this match, Friendship CC versus Werewolves. I know we had the coin toss a little while ago. Jared Newton with the coin.
Tails is called. It's a head.
I'm gonna bowl first.
Friendship will bowl first.
Great work there, and Jared, yeah, good to see him in control, I think, for the first full day, just covering Stefan Gooch, who has the day off. You saw Friendship CC winning the toss and electing to bowl there, and Friendship have had a kind of mixed time of it so far. They've got a 2-3 record with one no result. They actually had their first game washed out. Mizu Rahman comes in. He's a very experienced player. He will do the keeping. For Friendship, watch out for Raju Mia, wasn't he? On fire earlier on as well, powering them to a real early finish earlier on today. For Werewolves, though, they've been flawless except for one little problem. Golden ball last night in a really dramatic one. They went down to Lisbon Super Giants, which really kind of threw the table into a bit of chaos. They've got Amrit Singh coming back in, and Hamza Farooq comes in for his first game of the series. And yeah, despite the Werewolves being well ahead on the table, you can see there's not too much between these two teams. I would have said before the series, Friendship would have been favourites, maybe 60-40, but considering how well Werewolves are playing, they are narrow favourites in this one. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Been lurking as all. I've had a few questions already thrown at me today. I'll get to them when I can. But Tina Goff doing a great job flying solo today. I hope Phil G's enjoying his day off. I bet he's having some of those culinary delights that we saw there in the introduction. Blue skies and sunshine. We love to see it. And that's what we've got at the moment after some less than ideal weather over the weekend to start the series. But yeah, we'll get into those questions in a moment. Hello to Wayne, who I see is in the chat. Look, Queensland, there's a bit of talk about the new stadium down there that will replace the Gabba from 2032. Of course, the Olympics will be in Brisbane. Also, hello to Dave B. Good to see you. Lithium in there. Lance watching from the Isle of Man. Barbary Corsair. Monty Luce, good to see you as well. And Monty Luce had a question, actually. Might as well get into it before we get started. Are the umpires volunteers or pros? I suppose somewhere in between. The umpires, they do get a a small payment per match for their time. I certainly wouldn't call them professional umpires. It begs the question, though, if you're paid anything, does that make you a professional? Much like I would say in a lot of competitions around the world, the umpires are paid for their time, but they will have other jobs. And that even goes for our umpires at Kartama, who are, obviously part of the European cricket crew. So are they professional umpires? I guess, but they're not professional in the sense that they're doing other professional cricket, or they're actually doing professional cricket, if you want to put it that way. Imtiaz Rana, he's leading the side today. God, we have seen captaining the team quite regularly over the last few years. Shake, rattle and roll. Werewolves batting first, being sent in. First one is up in the block hole. Good running there. They'll get to a single. Imtiaz just has to watch his back foot there. It's a little bit close to that sideline. Yeah, Monty Luce has got a good point, asking why would Friendship choose to bowl when their bats were so hot last game? Maybe because they were chasing. Remember that they set it up by restricting. And we have had a couple of really early finishes. Gives Tina a bit more of a breather. You always need it when you're flying solo. So for the Werewolves, they will be hoping to kind of just get things back. They would have been thrilled with going down that GB last night. That's picked up pretty nicely. Up and away. Tabishko's Maximo. 6 carreras. Excellent strike. Check the replay. So our friends at Two Circles doing a great job once again, allowing me to come in from the studio. We'll be travelling in a couple of days to Santarém for the Challenger Finals, and I'll also be there for the first day of the Premier Division. Just trying to catch up a little bit of time off after that big stint. Tabish will knock this away for a single as well. The other question, which I know everyone was keen to get my take on, I think I already put it in the chat, but about the ball hitting the helmet in the last game, the helmet behind the keeper. There's a specific law that deals with this. And yeah, basically, as soon as that ball touches the helmet, if it's on the field behind the keeper, not being worn, obviously, then the ball's automatically dead, and the result is 5 penalty runs to the batting side. So anything that happens after that is irrelevant. So even though that ball went to the boundary after it hit the helmet, obviously that's not relevant for any extra runs scored. But any runs crossed for physically before the ball struck the helmet will count and be added to the 5. And of course, if it's a wide or no ball, that 1-run penalty will also count, plus the 5. Bit of a flat batter this time. Fielder gets there, can't hold on to it. Wasn't an easy one by any means, but Haratwal gets a bit lucky. He has a life. Taking on the mid-on because it's up in the circle. But the line didn't really make that a very easy one. I think that's Zubairul Islam that put that down. As push to the offside will finish the over. End of 1. It's 11 for 1. If you do have any questions, now's a great time. Tina already did me the pleasure of sending me a picture of her lunch, and it looks absolutely amazing. They do such a great job. It's like a real home-cooked meal feel there in Portugal. Speaking of the Tour of Portugal, we're on it. And we started with the Challenger ECS. What do we think of Challenger? How great's it been so far? Premier will start this Saturday. Also 6 teams, exactly the same format as this one, which has been so great so far. T10 Internationals in ECR cricket over the weekend, 5th and 6th of April, before we have 3 days of men's and women's T20Is. Stay tuned. Tour of Portugal coming to you this March and April. Watching it right now. Yeah, it's the Challenger division has really been great, and it actually reminds me of how well it was received in the East well. Down leg side, this one once again will have to be re-bowled. Hello to everyone that is saying hello to me right now. I've been chilling out a little bit. I had a full day off yesterday. I don't want to go into it in great detail and bore you, but I had a real, what do you call it? Like a wellness day. Oh, it's pretty good keeping, actually, from Mizu. He puts his body on the line. Still gets away for one extra, but Habibul has to get it right here. Salim Habibul. Maybe like to see him come over the wicket. Wind certainly not as violent as it has been over the last few days, where we saw a lot of balls blowing to the left, kind of right to left on your screen from this angle. He listens to me, goes over the wicket. And maybe I'm not a coach, because this next one's an even worse result. It's whacked away. Maximo. And so basically the first ball goes for 9. Wide with an extra. And then a 6. Right in the hitting zone of Ram Haritwal, the Werewolf skipper. Despite that golden ball loss, don't think they'll be too worried about how they're going. Werewolves have been the real story. There's a fair bit of bat in this, I think. And get through for 1. As Miguel Stoneman does make that little indication to the scorers. One thing I've really liked about the Challenger and Premier Division as well is it's a huge, it's not even an edge. Is one thing I've liked about the two divisions is that some of the players from one division can umpire another. So you can see Miguel, we'll see him for Awaris in the Premier Division, but normally he wouldn't be able to umpire well, the rules state that you cannot umpire in a competition that you are playing in. So because they're technically separate series, it means that Miggy gets another opportunity umpiring, and he does a very, very good job. Just like his dad. Well, that's a bit wild. Perhaps you'll see this from side on. My feeling is that this is a no ball. Check it on the replay. Get a freeze on this one, maybe. Slightly out of his crease. Oh, go back 1. He's kind of bent, but he's not very tall. It's an interesting call. Great work by our crew at 2 circles. Personally, I would call that one, but I can understand it's kind of in the grey zone. Anyway, this one will get away. Another teaser for the fielder. So yeah, I was just saying yesterday I had a bit of a day off. Didn't have to cover any from the studio. Seeing Phil and Tina were both there. It's another one. It probably needs to be another look from side on, but yeah, I suppose he's out of his crease and they are kind of dipping. I don't know how much we got of that. Probably the same as the other one, wasn't it? So, Happy Ball getting out of jail a little bit with those couple. But yeah, he hasn't helped himself with his control in this over. Wayne saying, yeah, 2032, Brisbane, ECN crew holiday. Hey, by then we might be covering the cricket, the Olympics. Wayne, what do you think? Stadiums being upgraded is a bit of a theme in Australia last few years. And Perth got done. Hobart has an AFL stadium on the way. And Adelaide Oval's been redeveloped. It's been big redevelopments in most major cities over the past 20 years or so. End of the second over, it's 26 without loss. It gives us an opportunity to have a little sneak peek at the table. Just over the halfway point now is, as far as the group games, there's 30 of those. And you can see that it's a bit of a gap. If you look at net run rate as an indicator, there's a bit of a gap between the top 4 and the bottom 2. But if you look at points, bonus points have been quite crucial actually in shaping this table, because there's kind of that cluster, kind of 2 or 3 wins there, which is the border between in the 4 and out. So yeah, the importance of trying to grab every point you can. Another wide. This time it's from Rana, who's coming back. But yeah, you need to try and take a point in a game that you don't win, and then obviously do win if you can push and get all 4. It helps a lot. We've seen it be a bit of a factor here. Yeah, so now I'm basically relocated in Prague. It's a bit more central actually for the work I'm doing and having to go to all these different locations. Prague's been a pretty good base. And so yeah, I went to one of these places. It's like a big sauna complex. So I had to put my phone away. That's why I didn't get a chance to lurk until the very end of the day. Glad that I did tune in for the last innings of the day when I got back, though, because it did turn out to be Golden Ball 73. The Phil GGB, I should say, appeared, and the G team delivered on their first day. What is it with new commentators or pairings and creating Golden Balls? We saw Tina and Rico. We saw Georgie and Rico about a year ago in Barcelona as well. Yeah, it's been a great start to the year. 5 Golden Balls already. Picked up by Tabish, and he gets plenty of this. Maximo! That's a biggie over the tent as well as Rana goes for 6 runs there. Just picked up. Boom. Just an economy of movement there. But keeping it pretty simple. Tabish. It's had a pretty good week for the Werewolves. Rana going to get out of this over. Oh, it's very, very well bowled by Imtiaz Rana. It's a slower ball and he gets it just right. And Tabish knows he's been had. It's an excellent piece of bowling from the wily veteran, Imtiaz Rana. He loved it too. Just got boomed for a big 6, so he was brave enough to take the pace off here. And Tabish overswings and loses his pegs. It's 34 for 1. Check it out. His eyes lit up, didn't he? I think he does pick the slower ball. But then he still had to time the shot up and he couldn't. So Tabish will have to walk off for 16 off 8. So not a bad start. But it's only a start for the Werewolves as they lose their first 34 for 1. Excellent bowling. Yeah, bowlers of the world unite. Had to go into the bag of tricks. And this will bring Gaganpreet Singh to the crease for the Werewolves. Rana, 2 balls to go. Does he go to that one straight away? And he goes pace on. I got a feeling he'll try it again before the end of the over. Probably this ball, because you've set him up with a pace delivery. If I was batting, I'd be half expecting it, but also be a little bit shy, maybe about taking it on so early in the innings. Well, actually, this is the last ball that he's going to bowl. So I'd say if it worked for you once, you go for it again. Maybe you can catch Gaganpreet napping. It was a slower ball, maybe a slightly different type, but pretty good over there from Rana. Does get boomed once, but it only goes for 9 and picks up the big wicket of Tabish. And after the 3 over power play, Werewolves are 35 for 1. Yeah, so I went to one of these sauna complexes, and at the moment, it's kind of apparently there's either the European or the World Sauna Master Championships coming up. So they had all kinds of shows with lights and music, and all I can describe it as is like fast towel work, where they basically put things on the coals in the middle, and then it looked like someone that was tossing pizza dough. That's how I can describe it. There were people all over the world. Geez, it was a good one. It was pretty relaxing. I haven't had too much time to relax over the past few weeks, months, years, so it was probably sorely needed. Here's Mustafizur Rahman bowling over number 4. Just another thing on the umpires, and yeah, they are, I suppose, treated like professionals and given resources to be as professional as possible. And obviously they've got the mentorship of the tournament referee, so Stefan Gooch is there in Portugal as a resource. Oh, well, old boot fielding coming in handy there for Mustafiz. And the umpires actually, they get a lot of practice of making decisions. That's one thing. You can have all the training you like, but if you're umpiring a form of the game where not much happens, you're not honing your skills as quickly as this form. I don't think there was anything on this. Might be the one for the over. Let's wait for the umpire. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, bye called. Just over the top edge. Friendship is coming back into it here. Well, that's going to be gone. Excellent, excellent fielding. And that's that man again. It's Imtiaz Rana, Panther-like in the field. Guggenpreet took him on and doesn't live to tell the tale as far as this game goes. Had one stump to aim at there, Imtiaz Rana. Guggenpreet felt it was worth taking on, but yeah, it's a very, very good piece of fielding in the covers. Watch that. They just decide to go on contact. Picks it up. Throws kind of off balance. Bowler does well to get out the way. That's been one of the issues in this series. Sometimes bowlers getting in the way of the ball and the stumps. But a wonderful piece of fielding. And a difficult outfield. We know that. It's got a few bobbles in it. Check it out. One more time here. You see, he takes off straight away, but a perfect pickup and throw was always going to be trouble. And Imtiaz. Very, very important piece of work to run out the dangerous Guggenpreet Singh for just 2. Deepak Kumar comes to the crease, but he won't be facing this one. It'll be Haritwal. And he's gone as well. So, Friendship fighting back. After a start where not too much seemed to be going their way, it's Rahman goes straight through the Werewolf skipper. He's bowled for 12. And so we've had 3 wickets fall in the last 9 balls. 3 for 3 in the last 9. And Friendship, a real window of opportunity here. Just kind of took it on, trying to go across the line. It wasn't really going to be an easy shot if he misjudged the bounce. And adios, bateador, as it's the end of Haritwal 12. 37 for 3. Yes, they were cruising, weren't they? And everything's taking a bit of a turn. Still ball to go on this 4th over. And the importance of fielding. Got 2 brand new batters now. Neither's faced the ball so far. Well, I don't think he's on a hat trick because that's not how it works. Oh, he's bowled. Oh, well, another one. That's about as perfect as it gets as well. Oh, wow. That's Rajbir, who's going to be the next to go. It was a peach of a delivery, so it will be a team hat trick. And Werewolves 37 for 4. Check this one out. Doesn't do a lot. Just plays the wrong line. Doesn't really show the full face. Trying to angle the face. Look here. Opens the face. And now Mustafizur Rahman is on a genuine hat trick when he comes back to bowl again. Now you've probably got issues with 60-second clock and stuff like that. Wow. How quickly a game can change, hey? No time for chit-chat here. Trying to have a little bit of a civilised conversation with the viewers. And that's 4 wickets they've lost for 3 runs in an over and a half. Sabir Ahmed's going to bowl. Deepak Kumar has come out and he's watched 2 balls. Both have skiddled the stumps. Oh, that's pushed in the air. It would have been LBW if he'd missed it. You just have to work for 1. So remember that. Mustaf's on a hat trick. Guri. Kicks a bit low. Good keeping as well. Liked his work behind the stump so far, Mizur Rahman. He stays low there, stays really kind of flexible in his knees. Adjusted to that one shooting through. Let's have a look, see? Yeah. He already starts pretty close to the ground. Mizu. Fraction short this time. Swung away leg side. And a little bit of respite for the Werewolves fans who've fought behind in this game. That'll be 4 runs. Yeah, Lithium saying, yeah, Prague's about a 3-hour drive. Always awesome to escape for a long weekend. Where are you exactly, Lithium? Just let us know. Maybe we'll have to do a reciprocal visit. Montelus actually proposed to his now wife in Prague. That sounds like a nice place to do it. This is going to be more runs as it's cut away slightly uppishly, but away from the fielders. So it's a game of ebbs and flows, and the Werewolves now fighting back. Yeah, Salman just mentioning Mustafiz Rahman, also known as the Fizz. Yeah, we already got another Fizz with Mohamed Atif. The Fizz is on a hat trick, and he's just on right now. Oh, well, everyone knows love bucks, but I reckon he might have got this one wrong. Don't think that's outside the line. You know the old rules. Oh, well, you can get away with it. Anyway, Guri is going to hit this out to deep mid wicket, just a single. I wonder if they bring the Fizz back straight away. I feel like you got to. It's just so hot right now. Like Hansel in the Zoolander movie. Yeah, hunting the stumps. That's probably good with a bit of variable bounce in this pitch. So just a single, and that'll take us to the end of 5 overs. 48 for 4. Really interesting first 5 where the kind of momentum shifted. The pendulums shifted back and forth a couple of times. Hello to Phil G. Nice to see you in the chat. I know that Phil is having a well-deserved day off. What are you up to, Phil? Give us the latest. You might have had a lazy lie-in, in which case you deserved it. It wasn't a very easy weekend either. Phil was holding up the tent. He lost a computer. Sorry to remind you about it, Phil. But, he's done a great job, and he's happy to have Tina for company now. You'll have Tina and Phil over the next 2 days. I'll actually be there on Friday and Saturday to do a day with each of them. But, yeah, it's great to see the commentator stable expanding and having Phil doing more, having Tina doing more. Here's Ifti Islam. It's a full toss, which is knocked away. Kind of in the gap. Would have thought about 2 there, but well fielded. Keeps it to 1. I'm a little bit surprised I haven't gone back to the Fizz. Mustafiz Rahman. Considering he's on Hattie. Nice shot. Nice shot. Not a good ball there. And that one will be helped on its way. This is a lightning fast outfield. I've mentioned this a couple of times, but if you've been there, you'd know that all roads lead to down from the middle of the Santarém cricket ground. Yeah, Phil said he's been taking in the sights and sounds of Santarém. Foot fielding fail that time, and followed by a foot fielding success. Somehow they only get 1 there. Yeah, so Phil says that, he's been taking the sights and sounds of Santarém, but now time to park it and sample a brew or 2 in the sun. Well, you've certainly earned that, Phil. You were bold. We'll have a quick look at the table for no particular reason, but we'll see that's a single. But, yeah, interesting. Some people are talking about native players in Portugal. There are a few that we have seen. I know for Oeiras, Diego Mendoza is probably one that comes to mind. But, yeah, often, I suppose it often is sometimes in the seconds competition as well. We see them cutting their heels. Also depends what you define. And a lot of these players are certainly across Europe actually born in these countries, which means, okay, they might not ethnically be of that country, but I mean, this is 2025, let's not forget. That one will be a wide, rightly called. Yeah, Tabish on a hat-trick yesterday, you're right, Dave B. Never got to bowl again. I've seen one worse, though, in Malta. We had a bowler on a hat-trick after over 1. Never got to bowl again. And then was 12th man the next game. So I don't know what he did to the captain. That's up in the air. That's hit very well by Guri. Goes over the offside. Maximal. An over that was tracking quite nicely for Friendship. Werewolves not going quietly. End of the 6th over. It's 63 for 4. Yeah, and we actually saw that. Sazi Buyan was a bit of I think twice last year for the Czechia national team. He took the 10th over in games that were completely dead and buried, despite there being a bowler on a hat-trick that could have had it. He needs to be my master negotiator, I think, when my contract comes up. Anyway, Guri with a bit of a rearguard action. He's the leading scorer in this innings now with 20 off 8. Got Deepak Kumar at the other end. But, yeah, this is kind of a par kind of a score. I keep kind of coming back to kind of maybe 105. I know we've seen some very fast chases today. In close games, it seems to be around the kind of 95 to 110 zone. That's hit down the ground by Kumar. Nice shot. And a very good way to start the over. Maximal. Well, that was a hat-trick ball, actually, from the Fizz. And he gets hurt. It's a very confident-looking shot from Kumar. Yeah, a lot of love for the Challenger division as well. And Thomas, I bet you're looking forward to Madrid as well. I was going to nerd out. I said a boring answer about the helmet thing last game. I'll get into that. Probably a good time for it now. It's actually a slightly different part of the law. If you were to deliberately field the ball with your cap or some other way illegally versus the ball hitting the helmet, they're essentially the same in most ways, but there's one key difference, that if the ball hits the helmet behind the keeper, the ball isn't re-bowled. Whereas if you were to deliberately field the ball with your cap, then that's illegal fielding. It's a different, I think it's the same law, but different subsection. So if you were to deliberately field the ball with your cap, all the things I said with the ball hitting the helmet apply as well. So runs crossed for count, no ball or wide penalty counts. Oh, geez, that was belted. And fielder wasn't that far from it, but did not have a play on that. Maximal. Walking 677 now for the Werewolves. Great shot from Guru. He's come out and played a blinder, hasn't he? Just throws the hands at that and then admires it all the way. Just got over the rope, but yeah, fielder could do nothing about it. That slower ball this time, and once again it's going to go in the same part of the field. That time is going to be 4 runs. Cuatro más. Werewolves, despite these 4 wickets, still putting on the runs. You can see why they've been such a force in this series. Sitting second on the ladder. A win here would take them comfortably to the top of the ladder. My brothers, 11 Portugal, have the right to reply. I've got 1 game in hand. Another one. That's going to be hit out to the offside. Well, this is going to go the other side of the field and now. So, Curry just teasing that sweeper out there. And well watched. Right onto the bat. He's just completely in the zone right now, Guri. 34 off 11. Decisive innings of this innings so far. Probably overdoes it that time, but he's probably earned it. The Fizz doesn't have a happy over there. After he went for pretty much nothing in the first over, goes magical in his second. That was more of a wild swing. Well, should have stuck to the offside. It was working for him. So we get to the end of 7 overs. And yeah, quick look. I mentioned to Thomas that we'll be in Madrid in around about 2 weeks' time, and I'll be lucky enough to be part of that series. I've never been to Madrid, so I'm really looking forward to discovering it for the first time. Then I've actually got a little bit of a mini break, so I don't think you'll see me in Bologna, France or Malta, but I will be probably covering a bit from the studio, but I will be in Jersey, and I should be in for at least some of Malmo in Sweden as we return there for the first time in a little while. Should be there for some of Estonia as well. Start of a new over. Kumar gets a little bit of bat on this, and once again running away down the hill. He's done well to actually stop that. Again, we'll check it out on the replay, but I think that when he fields the ball in a way which I would advise anyone not to, because you can definitely snap your ankle if you try this. And I know because I've done it in a warm-up once. Oh, I hate watching this. Oh. But he's all right. And just gets back in before he picks it up as well. Do we need to go like basketball and have foot violations instead? Well, that's in the air, and it could be the end of the partnership. It won't. Oh, boy. Oh, Muhammad Al-Amin. He's no rookie either. This was a card-carrying certified goober, I think. Out in the replay. And it's Guru, who's on fire at the moment. But have a look there. Just kind of on the move. Needed to get there. Just settle under it. Guru gets dropped on 34. Still quarter of innings to go. Oh, well, guess what? Another one's going this direction. This time it'll get caught. So, all right, it's not Guri, but they do get something as Kumar will fall for 14. I mean, takes the catch, but yeah, dropped what he should have taken the ball before. And when it rains, it pours as far as the chances go. He straight away was in trouble. Maybe he felt confident after what he saw the ball before. But that will be the end of what was a really productive partnership for the fifth wicket. As Kumar walks off, it's 89 for 5. Yeah, Phil. He said he's having a great time and yeah, looking forward to sitting alongside me on Friday. And yeah, shout out to Tina, who's enjoying her lunch. Stay tuned for the lunch review. Ooh, just going down the leg side, but only just. I'd love to see this one again from straight on. Got a long way across, and that probably is missing. Or look how far he gets across though. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. Oh yeah. I mean, if there's doubt, it goes to the batter. But if he'd given it out, I don't think the batter would have had too much of a complaint. Anyway. What a great innings this is. Maybe we've got a tingle. Could it be a bit of a double Werewolves golden ball tingle? Who knows? End of the 8th over, 89 for 5. And a pretty good spell in the end from Sabir Ahmed. He's listed to open the batting. Oh, Phil G. Now we're talking food chat. He said he's picked up a couple of the Portuguese hot sauces for the next Hot Nugs event in Prague. Yeah, I did go to that. And let me just tell you, I love my spice, but this was next level. Yeah, he runs it with Danny Hudacek, another one of our ECN commentary team. I'll definitely be there if I'm in town, Phil. Let's just say it was a mind-bending experience. All right, here we go with Ruslan Habibul. He bowled one early, and now he's going to come back. The first ball is going to get hammered away. Guru, remember, he was dropped on 34 moments ago. First one of the 9th is whacked away. Maximal. So they've done well here, the Werewolves, and you don't see this too much in the Challenger division, and that's why I think Werewolves are a genuine contender in it. It's the middle order being able to come out and either keep the pace or raise the pace. Guru wants 2 here. And he will get it. The Fizz able to make the stop, but he won't be able to prevent the second run. Gets Guri back on strike. Yeah, Thomas is excited. Well, you can grade my Spanish, Thomas. I'm still a beginner, but obviously, yeah, most people know I've been trying to pick it up in my spare time. We're bowled by Habib. Gets that up. Good Yorker length. Yeah, Phil G, he's got a good point. Danny does make a mean pineapple-infused hot sauce. Yeah, very interesting mix of flavours in some of those sauces. That's full toss, and Guri unloads for 6 more. Maximo takes him to 49. Playing a good knock here, and Friendship will be wondering how this has gotten out of control because they just seem to be able to take wickets at key times, but they've still gone for over 100. And now Werewolves on for a probably let's say 120-ish kind of score, potentially. 115 to 120. Still 2 to come in the 9th. Oh, he turns this away. I think this is off the bat, so this should be 50. If he did get it, no, it's not. Well, I think Miguel, that square leg, was trying to indicate that he got a little bit of bat on that. Definitely got a little bit of that thigh pad as well. I think Buck's got the last call there. Guri, call it what you like. He's been in brilliant form. Well, I don't think you get a run there. It's going right next to the stumps. End of the over. Space for Guri. Gets the opportunity to bring up his 50 with a bit more style than the kind of cramped shot that we saw a couple of balls ago on the walk there. But certainly no run was possible. 104 for 5 after 9. 2 for 23 for Mustafizur Rahman. Wickets for Imtiaz Rana and Sabir Ahmed. So, yeah, it's been an interesting kind of innings. Werewolves certainly ahead. People asking what are the chances of Friendship chasing this? Well, we can't make it too much easier than putting the percentages on the screen. That's the best data that we can possibly pull together, thanks to our partners at Decimal Data. Anyway, Ifti comes back to bowl the 10th. And actually, they turned down the run here. It's got to be hard to do when you're on 49. But I think that Guri obviously just feels he's the man that has to take them as far as possible. Yeah, I feel sad for him now if he does get out. He really has earned this 50. That would have been the 50th run, but he's doing the team thing. Oh, well, this gets away from the keeper. And oh, it's a very good stop. They're going to come back for 2, and they're going to get there. They might want to look at this, but I think he's done very, very well. Like I said, everything's downhill to the rope. I think this will be 3 wides. Check it out. If it was called a wide, didn't quite catch the signal, but look at the way it bobbles away. That's what I like to see. People putting their body on the line. Yeah, so very good boundary stop. What it does mean is Guri's back on strike. Seems like he's been on 49 forever. Well, he gets it, and it will be a 50 for Guri, and that's the way to bring up a half century. Thrusts his bat into the sky, 55 off 21. Came in when the chips were looking a little bit down for the Werewolves, but he has growled his way to a fantastic 50. And just have a look at that, 39 runs out of the 55 on the offside, and that's where he's really done his damage. That's why he's been so hard for Friendship to deal with, but he does bring it up with a big 6 on the leg side. Excellent knock from Gurpreet Guri. You see how much it means to him as well. Werewolves coming of age here. Now he's going to get this not too well. We want 2 if he's not caught. Hangs in the air a long time. Goes to ground. Good running. They were always looking to get back for 2 as Rana came from the clouds. But it was an awkward position. You can't really blame the fielder here. He had to run a long way, kind of backhand to his right. Trying to find it in the sun at this time of the day. Guri does well. It's 2 for a ball that never leaves the infield. Oh, wow. Let's have a look at that one again. What's he tried here? He's really trying to pull out the party tricks. It's a full reverse that he's tried. Well, he's faced up left-handed. So it's not even reverse. He's just decided to bat left-handed now. Well, is he going to stick with that? That's just probably pushing the envelope too far. Look. Yeah, he waited very late. Oh, well, couldn't hit left-handed, couldn't hit right-handed. But anyway, I think that they're going to just stay with one here. This ball gets jogged back to the stumps. What an interesting 10 overs. It's going to finish at 115 for 5. Yeah, so really trying all the shots in the book, including some that you only see if you read the sealed section. Right. Well, Werewolves, I think they're happy with where they're at in this innings. Friendship, though, we saw them in pretty good batting form earlier today, one in particular. But the Werewolves, like I say, it's coming of age story. It's what this Challenger Division's all about. As they walk off with the score to defend, and Friendship will know there's a task ahead of them. But if they bat very well, there's every chance that they could pull off a big chase. We just haven't really seen too many of these size chases in this European cricket series to this point. Shake, rattle and roll. Let's have a look at the highlights then of this first innings. As Tabish, well, he was the early runner, wasn't he? Got away. Look, fielding not particularly easy on this field. We know that. But it's a learning curve for these teams. They all want to get to the next level in Portuguese cricket. Ram Haritwal, nice strike from him, the Werewolf skipper. I'll be happy with how his team's going so far. We did have a couple of these kind of borderline height ones. Nothing borderline about that from Tabish. Pumped it up and over the 10th. But they needed a change and they got one. Imtiaz Rana with a very well executed slower delivery to get Tabish pat the bat for his trouble. Why not? But this was the 3 for 3 in 9 balls period. And Rana once again with a very Panther-like bit of work in the covers. And then it was stump busting a clock, wasn't it, for the Fears? Not uno, but dos. It was actually a team hat trick there. As Rajbir tried to run that down to third. Got nothing on it. Over went the Castle. It was time for a bit of a foot fielding exhibition. The bowler did get the fielder on the boundary, but Deepak Kumar was there. But really got to say, it was Gurpreet Guri that made such a big difference. It was actually listed number 10 in this lineup. That's when he could have been gone in the 30s. Really should have been taken by Alamin. But very next ball, Alamin got another opportunity. At least broke the partnership. But there was no stopping Guri, really. Friendship, though, I like the way they play their cricket. They throw themselves around. A lot to admire about the approach, I think, of all these Challenger Division teams. That was the 50 for Guri. Kind of turned down a single on 49 to keep the strike. Turned out to be a gamble worth taking. We saw him get the strike back, only to then decide to try and bat left-handed for some reason. It didn't really work, but in the end, I think Werewolves, and despite the loss of those wickets along the way, I think they're very, very happy with where they're at in this game. As for the kind of Friendship batting, well, they'll have to do it under a bit more pressure, I think, this time, if they are to be able to pull off a win here. I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat. I've got to say that it's been great to cover for Tina. I'll be back a little bit later for the start of the last game to allow Tina to have a few cucumber sandwiches. But to Phil, to Wayne, to Dave B, Thomas Martinez as well. It's been great to have you with us. 115 for 5, the Werewolves. So requiring 116 will be Friendship CC in the... Got to say, Werewolves owe a big debt of gratitude to Gurpreet Guri, who came up with the half century. 57 off 24, his final. No one else was able to get more than the 16 from Tabish, who scored his runs very, very early. 14 extras in there, maybe a little bit on the high side, you could argue, but you can't argue with the efforts of Friendship in the field. We saw a very good run out executed by Imtiaz Rana, who also came to the table with 1 for 20, an important wicket just to get something going their way. We saw Rahman with wickets in consecutive balls straight after run out. So that was 3 wickets in 3 balls for the team. Sabir Ahmed also a pretty tidy 2, 1 for 16. And Nifty, they did pretty well, I thought, in that last over. As it will be, for me, around about 10 to 15 above par. But we will take a break. Big thanks to everyone once again. And Tina will be back from her lunch with the lunch review. be tuning in for that. Many sound here, Mr. Maximo from the ECN studio, handing you back to Tina Goff, one half of the G team. 116 the target for Friendship CC when we return for the second half of match 18 here live from Portugal. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome back to match 18 of this ECS Portugal Challenger Series 2025. And Stina Goff back here in the commentary cube after Vinny Sandhu took you through the first half of this match between the Friendship CC and Werewolves CC, and it was the Werewolves who howled out of the traps, putting on 115 in their innings. So, well, it's a big task for the Friendship CC. If they want to take home all 4 points, they will have to achieve this target in 7 overs or less. And, well, for the Werewolves, if they keep their friends at Friendship CC to under 80 runs, then they, as the fielding team, will take home all 4 points. And, well, so far today, we've had 2 4-0 wins for the chasing team, but I think, well, that will be a tough task here for Friendship CC. The Werewolves, well, they got off to a bit of a shaky start, didn't they? They were, what was it, 37 for 4 at the end of 4 overs, and it was the partnership between Kumar and Guri who really got them back into a respectable total. Their partnership was actually over 50 runs, and it was Gurpreet Guri who was the star of the show, coming in a bit down the order. He came in at 6, but still managed to put on 57 runs, unbeaten after just 24 balls, including 5 fours and 5 maximos, which got his team up to what we'd probably call an imposing total of 115. We've been saying all week anything above 100 is certainly defendable. Werewolves will be hoping that's the case. And it's Imtiaz Rana and Mizu Rahman who will open up for Friendship CC. Rajbir Singh has ball in hand for the Werewolves. And how good was it to have Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny, back in the commentary box from his undisclosed secret location in the ECN studio. Allowed me to have a few moments to myself and, more importantly, absolutely delicious lunch. I mean, I know I've gone early on food chat, but I'll have to have a word or two about this lunch that I just had. Will have to be re-bowled. It was a chicken, I'm thinking it's a chicken leg, peri-peri sauce, some honey mustard potatoes and homemade coleslaw. So we are more than well looked after here by our friends at the Santarem cricket ground, and I was able to have a seat and watch the action unfold as Vinny took you through it. So more than happy to be back in the boxes. Good there. I think it's Ram takes a little tumble. Hope he's not just had his lunch because he might see it come back up. Eventful. Well, kind of just stuck into the surface a bit and fielded there. Little tumble. I'm sure his mates will enjoy watching that back later this afternoon. Now the win predictor has the Werewolves ahead at almost 60%. It's probably not as high as actually I'd expect it to have been. Chasing 166 for victory, but Friendship CC, they've obviously come on the back of a comprehensive win against the Coimbra Knights this morning, where they scored 87 runs in just 3.4 overs, so maybe that's in the back of the win predictor's mainframe. They can go big if they want to, and in that game this morning it was Raju Mia who's out there now who did the damage, scoring 73 runs off just 20 deliveries, seeing his team home at a canter. Didn't lose a single wicket. Sabayurul Islam, who's not opening in this game, he was at the other end, but he was mostly just a spectator, scoring a runnable 4. That was all he needed to contribute in the carnage this morning, as this one has just pivoted away from Mizu Rahman, who is the opener with Rajumir in this game. And the left-handed opener just swings on that one, slightly overpitched. Low full toss, probably just about escapes it being a no ball. There is a fielder out there, but the speed of that shot just took it away, and that's the first 4 of the innings for Friendship CC. They'll need a few more of those with that strike rate up towards 12. Welcome back as well to everyone in the chat. I hope you were kind to Vinny, as kind as you have been to me all day so far, and it's great to have you here keeping me company on my solo flight. I saw Phil G in the chat as well. I'm looking forward to having him back alongside me tomorrow. I'm sure he's enjoying his day off. Phil, let us know what you've been doing on your day off. You did have grand plans, but I wouldn't have been surprised if I hear you've just been sitting by the pool all day, and that would be well deserved after the drama of the golden ball last night. Just a bit of quiet moment of contemplation is more than deserved for you, Phil. Congrats on that golden ball as we get to the end of the first over. Friendship CC 6 for no loss. There we have it, 2 matches since a golden ball. Just the 2 matches this morning, which were, to be fair, pretty one-sided. There was not even the beginnings of a tingle this morning, with both games being chased down pretty comprehensively by the chasing side. One won by 10 wickets, one by 9 wickets. So we're far off from a tingle, but there's still 2.5 matches to be played today, plus a whole packed schedule the rest of the week, culminating in finals day on Friday. Before that, we've still got 12 group stage games to bring you. So plenty of time for some moving and shaking in the standings. No one's been hit long, and there's no one out there at long on. And in fact, even if you were out there, he wouldn't have had a chance to stop that, as that goes all the way for a Maximo. And Raju Mia, he's picked up exactly where he left off this morning on the back of those 73 runs he scored. He's taken just 3 deliveries to find the rope. It's the first Maximo of the innings, taking Friendship to 12. This one is along the ground, but the result is pretty similar, and that's another 4 to the name of Raju Mia, and he's really one to watch, isn't he? The Werewolves would really dearly hope to see the back of him sooner rather than later. That was just a classy shot, just a swing of the hands. It was all about the speed through the hands. And you can see just bobbling along into those daisies. I know there were some fears that the pitch, having had a haircut last night, some of the daisies might be lost, but there's plenty out there gracing this Santarem cricket ground. As that one's pulled us away as well, and Mia, he's really gracing Santarem cricket ground today, as well. It's been his playground so far today, as he moves on to 17 off just 5 deliveries. That's 3 boundaries in a row, a little 4 sandwich, 6-4-6 for Raju Mia. And well, we said it was an imposing total that the Friendship CC had to try and chase, and they've started it exactly in the right way. Another attempted pivot, and this time, well, we're going back to a 4. We've gone 6-4, 6-4, and Raju Mia, he races into the 20s off just 6 deliveries, and that means today alone, Mia has scored 94 runs in just, well, 1 and a bit innings. I'd like to bring up that 100 as a personal milestone. More importantly, he'll want to guide this chase for his Friendship side. That stems the flow of boundaries. Akash Sood is bowling this second over. He did pick up 2 for 20 in game 9, which was the Werewolves' tight win against the Brothers by just that single run. But again, a front foot punch from Raju Mia, and maybe a punch is not doing it justice. That was more of a haymaker, as that goes flat and hard for another 6 runs. Take a look at this on replay. And yeah, he just spins and delivers. He knows straight away that that's gone to the boundary and then some, to the empty dugout that was occupied by the Werewolves. They have come out of their den, but well, they've been given a bit of a hiding in that over. Akash Sood goes for 26 runs. As we take a look at the standings, I saw there was a little chatter in the chat about the standings, and here they are. So the Werewolves, they just lost that 1 game last night, the Golden Ball. 73, which was the first time that they've actually suffered defeat this series. Meanwhile, Friendship CC, they've lost 3 games, they've won the 2, and they had their first game abandoned, so they'll definitely want to draw their wins level with their losses, especially trying to occupy one of those all-important top 4 slots. As Mohamed Tabish comes in for his first bowl of the day. Tabish is certainly a go-to player for the Werewolves, both with bat and ball. And he picked up 2 for 2, in fact, in game 12, which was the win against Coimbra Knights. That was where the Werewolves only put on 91 themselves, but defended it and then some, bowling the Coimbra Knights out for just a handful of runs. Less than 50 on the board for the Knights. Tabish has also contributed with the bat. He scored 66 in game 3, following up with a 53 in game 5. Well, he got 16 in the first innings, only took 8 balls to get there before he was bowled by Imtiaz Rana. It's been a good start from Tabish here, just the 2 singles of the first 2 balls of his first over, third over for Friendship CC. Mizur Rahman takes a few steps down the pitch, tried to get hold of all of that Grizzly, but just managed to hit it into the covers for 1. Probably not the worst result to get Raju Mia back on strike when he's looking so dangerous on every delivery at the moment. Of course, we have so many games still left. This is match 18 of 30 in the group stage, so things can change very quickly, especially if you pick up 4 points against one of your direct rivals, then you can find yourself climbing up that table or tumbling down it very quickly. There was a half-hearted appeal there. I think it might have come off a little bit of the hip of the batter here. Let's see if there's any bat involved in this one. Oh, it's difficult to tell in any case. The keeper doesn't take it cleanly. Deepak Kumar there behind the stumps. Let's have a look. Yeah, just off the hip of Raju Mia. I'm sure they would have gone up a bit more vociferously had it been taken behind the stumps. This is really good bowling actually from Mohamed Tabish, as they do just about scamper through for a 1. It was a nice bit of communication there from Mia and Rahman to set off straight away. He didn't really have much of a right to get a single there, but it's always difficult when you're in your follow-through as a bowler to then have to divert to pick up the ball. Tabish did well. Just the 4 singles off this over so far, 1 to come of the third, final ball of the power play. There's an appeal there. Well, it was a big appeal from the bowler, but pretty much from no one else. Even the keeper there, Kumar, was not entirely convinced, especially when it's the left-hander. Yeah, probably started on about leg stump and then probably tailed away even more. Good decision there from the umpire, and that takes us to the end of the third over. 36 for no loss, Friendship CC. Well, it's been a good start, and that's thanks to that magical over from Akash Sood in the second, where he was put to the sword by Raju Mia. He's currently there on 29 off just 11 deliveries, and you really think Mia has Friendship CC's run chase in the palm of his hands, and if he stays there, they have every chance of chasing down this total. But if his wicket falls, well, then it'll be down to the likes of Sabir Ahmed, Imtiaz Rana, the captain, to come in and try and guide this chase, but Mia is really the key man here. As Rajbir Singh comes in to bowl his second over. Again, we see this left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease. Mizuraman, well, he's just going along at the moment, 6 off 7. But that's all you need, really, if Mir is at the other end, going big guns as he is. And a few extras here or there will definitely help as well. And that one's just straight down the leg side from Rajbir Singh. He'll have to re-bowl that one. And that's exactly why I love seeing so many left-handers out there, because it just plays a bit with the mind of the bowler, and certainly with their lines and lengths. Of course, all these players are professionals, so any kind of marginal advantage you can get as a batter can really help, and being left-handed is one of nature's advantages. Spoken as a left-hander, and that one's just been hit out to Gurpreet Guri there, who does the fielding in the deep. He contributed enough with the bat, did Guri. But made sure that one didn't quite slip through his grasp. It was a bit of a, let's call it possibly lazy fielding there, as he almost overran it. Just managed to put out a palm, as if to say stop to the ball, and the ball duly obliged, just the one run there. This one goes straight to Guri, and well, it should have been a catch. He didn't really have to move a muscle, and just as we were singing his praises with what he did with the bat, he goes and fumbles a pretty regulation chance. And I'll tell you what, that one should have been taken. He almost gets it on the second bite of the cherry. Leans forward, tries to grasp it, almost a slow motion car crash, but head and hands moment for Guru, because you know what, that was Raju Mir, and they know how big a wicket that would have been. As it was though, single take, and that brings Mizuraman back on strike. That one is cut off on the boundary there, so just the one, but some poor fielding out there, and poor Gurpreet Guri. That's how quickly cricket can change, going from hero to zero, because well, he'd probably give a lot of those runs back just to take that catch, just to get the dangerous Raju Mir out of here. He lives to fight another day, and he's back on strike now, 31 off just 13 deliveries. But he should really be back in the shed with his feet up. Back of the hand slower ball there from Rajbir Singh. A nice bit of invention. Doesn't quite get the wicket, but it is just a 1, which every time Raju Mir is on strike, it's probably a win for the fielding side. This has been a tidy little over from Rajbir Singh so far. Alongside the 1 wide, just the 5 singles coming off it. That's after there was no boundary in the 3rd over either, so the carnage of, well, particularly over number 2 has settled down. 1 ball left of the 4th. Mizuraman just goes through for a single, so that is the end of the 4th. And look at that, almost 50-50 on the score predictor as Friendship CC move along to 43 for no loss. And yeah, we saw the graphic of the table just a moment ago and see how close things are in this Challenger division. As we see here, the worms going through, and obviously that golden line is where you want to be on the run rate. So things are really tight at the moment. And yeah, as I said, Raju Mir is really the key here. 73 still needed for Friendship CC in 36 balls. So that run rate it's over 12, which, well, anything above 120 has been almost unassailable in this Challenger division. But with some big hitters still out there, anything's possible. That one has been hit, I was going to say, almost into the hands of Gaganpreet Singh, but it goes over his head. They try and run through for 2, and that's an absolutely suicidal run. Oh dear, what have they done there? I mean, there's solace in the fact that it's actually Mizuraman who's been run out. He was the one that hit that shot. I'm not sure there who called through the second run, because there was never a run there in a month of Sundays. And well, as the throw came in, as we see here on the replay, there was certainly a 1. And maybe the fact that the ball was in the air for a while caused some confusion, but it was Akash Sood coming in with the throw, and maybe the forward momentum meant that he could just put in a really good throw. So well done to Akash Sood, and as you can see, Mizuraman's not even in the frame as the keeper Deepak Kumar throws down the stumps. And well, that's a really disappointing end actually to that innings from Mizu Rahman. He only went 10 off 11, which you'd say probably not the strike rate needed, but he was just being an anchor there for Raju Miah, doing the business at the other end. But Mizu Rahman does have to go. That's the first wicket to fall, 44 for 1. As Mohamed Al Amin comes to the crease. We've got another mix-up here and a direct hit, and he would have been struggling. And it's all happening here. Friendship CC, they need to reacquaint themselves with one another, because at the moment they're not even acquaintances, let alone friends. Look at this for a bit of miscommunication. I think Raju Miah was so keen to get himself back on strike, whereas Mohamed Al Amin, he said, give me a second, bro, I've only just arrived. But he doesn't have too much time to try and work out his strategy, and well, his strategy seems to be throwing the kitchen sink at it and then almost getting himself stumped. And we see this one, big old swing. I don't know quite how it missed the stubs, and then he just goes for a little wonder. Not sure if he realised he needs to take his dog for a walk or something, but he was almost walking off the pitch before realising, oh, there's still 3 balls left in this over. Should probably stick around. And, well, that one's picked out the field at under 45, and now there is an appeal, and I don't know what Mohamed Al Amin is doing here. He needs to realise that he needs to stay in the crease, and in fact he's almost half, I don't know if he's walking, he's remonstrating with the umpire. Look, he goes to go, comes back, grounds his bat, and then just pulls his bat out of the crease. And when do the bails get taken off? He's still walking. Oh. And then the ball comes in, and it looks like he's probably out. The bail pops off there, and he's just, Mohamed Al Amin is just adjusting his helmet, doing his hair, and he's out of his crease. I can't believe what we're seeing there. And I mean, there was a warning shot fired in the previous ball where Mohamed Al Amin went for a little wander, and well, he certainly didn't learn his lesson, because he repeats the trick on the next ball and contrives to get himself run out. Well, I assume probably stumped from absolutely nowhere. He has to depart, and this at the moment is a disastrous over for Friendship CC. It's bowled by Amritpal Singh. Started off with that wicket of Mizu Rahman, that run out, and let's take a look at this. So the ball gets hit pretty much straight to 45. The keeper has it, and then realises actually the bat has been dragged out by Al Amin, and a really good piece of work actually from Deepak Kumar, who realises that Al Amin's going to be out here, and he gives it the old kind of reverse chuck, takes down the bails, and Al Amin has to depart. Well, I hope you've all caught up with that, because that was a crazy sequence of events. Amritpal Singh, he's turning in a golden over here. And that one did, well, I think it's probably gone down as a run out, because of course it did go to the fielder. Al Amin wasn't really looking for a run. I don't know what he was doing. Meanwhile, we've got an injury here. I think it looks like that ball was hit straight to the 45 and maybe straight into the front of the shin. Let's take a look at this. Ooh, well, it was almost a catch. He kind of went into the long barrier. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, so it looks like he's hurt himself there, because he went for the long barrier, kind of went for the catch, and he dropped the ball. They ran through, I think, for one in the end, and, well, as a result, he's done himself a bit of mischief. I'm hoping it's just an impact injury from the ball hitting him rather than any kind of ligaments. But let's take a look at the standings. I know there was some chatter about just how tight this table is, and well, look at that. The Coimbatore Knights and Team Tigers, they really need to get some points on the board. And you imagine if Friendship CC, oh, it's a big if now, isn't it? If they pick up 3 points, then the Knights and Tigers almost be kind of cut adrift in 5th and 6th place. But that's looking a long way off now for Friendship CC. As we see this, it might just be hit on the kneecap. You can see him giving it a rub there, a bit of the odd magic spray. He is going to feel that, and I'm sure you'll feel that in the morning. We've got a werewolf with a damaged hind leg. I think he'll be all right. Impact injuries, they always hurt, but you'll be all right. Once the shock has worn off, it's more important that the knees or the ligaments stay in the right place. So after all that, it was the end of the over as well. So Friendship CC at the halfway stage, 45 for 2. The only shining light for them is Rajumir is still out there, and you think he holds the key still to this run chase. And it looks like it will be Gurpreet Guri, who, well, he's been in the game in all sorts of ways so far, scoring the runs in the first innings, a whole 57 of them, dropping a catch. Now he's in the action with the ball. Well, I was going to say well fielded. It was well fielded and a misfield at the same time, as that ball was hit hard into the covers. And it was Gaganpreet Singh who stopped the ball going to the boundary, but these werewolves are going to have no shins left if they carry on like this. I would recommend they use their hands if they can. Slow ball there from Gurpreet Guri, but not quite hitting the mark, so that will have to be re-bowled. So that run rate is creeping up and up. It's now heading towards 15, and that's really danger zone territory. To call it the point of no return, not quite been reached yet. So that one's up in the air, and if this is taken, that might be the end. And well, that is a great catch. It's Rajbir Singh, who just bowled earlier in the innings, and now he's been kind of sneaking about there at long off, and he does take a brilliant catch running around to his right side. And well, that is the third wicket down for Friendship CC, and is that the death knell for this innings as well? It's hit up high in the air, and it's the big wicket of Rajumir. He already got given a life, in fact, by Gurpreet Guri, who dropped that one on the long off boundary, and he's now the one who bowled the ball, and it was taken cleanly by his teammate. And that's the wicket they wanted. That's why they were cock-a-hoop with that celebration. It was Rajbir Singh that took the catch. In fact, it was a role reversal. It was Rajbir Singh who had Raju dropped earlier by the hand of Gurpreet Guri, and they've switched roles and they've said, yeah, this one's far better. Look at that for a celebration from Gurpreet Guri. He's already putting his hand up as one of the contenders for player of the game with that excellent half century. He scored 57 not out of 24 deliveries, and now he's picked up that wicket of the main man, Rajumir, who's now back in the shed. 32 runs off 16 deliveries. Out comes Zubayrul Islam to join Imtiaz Rana at the crease. This one's up in the air. It's going to be a great catch if this is taken. It's Rajbir Singh under it, and it is a great catch. And again, Gurpreet Guri, he goes for the double knee celebration. I think he was on his knees while that ball was still up in the air, praying to the cricket gods and to Rajbir Singh that he would take that catch. And Rajbir Singh, for the second time in 3 deliveries, duly obliges. That was a really steepling catch. Went up high, high in the air. Rajbir Singh had time to think about it, think about all the different ways he could drop this ball, and lucky for him and lucky for the werewolves, he held on to it. Great grab there. And that's sees the end of Zubayrul Islam, who only lasted 2 balls, didn't contribute to the score, and big trouble here for Friendship CC. That's their 4th wicket down, 47 for 4. 2 balls left of the 6th over, and that run rate now up at 16. This is where werewolves have showed quite a lot of strength in their game so far. Of course, we've spoken a lot about the golden ball. They lost last night, golden ball 73, but before that, 4 wins in a row for the werewolves, and they're threatening to register their 5th win here. But that's the one thing they will have to cut out if they want to go deep in this tournament. It's one thing getting into the top 4, getting into finals day, but that's only half the job. And they do bowl a few too many wides. 4 of them so far, and given that there's been less than 6 overs, that's probably too many. And, well, was deposited by Sabir Ahmed, who, well, that's the first legitimate ball he's faced. And where's he been our whole life? Because he's just smoked that over the long on boundary for a Maximo. Lovely swing of the bat there, and there is someone out there at long on. It's Ram Haritwell, the captain. You could only watch as that flew over his head. That's a good response from Gurpreet Guri. Probably a bit annoyed that his figures were somewhat ruined by that massive 6 from Ahmed. I'm sure Guri will still take that. Just a leg bye to finish his over, and that 6th over went for just 9 runs and those 2 massive wickets. Most importantly, Raju Mia sent back, and it was a double trouble between Guri and Rajbir Singh as they repeated the trick, sending Zabayorul Islam back as well, leaving Friendship CC in all sorts of bother here. 55 for 4, needing still 61 runs, so they're not even halfway there in the 24 remaining balls. They've got some big hitters. We know that Jahirul Islam and Murzalin Habibul can hit a long ball. It's whether they can sustain that to the end of the innings. Or is it just a case of rebuilding here for Friendship CC and making sure they at least get the 1 point, the bonus point up for grabs, so that they don't leave this game empty-handed? Looks like it'll be Mohammed Tabish with ball in hand to bowl the 7th. Sabir Ahmed back on strike after that big 6 he hit. The 5th ball of the previous over, and then they scampered through for a leg bite, so he'll be facing the first delivery from Mohammed Tabish in his 2nd over. And, well, that's a bit of an unlucky squeeze through there from Tabish's perspective. He only went for 4 runs in his 1st over. He bowled that 3rd over, which was a great kind of recovery from the Werewolves after the 2nd over from Akash Sood went for 26 runs. And that was when we thought, well, if Mia keeps on going like this, this chase could actually be on. But as soon as he fell, so too did the hopes of Friendship CC. But Amtiaz Rana is still out there. He's the captain of his Friendship CC side, so he'll want to try and put up a fight and at least get to that 81 mark, which will be the bonus point. 24 off that at the moment. This one's high up in the air, and it's got the legs and then some. That's gone flying over the long on boundary for a Maximo. And Sabir Ahmed, he's more or less dealing in 6s at the moment, and a few more of those, and well, the bonus point should certainly be in the bag for Friendship CC, and that's probably the consolation prize that they're after at the moment. We were talking yesterday, Phil and I, on commentary about kind of what do you do in this scenario tactics wise if probably the big 3 points are out of reach. Do you consolidate and just go for that bonus point, or do you still go hell for leather and go for all 3 or 4 points? Well, unless they get 53 runs in the next couple of balls, they certainly won't get all 4 points, but they need 15 runs and over to get the win at the end of 10. I'd say maybe if we were in the Premier Division or in the Internationals, that's a run rate that could still be achievable, but because we're in the Challenger Division, you don't quite have those big hitting batters throughout the batting lineup. And well, when you have bowling like that to face against a big appeal, actually, I'm not sure. I seem... Oh, that's a bit cheeky there from Mohammed Tabish, showing the review sign. Of course, we don't have a review system here, certainly not for caught behind. And well, it looked like maybe it was just a case of Sabir Ahmed hitting the ground with his bat. The umpire was certainly not convinced, and I don't think I am either. And a bit of a cheeky one there from Mohammed Tabish, showing the review sign, but he did have a smile on his face as he was doing it. And well, he probably won't have a smile on his face much longer, because after that failed appeal, he then gets hit long by Sabir Ahmed, who's again flexing his 6 hitting muscles. That's his 3rd 6 of his innings, taking him to 19 runs off just 7 deliveries. It's also the end of the 7th over. Friendship CC 69 for the loss of 4 wickets, and well, the action is non-stop here in Santarém. As we see the Lisbon Supergiants will face up against the Brothers 11 in just about half an hour's time. 1 change apiece for either side, with Rajesh, so good they named him twice, coming in for the Lisbon Supergiants, and Gurlal Singh coming back in for the Brothers 11. And well, it's a big game for both teams, isn't it? Brothers 11 want to consolidate their place near the top of the table, and Lisbon Supergiants, they want to make sure they sneak into that top 4. And this one, well, it might sneak over the boundary. It does by about a good 5-7 metres, and this time it's Imtiaz Rana getting in on the act. Amritpal Singh has come on to bowl his second over. His first over only went for just the 2 runs. And the first ball of his second over has gone for 3 times that already. There's 41 needed for Friendship CC. 16 balls, but you'd certainly think that the bonus point is there to be taken. Just the 6 needed for that. So even if they find themselves on the end of this defeat, Friendship CC can take home the consolation prize. Just crept down the wrong side of the wicket from the umpire's perspective. I have a question in the chat. Where's the Microlino? I promise the Microlino is being well looked after. Last seen in Khartoum, I'm so surprised it hasn't been hit yet with the amount of 4s and 6s raining down. Well, I suppose we had a lot of rain raining down in Khartoum recently, as this one is also going to go all the way. If Microlino was on the end of the boundary there, it would have taken one through the window. But yeah, had a lovely time with the Microlino in the Western Shield, interviewing Ross Taylor. I mean, neither of us are the smallest people in the world, and we did manage to fit in there, shoulder to shoulder, having a little joyride around the boundary. But I'm sure the Microlina, so the little small car, one of our mobility partners, will be seen back on the network very soon. It's just having a little rest after, well, 3 or 4 weeks of Microlino action during the ECL. But we do have the car for the whole year. We're going to make the most of it, I'm sure. Going to put enough miles on the tank to get the most out of that great deal we have with Microlino, our mobility partners. And well, the bonus point has been achieved, meanwhile, for Friendship CC, so they will take 1 point home at the very least. And well, if they want to take home the win, they'll need to hit 33 more runs. Not beyond the realms of possibility. And that's not going to go all the way. In fact, well, we're going to have to see this on replay. I think he slips over the rope, and that is a 6. You can tell, in fact, by the reaction of the fielder. It's unfortunate here as we see this on replay. It's a great take. Doesn't quite get all of it to Sabir Ahmed. It's a good take out there, but you can see he just disturbs the rope on the way down. Does Gurpreet Guri, and well, it's been a bit of a horror show for him in the field, hasn't it? And that brilliant half century he scored in the first innings will be a long and distant memory, especially if Friendship CC go on to win this game. Big if though. That's the end of the 8th, 89 for 4. So Friendship CC needing 27 runs in 12 balls. And look at that. Well, they were well under the rate for quite some time. Well, they were over it and then they were under it, and they've been kind of doing a bit of a limbo underneath it for the last 5 overs. But that magical over actually from Amritpal Singh went for 20. There was a 6 at the start, 6 in the middle, 6 at the end. So that costly slip from Gurpreet Guri. That means Friendship CC are still well in this game with both of these batters set, both of them going a pretty good strike rate as well. Imtiaz Rana, the captain, going at 200. Sabir Ahmed going at over 300. So don't go anywhere just yet, folks. Friendship CC will want to really put on the fireworks the last 2 overs here, as the helmet is called for the keeper Deepak Kumar, which tells you that we are going to see a bit of spin, or at least slower bowling in the form of Gaganpreet Singh. Glad to see the helmet is on the head rather than on the pitch, as we saw in the previous game with those 5 penalty runs scored. It should just be a 1. Well, they might go for a 2 here, actually, as well. The fielding out there was pretty pedestrian, but they do end up just settling for a 1. Which brings Sabir Ahmed on strike, and maybe that was what the captain, Imtaz Rama, wanted, because Sabir Ahmed is the one that's been hitting the big bombs, and well, that one just goes up in the air. It should be taken. Oh, and it's dropped. He had it in his hands for such a long time, did Gowinder Singh, that I thought that was almost taken. And then in the end, it just popped out, and well, the Werewolves are not doing themselves any favours here in defending this total. You can see it went up in the air for a long time. Sabir Ahmed almost gave up the ghost on this one, and it went in. You thought, oh, he had it, and then it just popped out off his shoulder. And that's been compounded by a wide the next ball, so things are going a bit wrong here for the Werewolves. Even if they do manage to scrape over the line, it hasn't exactly been a convincing performance from them in the field. As this one also goes up in the air, it's another chance for a catch, and this one is taken. It's Ram Haritwal, the captain, who says, enough of this nonsense, I'm going to show you how it's done. He still gives his hand a little rub, but the main thing for his side is that he takes the catch cleanly, which is something they haven't been able to do too often in this innings. Running in from the rope, the Ram does it for the Werewolves, and that is the 5th wicket down for Friendship CC. It's Imtiaz Rana, the captain, who has to depart. He scores 17 runs off 10 deliveries, 2 big sixes in that innings as well, but maybe that's just, again, the final straw for Friendship CC. 24 runs needed now in 9 balls as Murzalin Habibul comes in to face. And that's well bowled by Gaganpreet Singh, just giving Habibul no width at all on offer, squaring him up. And well, now we're looking at possibly a magical final over needed. There's still 2 balls left in this 9th. And it's not cleanly taken by the keeper, Deepak Kumar, otherwise that could have been another stumping, but kind of died a death did that ball, as we see here on the replay. Yeah, stayed pretty low, and that kind of saved Murzalin Habibul. And they'll take the dot ball. And this one won't be a dot ball, in fact it will be a 4, as is eagerly signalled by Gurpreet Guri. He wanted to leave the umpires in absolutely no doubt that that was a 4 and not a 6. Thank you very much, as we have a look at this on replay. Let's see if we agree with Gurpreet Guri. Oh, hello, I'm pretty sure that's a 6. If we see that again, that hits the rope flush. And well, yeah, you can see the bounce of the rope. That's 6 all day long. Sorry, Gurpreet. You might have been 2 meters away, but I can see that from here, and I'm about 200 meters away. So that should be signalled 6 on field. I hope it is, because that certainly did fire off the rope, and it has been given a 6. Sanity prevails. So, well, that does make things interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We see, yeah, 100%, that is a 6. 18 runs needed off the final over for Friendship CC, and this has been quite an impressive run chase so far. We haven't seen too many run chases actually go up into the hundreds, and it's mostly down to Sabir Ahmed, who scored 26 off 9 deliveries, but that was a great hit there from Murzalin Habibul. It was basically a free hit off the final ball of the 9th. He knew that Sabir Ahmed had to be on strike for the final over, and he wanted to give him as few runs as possible to chase, and well, he did his job, did Habibul. It's now over to Sabir Ahmed. 18 runs needed in the final over. That's just 3 sixes, if my maths is correct. Strap in, folks. Gurpreet Guri will be the one to bowl. Well, he starts off with a dot, and despite pleading with the umpires that the final ball of the previous over was a 4 and not a 6, he now gets the chance to affect the game in a more straightforward way with the ball. That one's gone all the way, and yeah, it's a bit of a poor delivery there from Gurpreet Guri, and Sabir Ahmed just leans into it, hits it all the way for 6. Have a look at this, he just waits for it, he's not going anywhere, a tiny step backwards, he's just rocking back, waiting for that slightly shorter delivery. Gurpreet Guri, duly obliged, all the way for 6. 12 runs needed now in 4 deliveries. Can they do it, Friendship CC, to pick up their 3rd win of this tournament? That's high up in the air. Is it going to go all the way for 6? Well, it's a good attempt there from Mohamed Tabish to stop the boundary, but it has gone not for 6 but for 4. 1 bounce 4, and hugs all round between Habibul and Ahmed, because they are getting their team ever closer to a really, really impressive run chase. 115 was the total, and well, now they're 8 runs away. Just 3 balls left though, so I did an anti-commentator's curse earlier. I was saying there was not much of a tingle going on here, but I feel a bit of a tingle now. Even in Phil G's absence, I mean, I'd be a bit greedy to have 2 golden balls in 2 days, wouldn't I? Lightning does sometimes strike twice. 3 balls to go. And that's a signalled 1 for the over. I think Friendship CC were dearly hoping that that would be signalled at the wide. As we get confirmation that that was given just as 1 for the over. Let's have a look at this. It definitely did take off a bit after it pitched. This one's gone up in the air. We're back to live. A chance with Ranveer Singh under it, and he takes it. And that's the 3rd catch of the innings for Singh, and well, that is probably, and I don't want to jinx myself, maybe I just won't say anything, that would be the end of the chase for Friendship CC, with that catch needing now 8 runs on the final delivery. And what a pressure catch that was from Rajbir Singh. Went under the blue sky, and well, it was up there for a long, long time, and came down with a bit of Portugal snow on top. But the main thing for the Werewolves was that Rajbir Singh took the clean catch, and that marks the end of Sabir Ahmed. And well, he did everything he possibly could to get his side over the line. 36 runs scored off just 14 deliveries, including 5 sixes. It was just 1 big hit too many, and now the final ball coming up. Friendship CC need a miracle, and they don't get it. Werewolf CC is celebrating. They better get the ball in first before any premature celebrations, but the ball has been thrown in, so that is the end of the game. Friendship CC fall agonisingly short of what would have been a really impressive run chase. 116 runs needed, and they managed just 109 in reply. So unlucky for Friendship CC. They do take home the 1 bonus point by getting to that 70% mark. 81 was needed, so they went well above that. But having got in such a commanding position at the well, even in the middle of that final over, Friendship will be slightly disappointed that they more or less set the groundwork, did all the hard work, and then just faltered towards the end. The final 3 balls, well, it's hard under pressure, but they went for a dot, a wicket, that great pressure grab from Rajbir Singh, and then just, well, the single off the final ball when the game had pretty much already been settled, barring some kind of minor miracle. So, well, before we dissect that game, let's have a quick look at what's coming up in just about less than 20 minutes' time. It's the Lisbon Supergiants taking on the Brothers 11. And, well, we can't say that every game is a big game here, but it is kind of true, because the Lisbon Supergiants, they want to get that positive ratio up. They want to get their 4th win. Meanwhile, Brothers Portugal, they want to make sure that they stay near the top of the table. That would be their 5th win of this Challenger Series. As we take a look at the rough and tumble of this game, and well, it looked like for all the world that Raju Mir would repeat his heroics from earlier in the day when he scored 73. This time he managed 32 off just 16 deliveries, including 3 huge 6s, 2 4s. And while he was there, well, the chase looked on for Friendship CC. He put on a partnership of 44 with Mizu Rahman, which was also thanks to a few bits of sloppy fielding, but then it was sloppy communication out in the middle as Mizu Rahman inexplicably kind of went for the second run that was never really on. A great throw in by Akash Sood. Deepak Kumar did the rest. That was the end of Rahman, and then we had one of the strangest run outs you'll ever see. with Mohamed Al Amin, he clearly had something else in his diary because he didn't want to stick around. He was run out without troubling the scorers. That brought captain Imtiaz Rana to the crease, and we had a kneecap possibly put out of joint, but he lives to fight another day. And well, Raju Mia, his end was signed by Rajbir Singh. That was the first of his 3 catches for the innings. And you could see how big a wicket that was. The celebration from Gurpreet Guri, who backed up his half century with a wicket or 3. And another one there for Rajbir Singh as Zabir Islam went without troubling the scorers. And then, well, the wickets just kept on tumbling, and Gurpreet Guri with his now trademark celebration, Rajbir Singh with his trademark solid hands were doing the business for the Werewolves. And well, it was up to Sabir Ahmed then to come in late in the piece. He came in at number 7 and managed to put on 36 on just 14 deliveries to give his Friendship side a sniff of chasing down this big total. And it was Mirzalan Habibul. He hit one big strike down the pitch, but he was then unfortunately caught, and that was, talking about unfortunate, was a slip that really kept the door open for Friendship CC. And the Werewolves, they'll certainly have to get their paws in the right place in the coming games if they want to make sure that these big totals that they are able to put on the board are enough for the win. It was enough for the win on this occasion, despite Gurpreet Guri there trying to deceive us all. We're pretty sure that was at 6, Gurpreet, and the scorers obliged. And well, he still had the last laugh, didn't he, Gurpreet, finishing on figures of 3 for 20, giving us his trademark celebration as well. And when all is said and done, then the Werewolves beat Friendship CC by 6 runs, and it's another one of those which it looked like it was not going to be close, then it almost went to the final ball, and then, well, with that wicket on the penultimate ball of the 10th over, it made the final ball almost academic. So it's the Werewolves that take home the 3 points. Friendship CC will take home the 1 consolation prize point by getting at least close in that run chase. And well, Werewolves, they will be sticking around. That's the end of the day for Friendship CC. Of course, they had the early game this morning. Meanwhile, Werewolves will be featuring later today in the final game of the day, which we should probably call it the Golden Ball game now, against Team Tigers Portugal, as we take a look at the scorecard. And well, while Raju Mir was out there, we thought they might have had a chance with his 32 off 16, but it was a story of 2 pretty bizarre runouts, wasn't it? The opening partnership, which looked solid, looked like it could be promising for Friendship CC, was broken by a bit of a brainless run out by the wicketkeeper there, giving his wicketkeeper counterpart an easy stumping. And meanwhile, the bowling, well, Mohamed Tabish, he is a cool customer and he remains one of the consistent performers for the Werewolves. And Gurpreet Guri, I think he probably takes home the Player of the Match trophy with his unbeaten half century and 3 wickets. So, taking a look at the match summary, you can't keep Gurpreet Guri's name out of that. A bit of cheeky fielding from him towards the end, but he'll be remembered most for his 57 off just 24 deliveries, which really set up the Werewolves in their run, in setting their runs, and then they came back with 3 wickets as well. So Gurpreet Guri, well done to you. Well done to the Werewolves for picking up that all-important win. Well, you don't have to wait too long, ladies and gentlemen, for the next match. In just over 12 minutes' time, we've got match 19, which sees the Lisbon Supergiants take on Brothers 11 Portugal. And as you can see, LSG won the toss, decided to bat. So you've got about 10 minutes. Get yourself a drink of choice. I'd recommend iced tea because that's what I'm having. And join me, Tina Goff, in about 10 minutes' time for match 19 of this European Cricket Series Portugal. See you in a minute.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
I don't know about you guys, but that video just makes me want to go to Santarém and eat all the food. I've done half of that. I'm in Santarém here for the ECS Portugal Challenger Division 2025. We're into match 19, and there you've just had a flavour of what Portugal has to offer. And, well, we're giving you a flavour here of some quality cricket and some quality entertainment as we go into the fourth match of the day. It's match 19 in this Challenger series of 30 before we head in to the finals day, and it sees the Lisbon Super Giants face up against the Brothers 11. And, well, the Super Giants, they're on a bit of a hot streak, aren't they? They lost their first 3 games but came roaring back in the next 3, winning all 3, most recently this morning in that mighty impressive win against the Team Tigers Portugal. They demolished the Tigers, in all honesty, winning by 9 wickets. But before we go in to this game, let's quickly go to the coin toss to see what's going to happen in this game.
Brothers is called. Tails is called. It is a head.
We'll do bat.
Super Giants are going to bat first.
So there you have it. The Super Giants, well, they will want to continue on their super streak, and they've decided to have a bat first, and they're going to try and make it 4 wins in 4. They've brought in the man so good they've named him twice, Rajesh. He'll come in, and I'm sure we'll see him at some point with the bat. As for Brothers 11, this is the first time we'll have seen them today, and it's Gurlal Singh who comes back in to their lineup. They've got the big hitting Pardeep Nanglu at the top of the order, but before he has a chance with the bat, he'll have his gloves on behind the stumps as the Brothers 11 take to the field. And we see the win predictor pretty much even Stevens heading into this game. The Brothers, well, probably because they've won 4 of their 5 games so far, they go in slight favourites. The one loss they suffered was against the Werewolves, who are kind of their top of the table counterparts at the moment. That was just a loss by 1 run back in game 9, but since then they triumphed twice yesterday in their doubleheader, beating Team Tigers Portugal by big 42 runs and then beating Friendship CC by 6 runs. And, well, they'll also have a bit of a psychological advantage over the Super Giants, having beaten them in game 4 by 39 runs. They'll like to repeat that trick, as Verinder Singh, well, he pretends to bowl. Gives us a little moment to gather ourselves. You can see it's a beautiful day here in Santarem. The sun is shining. There's just a few clouds in the sky. It was a picture perfect blue sky earlier today, but a few clouds sweeping in, but far from the stormy weather we had here at the weekend, which I managed to avoid. But there's been some tales about how brutal that storm was. I know Phil G, who's listening in the chat, his laptop didn't live to tell the tale. But I'm happy to report that it's blue skies, hopefully wall to wall for the whole week as well. We've got a bit of chaos here. I don't quite know what's going on. It was an overthrow, seemingly from nowhere. And, well, it seemed like Jiwan Giri, who's at the non-strikers end, he was alert to the fact that there could have been a run there. You can see it was just absolutely nothing doing. Verinder Singh, for some reason, decides to lob the ball in the direction of his keeper, Pardeep Nanglu, who really wasn't paying attention. And then someone else who wasn't paying attention was Ashok Kumar Banga, the striker. He just took a look around and saw the image of Jiwan Giri steaming towards him. He had to send his fellow brother back. All that for a dot ball. That one will be a wide from Verinder Singh. A warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat. It's lovely to have had you with me, accompanying me through this day. I know you had a little taste of Mr. Maximo on comms in the previous game, and he'll be back in the final game as well. We don't want to go too long in our lives without hearing Vinny, so he'll be back at the first half of the next game, but still a lot of cricket to be played between now and then as the Super Giants scamper through for a single. Lots a bit of love in the chat for the Santarem tourist video, and I mean, I have to look away sometimes. It's still one game away from food chat, but doesn't that just make your mouth water? And well, that's quite a mouth-watering shot in itself, and it's taken in the chest there. Good fielding in the deep by Gurlal Singh. He just wore that one. He comes back into the lineup and immediately gets reacquainted with the Grizzly. Straight into the arm. But he gets his body right behind it, which is something that's actually been lacking from some of the fielding throughout the week. Just get everything behind it, and then, well, worst you're going to have is a bit of a bruise. It's not as bad as having a bruised ego, seeing that ball roll helplessly through your legs. Croom in the chat saying, trying to think what they can do for a similar video for Hornchurch. Oh, like a slow motion panning shot of a burger van or some jelly deals. I mean, it's more or less the East End of London. So I'm sure they can think of something similar. You know, some pints flowing in slow motion. That's a challenge for the, I don't know if I assume Hornchurch might not have a tourist board. But maybe our friends at Hornchurch CC, they can put together a little homemade food video. I'd love to see that. I'll be there in Hornchurch in it's just a few weeks' time now. As that one has been pummeled away to the boundary by Ashok Kumar Banga. And has a flourish to finish the end of the first over. A flourish of the bat as well. It does go all the way for a Maximo. So, well, Verinder Singh almost escaped from that over unscathed, but 9 from it in the end. As we look at what we've got coming up, I just mentioned Hornchurch later in the year, but we've still got plenty of cricket to play here on our tour of Portugal. The Challenger Series will culminate in the final on Friday. Rumours have it that Mr. Maximo might grace us with his presence, and then we go into the Premier Division, which will be the exact same format. 6 teams in a round robin, 30 games with a finals day at the end, and then we go a bit international with both the men's and women's sides of Portugal and Norway doing battle. And I'll be here with you until the end. I won't say bitter end because it's more sweet than bitter, and I'm really looking forward to being on your airwaves for the next 2 weeks for some action here in Portugal, and a bit of action here at the start of the second over, which has been bowled by Harsh Kumar. 4 signalled on the field, and I think that one did just drop short of the boundary. It's Jiwan Giri on strike. Harsh Kumar, well, he had a very successful game 11, both with bat and ball. 21 runs coming off 19 deliveries, but then 3 for 8 with the ball in that big win against Coimbatore Knights. As this one's up in the air, it should be another wicket for Harsh Kumar, and is. That's the end of Jiwan Giri. He burns brightly, but not very long, as it's just the one boundary to his name before he falls for just 5 runs. And Harsh Kumar, what a streak he's on after picking up those 3 wickets in game 11. He picks up another early scalp here, leaving the Lisbon Super Giants with their first wicket down safely taken there. There's about 5 fielders who probably could have taken that one. They've left it to the man in the floppy hat. Well, it's quite sunny out here, so maybe he was the best place to take that. It was Amarjeet Singh who took the catch. I mean, the keeper could have probably crawled across to take it as well. But Pardeep Nanglu, he'll probably have enough to do with the bat later. He's decided to leave that one to his brother's 11 colleague, Amarjeet Singh, which brings Surya Partap to the crease. That one's hit firmly away, but there is a sweeper out there in the covers. Of course, we're still in the power play, so for the first 3 overs, 2 fielders are allowed outside of the circle, and the brothers have gone for 1 on either far side. 1 out on the covers, 1 roaming around there at deep mid-wicket. And well, there's no one there, and that's a mid-off, a bit of a puff of smoke there as the ball was hit firmly over the head of the fielder there, and just a 1 bounce for. Bit of a jump there from Harsh Kumar. He kind of knows he was a bit too short, a bit too wide, and Ashok Kumar Banga leaned into that one, saying thank you very much. And well, he already impressed us this morning, didn't he, in game 17? Ashok Kumar scoring 40 runs off just 16 deliveries in that absolute demolition of the Knights, as this one is going to creep away as well. There was a half-hearted appeal there from the bowler, but it's 4 signalled on the field, so that must have been that was all bat, and well, it was just as well for Ashok Kumar, because I think had he not got a bit of wood on that would have been plumb in front, but that's a big if. He did manage to find the bat, so that's 4 runs to his name, back-to-back 4s. There's already been 3 boundaries and that wicket in this over. 1 ball to come of the second. This one's up in the air. It should be I thought it was going to be an easy catch there for Mandeep Singh, but the ball just tailed away from him. They do run through for 2. It's a bit deceptive out here on this outfield because there is a bit of a slope. The strip, the AstroTurf kind of sits on the crest of a hill, which means when that ball is hit into the outfield, it kind of always tails away from the fielder, and that's exactly what happened to Mandeep Singh there. So a bit of a lucky escape there for the Lisbon Super Giants. They still do lose a wicket in that over, 24 for 1 off 2, as we take a look at the standings, and this is a bit of a battle in the midfield. Well, the Werewolves, they've had 1 game more than the brothers, so if the brothers win with 3 points here, they'll go top of the table. 4 points is obviously what they'd dearly love to take from this game. Meanwhile, Lisbon Super Giants, they want to still be up there with the rest of the Giants in the top 3, making sure that they get to finals day. And shots like that will certainly help them on their quest. That's a 4 to the name of Surya Partap, opening up the 3rd over, which will be bowled by Verinder Singh, coming back for his 2nd and final. You can see just on those standings, and I encourage you to just go on the website as well and take a longer look at those standings. Of course, the action is so quick here, we can only show you snippets of it, but it's so tight and my brain starts to scramble, not just because I've been talking to myself for about 8 hours, thinking of all the permutations of who could finish where and who's playing when, and we'll just see what comes out in the wash after game 30. There's still a long way to go, still 2 full days of group stage action before we head to finals day on Friday. Some talk in the chat as well about people trying to make it to various events. It would be amazing to meet some of you in person. I'll be there in Hornchurch. But let me know, anyone else going to any of the tournaments across Europe? We'll show the calendar at some point just how many different locations we're hitting. I think I'm going to run out of pages in my passport. Luckily enough, I've got an EU passport, so don't actually need to get it stamped. But if I did, I think I'd be on about page 27 by now. And yeah, we've got a great calendar coming up, so do let me know if anyone is trying to get down to those events. We can even get you in the commentary box, as that one goes high up in the air. Two fielders converging under it, and well, it's Parminderjeet who takes the catch. And well, he seemed less concerned about the catch and more concerned about the flying form of Mandeep Singh coming hurtling towards him. He thought maybe, well, it must have been the sound of a herd of elephants coming flying towards him. Look at that. We can only see the back of Parminderjeet there, but you can feel that death stare, can't you? And well, it's a bit of love shown to the camera as well from Virender Singh, giving us his trademark celebration, and his smile lights up the Santarem cricket ground as well, as that's wicket number 2 for the brothers, leaving the Lisbon Super Giants 29 for 2. Look at that. Absolute frozen, and then a little salute, a little heart. There we go. Off you go, he says as well to Ashok Kumar Banga, who didn't quite repeat his heroics of this morning's game. 17 he scored off 10 balls, including 1 6 and 2 4s. He has to depart, so that's both openers for the Giants back in the shed, and Amandeep Singh has come out to join Surya Partap. It's been hit firmly down the ground, but a half stop there by Mandeep Singh. He's probably still sheepishly avoiding the gaze of Parminderjeet. Jeet is quite a hulking figure, and I would not want to be on the end of one of his death stares. But all's well that ends well for the brothers. They still showing themselves some brotherly love as we get to the end of the power play. Lisbon Super Giants 30 for 2 off it. As we take a look at the skyscrapers. Well, that second over showed some promise, 15 coming off it, but the other 2 overs only went for 15 combined. And well, if my maths serves me well, Lisbon Super Giants on for pretty much 100. The expected score has them at 104, obviously allowing for possibly a little acceleration towards the end of the innings. So Harsh Kumar comes on to bowl his second. Thomas Martinez in the chat saying Madrid is a lock for him. I think I'm definitely not on that one, but I know we'll have probably Vinny over there and Rico in Madrid, so you'll have the old dogs in the commentary box. But I'm sure you can still teach them a new trick or two. As this one's up in the air, but it won't reach Parminderjeet down there at long on. Julian Dawson, look forward to seeing you at Hornchurch. I'll be there for the duration as well. So, I mean, 2 weeks in Portugal, 2 weeks in Hornchurch. It's more or less the same thing, isn't it? I'm sure we'll have this beautiful weather in the south of England in June. It never rains in England, does it? Well, there's 2 fielders converging there to try and cut this one off. And it will be Virender Singh who puts in the long yards. Parminderjeet was on his way there as well, but Singh is the one that does the fielding. It's a nice long haul chase there. The floppy goes flying. But it's a good throw in to Pardeep Nanglu behind the stumps. They still do run through for 2. In fact, 1 short signalled on that one, so there's nothing short about that shot, as that goes all the way off the bat of Amandeep Singh. And well, they missed out on a single on the previous delivery, 1 short being signalled, and maybe that was a shot in anger from Amandeep Singh. He says, well, if we're going to mess up the running, let's just not run at all. And, well, no need to run for that one. Just needed the fielder out there to run after the ball. I think it was Paminderji again in the action on the outfield. This one's up in the air but doesn't have the legs. Should be fielded there by Verinder Singh. Well, this, according to the win predictor, has been a good start for the brothers. Their percentage creeping up towards 60%. It was more or less 50-50 before a ball had been bowled, but those 2 early wickets of the both openers were certainly a good start for the brothers. And there's 2 fielders converging there. It's again the usual pair of Verinder Singh and Parminderji. And, well, previously both of them decided to field the ball. This time, well, it was an attempted bit of fancy footwork from Verinder Singh, but he was a bit done by the bounce there, wasn't he? And well, he might count himself lucky that it didn't bounce right onto his ankle, because that could have been a painful one, as it was painful for the old egos, as Verinder Singh doesn't quite get down to that one. And that is a 4 to finish the 4th over. The Lisbon Supergiants 43 for 2. Take a look at the run rate. Well, it's hovering around 10. Those 2 wickets haven't really affected the run rate too much. They've just been plodding along nicely, have the Supergiants. They've kind of had a pattern of one small over followed by a bigger over. They've gone 9, 15, 6, 13 so far. The 2 boundaries at the end of that over certainly helped their cause. That's a wide ball to start. Beginning of the 5th over. Started off wide from Amarjeet Singh and ended up even wider. He's got quite a nice action just swinging away from the right-hander, but you've got to make sure to keep it inside that wide line. That one's gone up in the air. It's a, well, I was going to say it's not been kept inside any line, because that's gone well over the boundary rope for a Maximo Surya Partap, who hasn't had too much of the ball recently. He gets a hold of all of that one. And a bit of a flourish of the bat there as well, as if pointing exactly where that ball is going. And that was right over the head of Mandeep Singh out there on the long off boundary. Good response though from Amarjeet Singh, going back with a nice dot ball. Wayne in the chat saying, I hope ECN comes to Australia. Well, you and me both. We have threatened a few world tours. I know there's a few places we'd like to go, but oh, that was an attempted catch there. It was a great effort at the backward point, and it's Gurlal Singh on the boundary who mops up just a 1. Yeah, well, I think we want to go to, I mean, we is just probably the commentator team, and well, probably everyone wants to visit different parts of the world. West Indies, maybe, that would be a great one. Australia, of course. South America. I mean, there's nowhere we won't go. It's the European Cricket Network, but we've already gone a bit global, especially with the introduction of the World 11 and the Asia 11 to the Western Shield. So, well, the sky's the limit for ECN, isn't it? And it's great to have all of you along for the ride. Paul saying the weather in the UK is temperamental. I think, Paul, you get the award for understatement of the day. But there's nothing temperamental about the weather here in Portugal. Well, not after the storm of the weekend. It's quietened down to just wall-to-wall sunshine. That's what we want to see for this long tour of Portugal. The rain is hopefully behind us now, but you still actually see some of the remnants of the storm. Some puddles around the side of the pitch. But hopefully, day by day, they are getting smaller and smaller as the cricket gets bigger and bigger. They're going to go for, well, 1.5 here almost. They do settle for just the 1. Good throw out from Gurlal Singh. And that is the end of the 5th over. 53 for 2, the Lisbon Supergiants. As I welcome you here into the commentary box, hi to everyone viewing back home. I hope you're having a lovely day. We're having an absolutely wonderful day here at the European Cricket Network, and you might not be able to see from my shaded position here, but it's probably for the best that I'm not sitting out there in the sun for an 8 hours straight. Otherwise, well, I'd probably turn the shade of a tomato. But maybe Phil G has been sitting by the pool for the rest of the day, and he'll be back joining me tomorrow on the commentary. And you might have a special appearance from Mr. Maximo as well in the fifth game today, just so I can put my feet up a bit as well and enjoy some of this Portuguese sunshine. And well, the Lisbon Super Giants, I suppose they're enjoying their performance so far. They have lost 2 wickets, but the boundaries keep on flowing, and that's some footwork there from Verinder Singh, but he sportingly says that has gone to the rope. Surya Partap, who's going along nicely yet. Looks like, well, there's the double rope converging there, and Verinder Singh, he's shown that he's not going to get into the Brothers 11 football team anytime soon. That's his second attempted foot fielding and not been successful so far. Maybe he'll be more successful with the ball in the sky, and the answer to that is yes. And Verinder Singh realises, well, probably better to use my hands in this game that we call cricket, and he takes that one comfortably. And that is the end of Surya Partap. He goes for 26, and well, he doesn't quite capitalise on the boundary he scored on the previous delivery. And that is the end of his innings. He went at quite a good pace though, needing just the 12 balls to get that 26. But it's the 3rd wicket down for the Lisbon Super Giants. They find themselves on 57 for 3. We take a look at this one. Up in the air for a long time, but Verinder Singh, he might not have the fastest feet in the West, but he certainly has a good pair of hands. And that was a wicket for Satnam Singh. Would have been disappointed to see his first delivery go to the rope. But Verinder Singh made up for his mistake and then some, giving his fellow bowler a wicket on that second delivery. And it's going to be 2 and 2. A big appeal here. It's Nilesh Suryawanshi who's come into bat. Well, he came in and he's gone back out because his first ball has been given out LBW, and he does step right across his stumps. It's the left arm round bowling of Satnam Singh, and as soon as you step across as a right-hander, you're going to be in a bit of trouble, and high fives all round for the brothers. And well, it was a short stay at the crease for Nilesh. He has to depart for a golden derrick. Let's take a look at this one again. What do you reckon? Yeah, I mean, you can see leg stump exposed, but I think that was straightening up and probably crashing into off stump. A good call there from the umpires. We go back to live, and it's a protracted appeal there. That one, it wasn't an LBW there after. It was a call behind, and actually you can see that the man on the 45 was quite interested in that, but the umpires had no interest. And Verinder Singh, he's got the ball magnet at the moment. He picks up the ball on that occasion, and well, we briefly had a hat-trick opportunity there for Satnam Singh, and that's probably why they went up. It all happened so quickly, and another chance here. A half-hearted appeal, and well, it seems like the batters aren't learning to not step across the stumps to Satnam Singh. He almost repeats the trick for the 3rd time. Yeah, on that occasion, you can almost see all 3 stumps. No chance of a LBW on that one, as that is the end of the over. Just the 1 leg by coming off the final ball. So the Lisbon Super Giants, after 6 overs, 59 for 4. Amandeep Singh is still out there. He watched almost all of the carnage from the other end. He's back on strike now, having just got that 1 leg by off the final delivery of the previous over. Nikhil Dhingra has joined him at the non-striker's end. It's Amarjit Singh who's come back on to bowl 7th over. His first over going for just the 10 runs. It's the 5th over he bowled. In fact, 10 of those runs, well, 1 came in a wide and 6 came in a maximo. So he's been pretty economical with his bowling. And it should just be a 1 here as Mandeep Singh mops up a long off. Thomas says I should tell the production to put a chair outside. Oh, the weather is gorgeous here. I think my fair German British skin probably couldn't cope. Not used to this kind of weather. I already had to contend with the Australian summer sun in January and just about recovered from that. So I think I'll keep myself firmly in the shade for now. But as I said, Vinny is coming back for the start of the 5th game, so maybe I'll enjoy a bit of the Portugal sun then. Enjoy these beautiful surroundings of the Santarém cricket ground. Well, that's gone straight up in the air. It's a chance for the fielder underneath it, and he does, I think, just about hold on to it. He has a bit of a stare down with Pardeep Nanglu, the wicketkeeper. And, well, he does manage to hold on to it, and the guilty look, I'm not sure what that was about, as we see Nanglu again has no intention of moving at all from his spot behind the stumps. And it was well taken, and he's on the floor holding the ball in his hand, still has time to have a discussion with his wicketkeeper. But it was the end of Amandeep Singh. He goes for 8 off 11 deliveries, and it was Dilbag Singh who took that catch. Not a bad catch when the ball goes swirling up into the sky. There's a few white fluffy clouds about. You can lose that white ball, but he held on to that grizzly. And that's the 5th wicket down for the Super Giants as well. And they now find themselves stuttering and spluttering a bit here. 61 runs on the board, two balls left of the 7th over. This one is actually going to come somewhere near the commentary cube. I can see the shadow of the ball as it just drops. That's me in there somewhere. It just drops to the side of the commentary box. That's gone all the way. First ball, Gurjat Singh. Well, he doesn't need too much time to get into the action. The left-hander takes a big swipe at that and it goes all the way straight, sheltering from the Grizzlies and anything else the elements might throw at me. But Gurjat Singh, welcome to the action. 6 runs. This time he doesn't quite get hold of all of it, enough to get himself to the other end. That will also be the end of the 7th over. Lisbon Super Giants move on to 68 for 5 after 7 as we take a look at the 2025 calendar. We've already mentioned Hornchurch and Spain, Madrid coming up in just a few days' time. What's that? Just under 2 weeks. I'll be excitedly watching that. I'll then be in Bologna for that series in Italy, where we'll have action on both the men's and women's side. And looking forward to seeing the action in Jersey as well. That'll also be both men's and women's ECSs. And I know they're certainly looking forward to hosting that in Jersey, of course, on the back of their club side, Farmer CC, winning the ECL. So it'll be a celebratory mood over there in Jersey at the start of May. So looking forward to seeing so much cricket that we have in store on the European Cricket Network as we go back to live. It's George, the man they just called George, who is coming in to bowl his first over of the game. It's Gurjat Singh on strike. Well, they took the single off that first ball, so Dhingra is now facing up, the right-hander. Again, they just content themselves with a single. And well, the boundaries have dried up just a little. From the 5th over, there's just been 1 boundary in each over. A 6 in the 5th, a 4 in the 6th, a 6 in the 7th. That's a tongue twister if ever I've heard one. And well, so far the first 3 balls of this over from George They've only gone for 2 singles. George was George Batty at the start of the series, but maybe the fame of being on ECN has gone to his head and he's just saying, just call me George. I'm the most famous George in Santarem. Everyone should know my name. Well, he's bowling well so far. Hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's really stemmed the flow of runs in this 8th over. And, well, Lisbon Super Giants, they'll still have 100 in their sights, but they'll have to get a bit of a move on here. Expected score dropping down into the 90s. Just 1 ball left of this 8th over. Big swing and a miss there from Nikhil Dhingra, who hasn't got firing yet, just 3 runs off his 5 deliveries so far, and that's an excellent over from Just George. Just the 3 runs coming off it. Lisbon Super Giants 71 for 5 of 8 overs, and you can see there the run rate. Well, in an ideal world, if you're a Giants fan, you'd want to see that run rate go up and up. At the moment, it's more or less flatlining and even taking a bit of a dip after that George over, going for just 3 runs. So they find themselves at the top of the 9th, needing a bit of a flourish here. They need some super 6s and some giant 6s, do the Super Giants, if they want to get a good score on the board. But as we keep on saying, no score seemingly in this Challenger division is too low. We've seen some low scores be defended throughout the week. As Satnam Singh, oh, look at those figures so far. He had that 6th over that went for 2 wickets and 2 balls. He's on 2 for 5 as he comes back for the all-important 9th over. Well, he'll have to re-bowl that one. Actually, that's only the 3rd wide of the innings for the brothers, so they could be forgiven for being a bit rusty, having not played yet so far today, but they've been coming all guns firing, and, well, almost a chance there for a caught and bowled by Satnam Singh. Doesn't quite get his reverse gear going quickly enough, 38-year-old. But what a few days he's had. 4 for 19 in the early game yesterday, and he's backed it up with another 2 wickets in today's game. And a big appeal, we're going to take it upstairs. It's a stumping appeal here from Pardeep Nanglu. And well, it was a bit of a pivot and a spin, and yeah, well, I think that foot is in the air as we rock and roll this one. He certainly was over the line, it's just whether that foot is grounded, and what a great piece of work that is from the keeper, the man with the gloves, Pardeep Nanglu, and I think the finger of doom will go up, and it has indeed done so from the umpire, and well done, Pardeep. Rolling back the years there to take that stumping, and well, Nikhil Dhingra, he tried to give it the old 360 pivot, tried to put his foot down and say in, but he wasn't quite in enough. His foot was hovering over the crease and not in it. And that marks the end of his innings. 3 runs to his name as we see that one again, and it's a bit of a low-key appeal there from Pardeep. And again, we see the famous brothers celebration as they pick up their 6th wicket. And that's a big hit from the new batter, Rahul Chowdhury, who, just like a few of the batters before him, don't need any introduction. Gurjant Singh did the same thing. His first ball went flying for a 6, and he's admiring from the other end as Rahul Chowdhury repeats the trick. First ball 6, and well, Satnam Singh, I'm sure he's still not too upset with his figures of 3 for 13. Still 2 balls left, but a slight blemish on his copybook, as there's a little flicker of the tail here from the Super Giants. Thomas Martinez in the chat. Well, Wayne saying in the chat that can I take that catch running out of the commentary box with the cables? Well, I'll tell you what, if Phil G was here next to me, I might have gone for a little run, but I couldn't leave all you guys rudderless with no one guiding the ship to try and take that catch. But I promise you, if one comes our way in the next couple of days, I am the right side of the cube to go for a run. So I will try and get out there and try not to embarrass myself on camera. And Thomas, yeah, you're right, I'll definitely go for it. A few adjustments in the field now with the left-hand, right-hand combination out there. Just the one for Rutul Chowdhury, so 1 ball left of the 9th. Gurjant Singh, he doesn't get anything on it, nor does the keeper, and that's why they can scuttle through for a bite. End of the 9th. Lisbon Super Giants 81 for 6. So that one goes high up in the air. And it's going to go all the way. A big 6 runs to Rutul Chowdhury. I thought, in fact, that was the end of the over. Might have had a little bonus ball there. There was a wide in the over, the second ball. My calculations, that was the end of the over, but an extra ball was bowled, and Gurjant Singh, he made the very most of that, hitting that grizzly into the woods to mark what should now be the end of the 9th. And it was 81 for 6, and then that 6 was scored. So I'm just trying to work out what the score should be. There was a wide in there. My maths is never my strongest suit. I leave that to the experts, and I'm sure the scorers are well on top of things. But in any case, we're into the 10th and final over. It will be just George to bowl it. And he starts up with a very valuable dot for the brothers. And, well, if LSG can get themselves into the 90s, I think they'll take that at this point. But it does need Gurjant Singh to get a bit of wood on leather here. That's what he's done, but he's found the diving figure of Verinder Singh, and what an effort it was by the man out there in the covers. And well, he's been involved in all of the fielding this innings, hasn't he? And as we take a look at this on replay, it went hard and flat to him. It would have been a spectacular catch had he taken it. He got there, did the hard work, and it just popped out as he landed. And well, the consolation for him is that it didn't go all the way for a boundary, just the 2 taken. As this one goes up in the air, it should be taken, and it isn't. Should just stop saying it should be taken, as Amarjeet Singh grounds that one, and they will probably run through for the overthrows as well, and they do, and it's hands on hips all round for the brothers, who might have a bit of a family tiff at some point, because this should have been taken by Amarjeet Singh. He then spills it, picks it up, throws it in over the head of Pardeep Nanglu, who says, "Brother, what are you doing?" And well, what should have been a wicket ends up being another 2 to the Super Giants, and these could all be valuable runs. Speaking of valuable runs, there's another 4 of them, just pitches inside the rope. Gurjant Singh adds another 4 to his name. And well, I wouldn't say it's gone to pieces for the Brothers 11, but this is certainly not the kind of momentum they want to take into their batting innings. They've let it slip away. George hasn't bowled too badly, actually, but he's been let down by his brothers in the field. And that one should just be the one. And that takes LSG into the 90s, as we said, with 1 ball left. It's more or less a free hit here for the batter. Just see if Rutul Chowdhury can get anything at all on this. 6 would be a bonus and then some for LSG. And he finds something, I think that maybe came off the cue end of the bat. We've got a little bit of fielding, galloping going on here from Dilbag Singh. That does mark the end of the innings and the end of the 10th over. And, well, LSG, they never really got going, in all honesty, in that innings. They did manage to get into the 90s, so maybe they'll take that as a small win. Having really not got much momentum, it was Ashok Kumar Banga at the start. Well, he scored 17 off 10 deliveries. And Jiwan Giri at the other end, he just scored the 1-4 off the top of his bat. And then it was the end of him. It was Amarjeet Singh who took a really nice catch, actually going behind him. Took it. There's about 5 of them who could take that catch. Amarjeet Singh was the one who took it. And that brought in Surya Partap, the wicket-keeper, to the crease. And, well, it was a nice innings from him. He actually ended up top scoring with 26 runs off just 12 deliveries. And Ashok Kumar Banga, he ended up being on the end of a death stare from Parminderjeet, who almost collided with his teammate but managed to keep the ball in his hands, and it was love all round from Farinder Singh as he picked up the wicket of Kumar Banga. And, well, a bit of love lost there between brothers as they both let the ball slide away to the boundary. A few more lusty blows, mostly off the bat of Surya Partap, who scored 4 boundaries on his way to 26, but then he departed again. Verinder Singh, you couldn't keep him out of the action. And then Nilesh Suryawanshi, well, he stayed for 1 ball and 1 ball only as he fell victim to an LBW shout from Satnam Singh, who was probably actually the pick of the bowlers, picking up, burgling even 3 wickets from his 2 overs. And, well, there was a few steepling catches. That one again, the brothers love to communicate through long gazes at one another, and it was Dilbag Singh who took that catch. That marked the end of Amandeep Singh. And there was still enough time for a few big hits. Gurjant Singh came straight away and registered his first ball as a 6. And there was a nifty piece of keeping there from Pardeep Nanglu, who it was less of a how's that and more holding my head situation, but it was given out, and, well, there was still time for Verinder Singh to throw himself around in the field. That was a great effort, to be fair, and he didn't quite manage to hold on to that one. And, well, talking of not managing to hold on, that was Amarjeet Singh, who, well, added a bit of salt into the wound there as he dropped the ball and then launched the ball over the head of his keeper for overthrows. So the brothers, I'm sure, will be happy with that performance, especially since he actually only bowled 3 wides, 6 runs off extras in total, 2 of those were byes. So a pretty tidy performance with the ball, but maybe it was their fielding that, well, let them down just a small bit, and they'll, I'm sure, want to progress deep into the tournament, and they'll want to cut out those little errors if they want to make it to finals day and even beyond, and maybe even lift that trophy. But we don't want to jump the gun too much. They are still in for a pretty big run chase here. 92 runs is what they need to secure the win, and what an important win it would be for them as well. That will give them the 5th win out of 6 for them in the tournament so far. As we take a look at the batting card, Gurjant Singh, well, he's apart from Surya Partap, Gurjant Singh 19 not out was the 2nd highest score. A little flourish from him at the end made sure that the LSG got somewhere near a respectable total. And the brothers, as I said, actually it was a decent bowling performance, wasn't it? Only one of their bowlers went for an economy of over 10, and that was Harsh Kumar. Satnam Singh, he's having a great tournament so far, picking up another 3 wickets for just 14 runs after picking up 4 for 19 yesterday. So that's 7 wickets in 2 games for Satnam Singh. So at the halfway stage of match 19, the Lisbon Supergiants 91 on the board, which means the brothers need 92 to win. Run rate of 9.2. The run chase will be here in just 2 or 3 minutes time. So get yourself a nice hot drink or cold drink, depending on where you are in the world, and join me, Tina Goff, in just a few minutes as we have the second half of match 19 of this ECS Portugal Challenger Series. See you in a moment.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the sunny Santarem cricket ground, the SCG, the most famous SCG, well, certainly in Europe, maybe the second most famous in the world. And we're back here halfway through match 19 of this ECS Portugal Challenger Series 2025. And the Lisbon Supergiants, they put on 91 runs in their 10 overs. So this is the equation for the bonus point. If the Brothers 11 pick up those 92 runs within 7 overs, they will take home all 4 points in their back pocket. Meanwhile, LSG will have to restrict Brothers to 63 runs or less if they are the ones that are to take those 4 points for the bonus point victory. So delicately poised here at the halfway stage, with both of these teams actually coming on the back of winning streaks. It will be broken for one of these teams. LSG, they lost their first 3 games of the tournament, but came roaring back, winning their next 3 games, 10, 15 and 17, and they'd love to add game 19 to their winning collection. Meanwhile, Brothers 11, this is the first time we've seen them today, after they had a bit of a break this morning, but their previous 2 games were also big wins against Team Tigers Portugal and against Friendship CC in the friendliest game that we probably have on the network, the Friendship 11 against the Brotherly 11. But it's the Super Giants who are up against the Brothers here. And, well, while it wasn't quite a Super Giant performance from the LSG side, but they put on 91 runs. We always call probably 100 around par here, but we've seen smaller totals be defended than this. And that's what the Giants will be hoping for. It's Jaswant Singh, who you couldn't keep out of the action yesterday, who has ball in hand, and it will be Harsh Kumar and Pardeep Nanglu, the wicketkeeper, who will open up for the Brothers. Harsh Kumar's already got a few runs to his name. Back in game 6 on the start of day 2, he scored a half-century 52 off 30 deliveries. Well, if he gets that again, he'll get his team more than halfway to the total, but he almost departed on the very first ball of the innings as he just chipped that one up. But the horizontally prone figure of Jaswant Singh didn't quite get there in time. You see that one just chipped up, and it was a Superman attempt from Jaswant Singh, who, well, flexed his fielding muscles yesterday, didn't he? Well, he also flexed his neck muscles, the back of his head smacked along the ground. He did manage to hold on to that one, managed to hold on to all of his brain cells, I hope, as well, as he took that brilliant catch and also took wickets in the game yesterday. So it's no wonder LSG have turned to him straight away to get their team up for a good start. But it's Pardeep Nanglu who says, well, I want to get my side up for a good start as well, and he does exactly that with his first ball going to the boundary. 5 runs scored off the first 2 balls, and Pardeep Nanglu, we know how dangerous he can be as well. Back on the first day, which seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it, when Phil G was taking you through the action, he scored 77 runs off just 32 deliveries in that win against this very side, LSG, and that's why there's a big appeal here, because the Giants know how much of a big wicket Pardeep Nanglu will be. This was less LBW, more kind of hip before wicket, but the umpire decided, well, it wasn't quite before the wicket, I suppose, with a tall, hulking figure of Nanglu. Even if he's down on his knees, if it hits him high up, it's probably not going to be hitting the stumps, as he sensibly gets himself off strike, out of the danger zone. Nanglu in game 9 as well, he showed that you can also go big from the very start. He scored 22 off just 7 deliveries. In fact, that was in the loss to the Werewolves, where they lost out by just a single run. And that remains the Brothers' only defeat of the tournament so far, so they've got 4 wins to their name, and just that one run defeat to the Werewolves, who are keeping them company at the top of the table so far. Meanwhile, Lisbon Supergiants, they'll certainly want to be there or thereabouts come finals day. Remember, it's the top 4 that go through at the end of the first over. 6 runs on the board, and, well, it hasn't been too long since we had a golden ball just 3 matches ago. Around this time last night it was just brewing was the golden ball. It was in fact the final game of yesterday where we saw golden ball 73 between, well, the Lisbon Supergiants, who are out there at the moment, and the Werewolves. And, well, LSG would probably take another golden ball now if it goes their way once more. And I don't know how many times we've had golden balls on consecutive days, let alone 4 consecutive games of a single team. Maybe that's a question for Vinny as he joins us for the first half of the final game later today. As Nilesh comes into the action to bowl the second over, and it's a bit of a misfield there by Jiwan Giri, and there's a costly misfield because it wasn't a bad ball. Should have been stopped. It should have only been the one to Pardeep Nanglu. You can see it just goes straight through the grasp of Giri. He can only look in despair behind him as that ball rolls down the hill. 4 of 4, and Nilesh won't be too happy with that one. It wasn't the worst ball he's ever bowled, and that one's not too bad either. Good response. A better fielding there from Jaswant Singh, making sure he gets his hands and his feet and his kneecaps and everything else behind the ball so that it doesn't sneak through. And, well, look at that win predictor. It has the brothers 11 up at 76%. I think that's by virtue of the fact Nanglu is out there. We know the damage he can deal, and, well, that's up in the air, but it's gone over the head of the fielder out there. I think it's Rajesh. Well, they named him twice, and they wish he caught that once because that would have been the end of Nanglu, and, well, it did in fact drop still in the outfield, so it went for a 4, and it's always, well, Rajesh has been swapped immediately out of that fielding position, and it's never a good look when the ball flies over your head when you're supposed to be on the boundary and it still drops within the field. And, well, Rajesh might rue that one. He'll certainly be looking away from his brothers at the moment because it's double punishment from Pardeep Nanglu as he goes back-to-back 4s. And he is a man in form. He's certainly the danger man for the brothers 11, and Lisbon Supergiants can't afford to give him too many lives. To be fair to Rajesh, it was a difficult chance, but if you're not going to catch the ball, you've got to at least stop it from going to the boundary when you're defending just 91 runs on the board. And that one's hit high up on the bat. Nanglu misses out on that occasion as Jiwan Giri this time makes sure to get behind the ball. Warm welcome back to everyone in the live chat. Thanks again for keeping me company on this marathon day. My first solo outing as well on the European Cricket Network, and I've had a great time so far, but still a lot of cricket to come. And, well, Harsh Kumar, he gets in on the act, having seen Pardeep Nanglu already plunder 18 runs. He adds another few to his collection, and this has been a storming start for the brothers. They soar into the 20s, 25 runs coming off those first 2 overs. They will in fact check for height on this ball. And have a look at that. Well, he's very much bang in the middle of the crease, and it's probably just about dropping. In fact, it does look like, well, the umpires are changing ends, so that more or less suggests the decision has been made, not a no ball. So it is the end. Hopefully, I should always just preface it by saying it's hopefully the end of the over. It is 25 for no loss. As we look at the standings, it's second against third. And, well, the Lisbon Supergiants, they would have had a chance to leapfrog the brothers into second place with a win here. But the brothers have had a dream start to this run chase. Already a quarter of the runs, more than a quarter down, after just 2 overs, as Jaswant Singh, he bowls both of his overs first up. An easy run through in the end. You can see even when the ball drops in this inner ring, because most of the fielders have to really sit deep on the ring to avoid those boundaries. As long as you go straight away, as Harsh Kumar and Pardeep Nanglu do here, you can pretty much guarantee a run. As this one, well, that's a guaranteed 4 runs off the bat of Pardeep Nanglu, and he really looks a man in the mood today. He missed out actually yesterday, a similar type of shot, and he just completely picked out the man at the square leg. He was furious with himself that he got all of the ball, but all of the fielder standing there gleefully catching that one. So maybe he has some making up to do. Well, shots like that you can probably leave at home, because that was a bit of an ugly swipe across the line. Jaswant Singh, you know where he's going to pitch the ball. He's not going to give you too much width, so you don't really want to be swiping across the line. Again, it's a good delivery from Jaswant Singh. This is why he's probably the frontline bowler for LSG. He's not very explosive. Well, speaking of explosive, there's one shot to add to the collection, a Maximo for Nanglu. I was going to say Jaswant Singh, he doesn't... Ooh, I hope he's all right. He was so busy admiring his shot, he almost rolled his ankle. Take a look at that. It's almost like he got hit by a sniper there, but making sure his hip is still in the right place. Pardeep Nanglu, he's one of the older brothers in that lineup, but I mean, he's still rolling back the years as we get to the end of the power play, and the brothers really in the driving seat here. 37 runs for no loss, and the hulking figure of Pardeep Nanglu, who hopefully still has both hips in the right place. He's still there on 29 off 13. He's now at the non-strikers end, and look at that, over 90% the win predictor has the brothers at. Harsh Kumar now on strike, who has a few runs to his collection already in this series as well, so these two are a really dangerous pairing, aren't they? And once they get going, well, it's already looking ominous for the Super Giants. They need wickets, and they need them quickly. There's Gurjant Singh, who's come on to bowl the 4th over. And with 66 on the back of his shirt, trying to find a route to the wickets, but that one just flicks the pad of Pardeep Nanglu. Again, as a left arm over bowler, the chances of ever getting an LBW are pretty slim. Got to find other ways to try and counteract that angle, trying to push the ball across the right hander, or then go around the stumps if you do want to get those LBWs back in play. That's a better line, but it's just been gloriously dispatched by Harsh Kumar. A majestic stroke as he smokes it through the covers. He even ends up on one knee, does he here? Yeah, that's one for the cameras. He knows the 2 Circles crew have all their equipment trained on him, and he makes sure to give it a big old heave-ho. Look at that. That's one for his profile picture on social media, and well, that's a nice shot. We'll give him that. So there's 4 to the total, and the brothers here, well, it's grim viewing for LSG as the brothers head into the 40s, almost halfway there. That's still a good response though from Gurjant Singh. And that's what you've got to do as a left arm over bowler. Just try and square up the right-handers and get that ball skidding across them, and hope that one hits the seam or just swings in a bit, takes that top of off stump. That's always the most satisfying of deliveries for the left armour. Well, not so satisfying there, as nothing signalled on the field, so there must have been a bit of pad on that one. Yeah, good call there by the umpire, just clips the pad on the way through. No run, so there's just the 1 ball left of the 4th, and just the 6 runs coming off this over so far. But the brothers still well ahead of the curve. Again, the curse of the last ball of the over continues, because that will have to be re-bowled. can see just how tight things are in the standings as well. That, well, brothers, they're top at the moment on 15 points, but if they get, well, in an ideal world for them, 4 points here, that would take them to 19. And well, I don't want to say that will be 1 foot in the final, or at least on finals day for them, but it will certainly put them in a really commanding position to finish in the top 4. For them, it's all about just getting to the finals day and seeing how deep they can go in this tournament. Oh, that's the end of the 4th. The brothers, all the 4s up, 44 for no loss after 4. And you can see, well, because of that explosive start, especially the 19 runs coming off that Suryawanshi second over, they have leapt above the required rate. And, well, they probably still have their eye on that bonus point. If they can get these runs within 7 overs, it will require quite an effort from here. It would be another 47 needed, 48 even off these 3 overs, so maybe a step too far. But when Pardeep Nanglu's at the crease, you never know what might happen as Rutul Chowdhury comes in to bowl. That's well bowled, and Chowdhury just takes a little walk up the pitch. Maybe has a few choice words or two for Pardeep Nanglu, saying, well, you can try swing if you like, but I'm just going to keep plugging away outside off stump. It's exactly where they should be keeping the ball, LSG, because Nanglu capitalises on anything that's on the leg side, and that's actually, I'd call that more or less the perfect ECN delivery, because that's going across the right-hander. But it's very much still within that wide line. It just has to cross that wide line. That almost bisected it. And there's not much Nanglu can do about that. So Rutul Chowdhury dotting up twice in a row. And then ruins it somewhat by, well, you can see the umpire there at square leg doing the work for his colleague, saying that's 6 runs. And, well, if Nanglu hadn't have got anything on that, it would have been a wide anyway. As it happens, he decides, well, I'm just going to hit it for 6 instead. And that takes Nanglu to 35 off just 17 deliveries. And, well, this is looking ominous for LSG as the brothers bring up the 50 partnership and 50 runs on the board for the team. They do run through for 1. It looked for a moment that Rutul Chowdhury might just pick that ball up and throw down the stumps, but like a little runaway tennis ball, he had to chase that one through the ring and did manage to pick it up, but not before Nanglu and Kumar run through for a single. This has been a good over so far. A bit of a blemish on the copybook for Rutul Chowdhury with that 6 as a result of that ball just creeping down the leg side. But otherwise, he's actually been bowling a really nice line. He wants to keep it there. If he can bowl 6 balls in that spot, then he'll have a lot of success in this Challenger Series. But it's just about consistency for these bowlers. Something that's maybe been lacking in these teams so far this week. And there, thank you very much, Rutul Chowdhury, for proving my point exactly. After 2 or 3 really good balls outside off stump, he lets himself down by not only throwing a wide down, but also giving his wicketkeeper Surya Partap absolutely no chance of stopping that. And that goes all the way to the boundary for 5 wides. Take a look at this. Well, it's a filthy wide. It absolutely dies on Surya Partap, who's unsighted, having to peer around the figure of Harsh Kumar. And, well, it's not what you want to see if you're a Super Giants fan. As we have 5 wides up, and of course, the final ball will have to be re-bowled. Again, the Jekyll and Hyde act continues for Rutul Chowdhury as he shows what he should have been doing the whole time, which is hiding the ball outside off stump. A much better delivery from Chowdhury to finish that 5th over. So at the halfway stage, while the brothers are firmly in command here, 56 runs on the board, just 92 needed for the win. As we take a look at what's coming up in the next few weeks, I know we've had some chatter on the YouTube chat about Spain, Madrid coming up. It's the first time we'll be there, so I'm super excited to see the ECS there. And then you'll see me over in Bologna, not just eating pizza without pineapple on, but also covering the ECS and the ECSW starting on Sunday the 13th of April. A week later then we head over to France, and then we have the spring series in Malta. It'll be the second time that we've visited the beautiful island of Malta this year. And then Phil G's homeland Czechia will be flying over there as well for some T20I action. A short but sweet series there, and well, there was a lot that was sweet about that shot as well from Pardeep Nanglu. He was given 4 on the field. He just kind of flicked it in a bit of a dismissive fashion. As we see, oh, that's a tight one. Probably is hard to tell, but it looks like the rope hasn't been disturbed there. So a 4 is what was signalled on field, and happily go along with that. Pardeep Nanglu, I'm sure, would want a 6, but as it is, he just gets the 4 and then he backs that up with a single as well. And this has actually been sensible batting from Nanglu. It's been a few times now where he's got himself a boundary and then just, instead of having that rush of blood to the head that we batters always have sometime, he just gets himself down to the other end and gives his partner Harsh Kumar a go. There's a lot of experience in this batting pairing. Harsh Kumar, 36 years old, and he's got a half century earlier in the week, as I already mentioned. And Pardeep Nanglu, the 40-year-old, well, he's already gone way past 100 runs for this Challenger Series, so this is a formidable pairing for the Brothers 11, and it's no wonder they're playing with the big boys at the top of the table in this Challenger division. Even if the Lisbon Supergiants fall to defeat here, they'll still be more than optimistic about their chances of going through. Well, there's some optimism here of taking that chance, and well, that's an outstanding catch, if that has been cleanly taken by Ashok Kumar Banga. And well, let's take a look. There's no celebrations going on here, and yeah, it has been signalled 6 on field, and well, maybe Ashok Kumar Banga has to work a little on his poker face, because, I mean, it looked from here that it was very tight, but good sportsmanship there from Kumar Banga, who says, well, no, it was a good catch, but my feet were on the rope. So rather than getting out and taking that long walk home, Harsh Kumar lives to fight another day and has a 6 to his name, takes the Brothers at the end of the over to 69, 6 overs gone. And well, at the moment it's a bit of a procession, less than a run a ball needed. And look at that, there's still 9 players twiddling their thumbs in the dugout, but they'll be more than happy with what they're seeing from their teammates at the top of the order. Chief participant so far, Pardeep Nanglu, 42 off just 21 deliveries. Strike rate bang on 200. Well, you'd have to have a magical over here if the Brothers want to get the bonus point. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. With 23 runs needed, it will need a solidly magical over here for them to take all 4 bonus points, but I think they'll be more than happy with just getting the win on the board as well. That one's up in the air. Jiwan Giri, who attempts the fielding there, but how many times have we seen this on the European Cricket Network, that a fielder is so eager to make his way around the boundary to stop the ball that he overshoots it in a cartoon character style. His legs start flailing and the ball just spins hopelessly away from him, and that is actually the 50 for Pardeep Nanglu as well. Oh no, it's not. I think he raised his bat maybe prematurely, or he just knows what's coming. Maybe he knows something that I don't, but or maybe he was just signalling to the teammates that I'm here, let me do my thing, because that takes him with that single to 47. Harsh Kumar also gets in on the act. He probably won't get anywhere near his half century, but he'll be more than happy to just play the supporting role at the other end. That moves him on to 24 off 16, and the brothers need 14 here, and if they want to get that bonus point, they've got 3 balls to do it. So I wonder if the brothers know the situation here. They surely should do. We're into match 19, so the bonus point should be made clear to them by now. Well, a big swing and a miss from Harsh Kumar, so even if he did know about it, well, that's not going to help the cause. I think his eyes did light up the prospect of that Ashok Kumar delivery. Made no contact with it and decides he's just going to make his way to the other end instead, allowing Pardeep Nanglu to take the final ball of the 7th. 13 runs needed for the brothers. And well, with the bonus point now out of the frame, they'll be more than happy to just see themselves over the line. And that has gone through to the keeper, so a bit of a whimper at the end of that, after I thought maybe they would actually go for it in the 7th to get that bonus point, but as it is at the end of the 7th, brothers are 79. And yeah, the upcoming events, I know Phil G is really excited to show off his ground there in Czechia as well, going to his home turf. So I'm looking forward to watching that one. And I'll be back in Malta as well for the spring series, where we will have some international games as well as the ECS. And it's always nice to go to Dreux in France as well. Hopefully the weather will be kind to us. Of course, for Western European standards, we're still very early in the season, in the middle of April, so well, maybe we can send some of this Portuguese sunshine across to France and Italy and Spain, and let's hope we have glorious few weeks of Mediterranean cricket fun. And well, out here in the middle, the brothers are having some fun with the Super Giants, just toying with them really. 13 runs needed in the final 3 overs, and there's 6 of them off the bat of Harsh Kumar. And well, if Kumar keeps going like this, Pardeep Nanglu, who almost raised his bat when he was on 46, might not even get the chance to get to his half century, as Harsh Kumar races into the 30s. Just the 7 runs needed now for the brothers. But that 1 point that the Super Giants will pick up does mean that they will stay more or less within touching distance of those top 2 places, as that's nicked. And well, that's not exactly where Harsh Kumar planned that ball to go. It's a cry of despair from the bowler Amandeep Singh, who, well, that was a much better delivery than the previous one. Actually, it was almost unplayable. Did well, did Harsh Kumar, to get anything on that. There was not much Pratap, the keeper, could have done about that, as it races away to the boundary, and just 1 big hit away now for the brothers. 3 runs needed. And that could well be that, as it squirts away through the covers. And well, what on earth happened there? I was going to say that maybe I jumped the gun, but in fact that is a 4 run. So take a look at this. The fielder decides, I'm going to field with 1 foot either side of the boundary rope. What's the worst that could happen? Then he immediately realises what he's done, and to be fair to him, he takes it in good spirit. I suppose it was the death knell anyway for the Super Giants, and it was just a matter of time, but probably shouldn't have finished in such comical fashion. And it is in fact Pardeep Nanglu who gets stranded at the other end, doesn't manage to get his half century. Maybe that's why he raised his bat when he was on 46. And Harsh Kumar at the other end, he finishes on 39 off just 21 deliveries. So, well, the brothers only had the 1 game today, and they've made the most of it, beating LSG by all 10 wickets. And well, these highlights are just going to be a procession of boundaries, primarily at the start off the bat of Pardeep Nanglu. He scored 7 4s and 2 6s on his way to 47 not out. Harsh Kumar at the start was mostly just an admirer from the other end, as were we, but then he had a shot that we could all admire as well, as he crunched 1 through the covers, and he got in on the action as well, scoring 4 4s and 3 6s on his way to 39. And well, the umpires gave their fingers a workout, mostly through signalling 4s and 6s, and it was a bit of a masterclass of batting from the 2 opening batters. And well, even when The Super Giants did catch the ball. Well, sometimes they didn't catch it at all. They ended up on the rope, and that kind of was summed up on the final ball of the game as well, where the fielding was done. But the fielder realised that his 1 foot was out of bounds, and that marked the end of the game. So the Lisbon Super Giants, well, they put on 91 runs, and we thought actually that might be quite competitive. Well, when things aren't going your way, even the stunning deliveries get edged for 4, and this is how it ended. In a bit of a classic ECN moment, he immediately realises what he's done, throws the ball away, looks back suspiciously at the rope, but that was just a complete brain fade in the end. But a well-deserved, comprehensive win for the Brothers 11. And, well, maybe they're ruining the fact that actually they didn't do that 3 balls earlier. They needed 7.3 overs to chase down that total, but had they done it within 7, they would have taken all 4 points away from the Super Giants, who, well, they're lingering around in 3rd place, so it could have been a case of putting daylight between 1st and 3rd from the brothers' perspective, but maybe we're just talking about fine margins here, and for the moment, I'm sure they're more than happy to get the win on the board. 3 points to them, and that's their 5th win of the tournament as well, having played 6 games, suffering just that 1 loss to the 2nd placed Werewolves in the game 9 earlier in the week. And yep, it's a pretty comprehensive scorecard if you are a fan of the Brothers 11, and well, all the other players who didn't even get up out of their seats were certainly fans of what Harsh Kumar and Pardeep Nanglu did at the top of the order, and I think Kumar Nanglu will be a potent partnership for the brothers going forward. As for the bowlers, well, LSG used 7 of them, but really to not much success. Gurjant Singh, probably the pick of them all. He had just 1 over, but it did just go for 6. Jaswant Singh, he remains a reliable customer for LSG, but I'm sure he'll want to come back strong with a few wickets in the games coming up for LSG, and they will have another chance to pick up 3 points. But the 3 points on this occasion go to the Brothers 11, with the LSG picking up the 1 solitary bonus point to give themselves a bit of a sniff of still getting one of those top 2 spots. They are now on 14 points, with the Werewolves ahead of them on 17. But speaking about the Werewolves, I'm sure they will want to put daylight between themselves and LSG, and they will have a chance to do that in just about over 30 minutes time as they face up against Team Tigers Portugal. And well, say for the Team Tigers, it's not quite last chance saloon, but they certainly need to get some points on the board if they want to remain in touching distance of that top 4. So you've got just about over half an hour before that game's coming up, and we have a treat for you, because from the ECN studio it will be Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu who will take you through the first half of that game 5 today, match 20 overall, and then I'll be back to guide you through the final innings of the day. I've had a blast so far. Tina Goff here, European Cricket Series in Portugal, Challenger Division 2025. Join us in just about half an hour's time for the final match of the day. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello there, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to this European Cricket Series in beautiful Santarém, Portugal. Beautiful aerial shot there, but also how about some of those locations that we're seeing in these introductions? It is something really special. The Portuguese countryside. You see the Butchimata homestead in the background of the field as well. And as the sun will be setting in a couple of hours, it's time for the fifth and final match of the day. It's match number 20 between TTP, that's Team Tigers Portugal, and the Werewolves. Let's see what happened to the coin toss a little while ago. We had Jared Newton, who is covering the TR position today with the two captains for the coin toss.
Werewolves to call. Okay. Tails is called. It is a head.
We're going to bet first.
They're going to bat first. Thank you. Thank you.
Loving that. I think Jared's enjoying it as the tallest out of those three humans as well. As we get ready for the start of this one, the Team Tigers Portugal, we're not having the kind of series they would have liked. They do have a solitary win, but they have 5 losses, so they've kind of lost touch with the 4. Having said that, they still have 4 matches to play. If they were to have some good results, there's still a possibility they could break in, but it kind of depends on them taking out a few big fish, I think, including the Werewolves, who are 5-1 now. Just the 1 loss. It was actually in this game last night in a golden ball to the Lisbon Supergiants. So Asif Atur will lead TTP in this one for us, who did behind the stumps. For the Werewolves, well, Tabish has been pretty destructive at the top of the order, hasn't he? But earlier on, it was Gurpreet Guri listed there at 10, but batted in the middle order and hit a very stylish 57 earlier on as the Werewolves would hold off Friendship CC. That was a game I did to give Tina a lunch break. It is Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, if you haven't recognised the voice yet. But I'm going to be doing this game because it's afternoon tea time. So Tina's having a few cucumber sandwiches. TTP, we're still given a fighting chance. They're 41%. I'm a little bit surprised it's not a bit more one-sided based on what we've seen results-wise in this series so far. But I suppose what that tells you is TTP, they're not a bad side. I mean, they do have a win. Beautiful blue skies, although if we learned anything from last night, this finish time in Portugal, it does fly pretty close to sunset. So it was pretty dark, especially when we had a golden ball 73 to finish the day. The Werewolves, I've got to say, they're probably maybe I'd say the most improved outfit in this series compared to what we've seen before. There's Azam Johnny ready to face up. He's got that traditional cultural symbol instead of a number on his back. Rajbir Singh. He's coming off a quacker before. Golden duck with the bat, but he's going to open the bowling here. Hello to everyone in the comment section as well. Great to have you with us. And isn't Tina doing a sensational job? I think it's her first day doing solo comms, and you wouldn't know it. He's been a real pro. Anyway, here's Johnny to get us going. Bells chime in the background. That tells you it's 5 o'clock local as we are going to get started with a ball work down to long leg for a single. Omar Farouk out there for TTP along with Johnny. How's everyone in the chat going? I love that Paul Kempen saying without his glasses, LSG looks a bit like LSD. Well, I hope it's just because you don't have your glasses on. Paul, nice to see you. Hello to Johnny Heesum as well. Thomas Martinez, buenas tardes to you. Hello to SkyQuest watching from the USA. Hello to Croom watching from East London. And yeah, some people were asking, I think, who Tina's on with. Are they taking this on, are they? Oh, fumbled the ball. Otherwise, I think this is big, big trouble for Mohamed Omar Farouk. There's never two there. Look, okay, gets away from the fielder slightly. It's only about 2 meters outside the outfield. Take this cleanly, it's gone. Fumbles. Deepak Kumar, generally pretty reliable with the gloves. One of the options they've got, but that has to be a missed opportunity. Farouk should have been run out for a golden one. From Rajbir. Omar, pretty lucky to still be there. I think the question was who's Christina going to be, or Tina, going to be commentating with in Malta? I believe Rico's on that one. I've basically got a little bit of a 3-week mini break away from the tour, but I will be kind of contributing from the studio when I can. Obviously, I was trying to organise a few things behind the scenes now. It's become quite complex. Wow, that's a blast from Omar Farouk, and it's going to go all the way. Maximal! He's heard him already. It's a length kind of a ball. Living on borrowed time, really. After Deepak fumbled that throw, which was a pretty good throw. Would have been a run out. Yeah, Thomas loving the aerials of this Santarém cricket ground. What a picture. Could easily be the East Anglia countryside in the summer. Oh, slower ball, but he picks that and hits it well as Farouk helps himself to 4 more. Sometimes you get a life early in your innings and you just feel like it just might be your day, or I suppose in ECN terms, your game. Hello to Deborah saying, yeah, Tina is awesome. Agree. And the thing about Tina, and she won't mind me saying this, she's awesome away from the microphone as well. She's a really down-to-earth, humble kind of person. A real team player, which I think with our commentary team, we need to be team players. And we're very, very, very lucky to have so many. And worldwide, commentary is considered quite an individual pursuit. Like this shot, just kind of angling it away. Bit of an awkward one for the fielder, but keeps it to 1. So pretty good first over for Team Tigers Portugal, 14 without loss. If they could pull a big win here, and they're right back in the mix. A dream would be a 4-pointer here. Having a look at this tour of Portugal. And I will be doing a fair bit of this tour of Portugal. I will be there for finals day of this Challenger and also opening day of Premier. And then I'll be there for the last couple of days of Premier and the ECIs, both men's and women's. Pretty excited that we have the Portuguese women's side playing for the very first time, and we're able to capture it here on the European Cricket Network. They'll be playing T10s against Norway and also T20 internationals. So yeah, 5 games a day in the ECIs, and then 2 matches a day of the T20Is. It's 1 women's match and 1 men's match. All right, start of a new over. Tabish comes out, worked away, and that's gone. So Farouk got lucky early, doesn't get so lucky in the second over. Bit of a juggle job out there. And Team Tigers Portugal, after Mohamed Omar Farouk provided them a pretty positive start. Werewolves are going to fight back, and that's an amazing juggle, really. It was one hand initially. Hamza Farouk coming into the side today, and what a catch. Oh, Farouk, he was in luck, he was out of luck. That's an amazing catch. Maybe we can see that one more time. It was kind of like a hand of hope. How slow we can get this, but just have a look at the initial point of contact. It happens so quickly. Just knocks it up. Keeps it in front of himself. And Hamza Farouk, what a catch. That could be your HCL software play of the day. Tabish is happy. He's got a wicket with the first ball that he bowls. Foyzuddin, the keeper, comes to the crease at number 3. If you've got random questions, now's a great time. I'll be off now after this innings. I think the next you'll hear from me will probably be on finals day. Heavy ball. And then just takes it on the back foot, pats it back to the bowler. Yeah, I'll be there for finals day. And right now, I mean, it's wide open, isn't it? We're interested to hear Phil G's thoughts. I mean, there's another look at that catch. That was an amazing catch. I think the umpire enjoyed that as well, Miguel Stoneman. Couldn't quite believe his eyes. Don't think the fielder did either. Farouk. Well, one hand attempted pick up. Doesn't get out of the infield. Foyzuddin off the mark. Yeah, I think this Challenger division's been such a huge success. I mean, when I've seen pretty much all these teams before. There's no new teams. But it's the first time we've seen them playing kind of exclusively against teams around their level. And I think, yeah, although we've had some teams do well, some teams not so well, probably got an example of one of each here. But the matches have been really competitive, and that's what you like to see. And then, of course, the Premier Division, there's going to be no easy games in there for those teams. Takes on the pool here, does Johnny. That's running away, but fielder will cover it. Get back for 2. Good running. Like the hustle so far from Team Tigers Portugal. Supposed to make sense when runs have been hard to come by. Phil G as a Richmond supporter, I don't know if we still got any Australians awake, but Richmond are called the Tigers and they do wear yellow and black. So I feel that Phil G, if you had to pick a team, it'd be Team Tigers Portugal. Tabish, very good over this. And I've jinxed him pretty well as he puts that one down the leg side. Yeah, the old left-hand, right-hand combination certainly been pretty effective. And the reason I think, I'm just talking about Phil, obviously he'll be back for commentary tomorrow. But the plan is to have a Challenger and a Premier Division in Czechia as well. That's the other one where it's planned. You can't do it everywhere, especially because we're going to a lot of one-week places. All right, this one, bit of a hanging top edge. Hangs a long time in the air, but it's going to get away and it's going to be 4 runs. So Johnny will get his first boundary. 4 runs to TTP. Listed 101 expected at the moment. They'd probably take that if you offered it, the way things have been going for them in the series. Maybe they can turn up the heat on the Werewolves CC batting lineup. Again, heavy ball by Tabish. Off the gloves, I think, of Johnny, but he'll retain the strike with that one. And Team Tigers Portugal are 23 for 1. He just seems on you pretty quick, doesn't he, Tabish? He's been good with the bat and the ball in this series. Nice to see some afternoon sunshine. Gives us a chance to have a little sneaky peek at the table. Werewolves, they can go back to the top of the table with a win here. Kind of duking it out for top spot, aren't they? With Brothers, who've been very impressive as well. So they're probably your favourites so far in this series. Although, remember, the top 4 make it to finals day. Top 2 get the double chance. It's up to the Knights and TTP to make a run, I think, if they want to make it. Having said that, Knights and TTP have a game in hand on LSG and Friendship, who are currently in 3rd and 4th. But it would seem that Brothers 11 and Werewolves are entrenched in the 4. It's just a matter of securing a top 2 for them now. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of one-week series this year in European Cricket Series when we get to kind of the summer months. Actually, probably from Madrid, actually. Down the ground from Johnny, meets the fielder, runs away, and I've said this many, many times, but I'll say it again. All roads lead to the rope. All slopes lead to the rope. Because the pitch is the highest point of the SCG. And it is so fast. Not too many fielders can catch up with the Grizzly on this ground. Nice straight hit from Johnny brings him 4. flicks this on, but it's more or less off the end of the bat, in the air, and well taken. That's Akash Sud there, running back from mid-off, and Johnny is going to have to walk back. So it's the story of the week for Team Tigers Portugal, really. Just when things are looking promising, they find a way to lose a wicket. You could just tell with the impact here, it was down towards the bottom of the bat. And a pretty nice catch. Kind of had to run back out of the circle a little bit to his right. And that's one thing that the Werewolves have done pretty well. They've turned chances into wickets. So Johnny disappears for a dozen. Gravinder Singh chipping in with the wicket in his first over, and it's 27 for 2. Yeah, Deborah thinks we need an umpire supercut. I love that. She particularly loves the umpire clothesline. Geez, we had a really good one the other day. Fun expressions. Umpires always seem so cool and calm, emotionless and in control. But one thing, they love umpiring ECN cricket. Tough one for the keeper. Wears it in the boot. Well, bowler's end might be on here. Throw didn't have that much on. It bounced short. I'll get through for a couple of wides. Yeah, our umpires, I'm not being facetious when I say this. They are some of the best in world cricket as far as decision making. They're decision fit. They have some help from technology, but they don't have all the bells and whistles that I suppose the professional umpires get. Probably a good decision for Udin to bail out of that. Looked like it's going to crash into his stumps, so he's happy to keep it out. Yeah, good question from Johnny. I answered this earlier, but in case you missed it. This time he feels he has to go after it in the air, put down. Not an easy one for Tabish, who had to come forward, looking into the sun as it's setting as well. But he does get 2 hands to it. Probably should have held it. So Udin has a life. Just when I was giving the Werewolves a rap for turning chances into wickets, that one goes begging. Hamzad Hussain will go to the sky as well. Another opportunity. Is this one held? It is not. And so the Werewolves can't take a trick at the moment. He's saying, hey, that one curved on me. I suppose only he would know. So I suppose on a hat trick, it drops here. And the field is still moving onto the high ball. And they probably don't have to be. You know, it's a sign they've misjudged it. Gravinder has 1 wicket. Could have had more. Now a bowler wide. Yeah, the question was that whether the umpires are professional. I suppose it depends what you mean by professional. I wouldn't say they're fully professional. They are compensated for umpiring the matches. When you go to ECC and ECL events, or Shield events, then you've got the umpires completely integrated as part of the crew, staying with the crew, etc. So we a single to finish the 3rd over, end of the power play. Pretty good over there from Guri. Gravinder Singh, that is. It's the end of 3. It's 33 for 2. So, yeah, they're not full-time professionals. But at Kartima events, the umpires, I suppose they are professional. They're doing it as a job. Whereas, I suppose at ECS cricket, yes, the umpires are still paid for their time, paid for umpiring, but they've all got regular jobs, and they're domestic. Generally, they're locals. So you've got a good example here. We've got John, we've got Miguel Stoneman, we've got Buck Stoneman, got Krut Patel, who's been helping out as well. And yeah, it's been great, because I think one of our objectives is to actually kind of develop the standard of umpiring at a domestic level. So even when cricket's not on ECN, that the standard is high in local competitions. And I think that's been a real success of ECN as well, kind of secondary success. Here's Sud, took a good catch earlier. Now gets hit hard by Udin. That's going to be 4. Udin got a bit lucky earlier, but hasn't really gotten going yet. That's a good start for him. Fraction short this time. Udin, well, he went on the hit. This would have been trouble, I think, with a better throw. Credit to the plucky keeper bat though, Foyazudin. He legged it. And he stayed on the pitch, which I think is pretty smart. Direct hit, I think, was certainly gone, but the throw pulled the bowler away from the stumps. Well, that one is just going to be a single question. Another random question coming up. So I don't know if I gave a good answer whether the umpires are professional or not. I suppose the answer is kind of. And they're on a bit of a sliding scale, I suppose. This one's pretty close, but just misses the mark. Yeah, some of the umpires have done like thousands of games. Stefan Gooch is a good example. He's the general tournament referee for this tournament. He's got his day off today, so Jared's covering, but he's done thousands of games, and every single game has been on TV. He's never umpired a game that hasn't been televised, and he thinks he's the only umpire in the world that applies to, because he hasn't done any other umpiring, but he does a great job. Yeah, who's my favourite umpire, says Kroom. Very good question. All time, I'd say Dickie Bird. I used to love watching Dickie Bird. And I've seen his video about his life. And he's still up and kicking. Is Dickie. Modern day umpire. Good question again. These days. Swing and a miss this time. Kind of a more modern umpire. Maybe someone like a Rod Tucker from Australia. Don't mind him. ECN favourite umpire. I'm not going to give one because I like them all. I think they all do a great job. We're lucky to develop that skill set. All right, has a pop here. Uh-oh, could have it. Buzzers here, we do. It'll just be the one of them in the end. So 1 + 1 is 2. That is the end of the fourth over, and the score is 43 for 2. Backing up my Rajbi up, he couldn't prevent the overthrow. Yeah, and Kroom said he likes it when Gucci goes from playing to umpiring. Reminds me of what we have to do when we play club cricket. And actually, one of the benefits, I mentioned this earlier, of the two divisions is that someone like Miguel Stoneman, who's going to play in the Premier Division, he can umpire this division. So you're not allowed to umpire in the tournament that you're playing. That's one of the ECN regulations. It's not essentially... Oh, well, yes, it's an amateur tournament, but it has to be run fairly professionally. So, yeah, we don't want players having to umpire, or we don't have players umpiring. But it does mean Miggy can umpire this, because it's technically a separate series. It's like Sud. He's going to step aside, and it's going to be Gurpreet Singh. No, it'll be Gaganpreet Singh, actually, pardon me. The old 3-3-3. That's going to start with a dot. Random questions, now's the time. I think we know by now what Tina's having for tea. Cucumber sandwiches. There's a few little cakes there as well. Oh, geez, does well to stay behind the line. That's going to be called a wide. What's the old slide? Oh, yeah. Called a wide, so it'll be bowled again. This time he gets some pretty good bat speed there, and that's going to fly away from the fielder. Cuatro carreras. Nice shot. Let's go fetch it. But kind of accounted for the hint of out movement from Gagan. You can see how fast this outfield is. Bob says, I wouldn't say Dickie Bird if I ever met him. Well, I didn't meet him, so I'm happy to go with reputation. I remember just once he had to stop a test match to go to the bathroom. But I will say he's old school. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Oh, that's a great bit of fielding. Can we have that? Maybe we can have that in fast motion, because I don't think slow motion is going to do it. Hello. Where is it? Oh, whoa, whoa. It's not really fake fielding, because he genuinely didn't know where it was. Anyway, it's another one that's gonna go down. This time it's Ram Hartwell, the captain. haven't made the most of their opportunities, Werewolves. I must put the kibosh on their fielding. I said they have been pretty good at catching. They have taken a couple. But more have gone down that have been taken in this innings. Good one from Dave saying Anton, the umpire at Dreux, was super. He made Billy Bowden look like a statue, really, did Anton, as the 50 comes up for Team Tigers Portugal. Last ball, the 5th. And well bowled. It's going to stay just inside. That hint of outswing working for Gaganpreet Singh, who concedes 7 in the over, and the score is 50 for 2 at the halfway point. So tracking for that 100. Like I said, I think they would take the 100 TTP, and we'd love a win here, put them kind of back in the mix. So, yeah, keep those random questions coming. Yeah, Anton was great. One of the issues with Anton is he did speak a couple of languages, but one of them wasn't English. So Charles Croucher, the sheriff, just trying to give him a few tips from the third umpire position and some of the things the third umpire has to do, such as keep track of the time and the bowlers, and he was trying to talk him through which keys to press. And, well, let's just say Anton understood about 0% of what Charles was trying to tell him. Some hilarious interactions where Charles would say, "Do you understand?" Anton would just look blankly, not even nod because he didn't understand. "Do you understand?" But as far as his umpiring and his signals, quite amazing. Okay, this is Amritpal Singh bowling over number 6. Starts with a wide. I've told you I umpired a game. I played in a game once that Billy Bowden umpired. This was in Perth, and he was doing it as a warm-up to a test match. So he's doing one of the first grade games. It was like the one-day cup. And he's an interesting sort of character. I mean, I remember that he said he had a surprise for us at the end. And so I think it was a little presentation. It's a wild one from Amrit. But he said, yeah, obviously Billy being from New Zealand, he said, I'm going to do the umpire haka. So we did the umpire haka, which is basically, I can't really do it, but it was like, no ball, don't, you know, you can understand. He was doing all the signals and saying at the same time. All right, well, that's accidental, but it's probably going to run away for 4, and it does. Running down the hill, which is everywhere. Hussain will get 4 runs. TTP, just need to squeeze out triple figures here and see what happens. Very thin edge flies away, no chance for Gaganpreet. It's also another debate, isn't it? As far as what people like in umpires. Do you like a bit of flamboyant? Do you like them not to be? Oh, wow. How did that miss? That was very, very close to the leg stump. I think Hussain is expecting the next sound he hears to be ball on stump. Oh, that was close. Keeper wasn't too rattled, just threw it back. He's not really hurting him at the moment. It's away from the keeper. I don't think to run. Yeah, so I mean, look, in the end, I quite like umpires being a bit flamboyant, showing a bit of personality, because especially here, it kind of goes with the brand of cricketainment that we have. But the primary thing that you always judge umpires on is decision making. It's just going to be called a wide. Yeah, so I mean, I don't mind a bit of that. I will say the umpires that do kind of go a little bit, let's just say, a bit more flamboyant. And there's a lot more pressure on them to make right decisions, I think, because everyone's quick to jump down their throat if they do make a mistake. And all umpires make mistakes. That's something you got to understand. And with human beings here. Another wild swing from Hussain. Just again trying to go leg side to a ball that's well outside off. Yeah, David Constant, I remember him as well. He was a good umpire. Reliable and fair umpire. Yeah, that's what you want. You just want someone that's... another wild one. You want someone that's a good game facilitator. So what I really like about a lot of our umpires on ECN and the domestic ones around as well is a lot of them, and this isn't a prerequisite, but a lot of them have played a lot of cricket. So they their player management skills and their communication skills are really, really good. I think second to none because they've been there. And you do see that happening probably a lot more at the international level these days. It used to be the odd one. It used to happen a lot in England. You'd have a lot of ex-first class players get into umpiring, but it's pretty rare that has caught on in other countries. But you see like Kumar Damasena, for example, in Sri Lanka. You've got Paul Rifle, Rod Tucker, I think I mentioned, in Australia. And I think it's positive because they get the respect of the players, I suppose. And it's not you don't need to play at a high level, but it does help to have that feel for the game. So you want to umpire by the book, but there's also sometimes a time for judgment and how to approach players, so to not be too over officious. That was one thing that always got me when I was playing. No full toss, well hit by Hussain, needed that one. That one was in his zone, so a bit of an all over the place over there from Amritpal Singh. It's a 12 ball over actually. But in the end on the scoreboard doesn't go for that many. He goes for 15 and of 6 at 65 for 2. So 13 runs in wides there for the Werewolves. And if they are genuine contenders in this Challenger division, they won't want to be giving away that many wides. I know it's not necessarily the easiest conditions. Yeah, so I don't mind. I don't mind a bit of flamboyance from the umpires and their signalling and things like that. It's got to be fun for them as well. Like a 4 or a 6, not everyone knows what you're signalling, right? So have a bit of fun with it. I don't mind the horns, for example, that Tyrone does. Well, Guggenpreet's back, skied in the air and taken. Well taken there actually by Rajbir Singh. I thought the bowler was after it straight away. But fairly simple catch for Rajbir. He's just lurking at cover. You can see he fell off that shot, didn't he, Foyaz-Uddin? So he was there for a while. He didn't have a lot of the strike towards the end of his innings there, Foyaz, but he'll have to go. He's the third wicket to fall, and the score is 65 for 3. So those two put on 38 for the third wicket. Not a bad little partnership. They did that in 23 balls. TTP, like I said, I mean, a bit shorter runs. Still on for that 102. Hasn't moved too much expected score. Straightening, maybe not quite enough. This is Mohammad Russell who comes out there. It's a million miles away, actually. Umpire, though, just had a feeling it was going to go on a missed leg stump. Hit better that time, but a pretty good piece of fielding once again. Fielder fields, has no idea where it is. Jumps a long way across. He likes that leg side. But yeah, pretty well done in the end to stop it going from 4. He's got to watch out for the Tortuga here. It's a while since we had some Tortugas after so much time at the Cardamar Oval. Well, gets fair piece of this. That's going to fly. Maximo says Carreras. Well, it's been a while since we've seen the Maximo. In fact, it's only the second one in the innings, and it breaks pretty much a 6-over drought between sixes. So you can see TTP, they need to be able to have players to clear the boundary, but now it's going to be 6 and out. As Hussain tries to go for that favourite little swivel pull shot. This time he gets castled. So Guggenpreet will finish with a wicket. He'll finish with figures of 2 for 15. I don't know if it went through his legs or maybe around his pad, but in the end, pretty easy. Yeah, nutmeg job. And yeah, for Werewolves, I'll be happy to see the back of him. Gave it a fair old crack, did Amzad Hussain. He'll go for 22 off 15, 74 for 4, into 7 overs as well. Get a little bit of look at what's coming up tomorrow, maybe. Have a very quick look because Phil and Gina will be back on the park. Let's actually look at what's coming up in the coming weeks and the coming months. Obviously, Switzerland was announced fairly recently. And the fact that we'll have Western and Melville Shield in a 10-day window. Really excited for that. Okay, so over number 8 coming up. This is Mohamed Tabish coming back into the attack. Probably pretty reliable. He bowls that length well, doesn't he? Heavy kind of a length. Not a lot of bounce in this pitch, but yeah, it's good if you can bend your back and get a bit of it. He does it again. Must be from side on, actually. Yeah, it has been called the one for the over. Rock and roll there as it goes past him. Let's have a look. Umpire's got to make the call quickly. Yeah, fair enough. Is that over the shoulder? He is pretty much standing there, isn't he? If anything, he's kind of on his tiptoes. Yeah, well bowled. I'm wondering how he could get to that, Russell, but the short answer is just move across a bit. Just waving the hands at it wildly. Tabish. Need that final gear, don't they? TTP, one of the reasons that they're languishing is probably the fact that they don't maybe have the depth of some other sides. Fouls this onto his own foot there, so yeah, pretty hard going at the moment. Just feel this could fizzle a little bit. I suppose the fact they have taken 4 wickets, that's probably the difference between chasing maybe 80 odd and 110. Last ball for Tabish. Oh, maybe it's not. It's been called a no ball. We'll have to check the foot here of the bowler. That's a bit of a bonus. You can't get a great look at the line, but yeah, fair enough. You can kind of see but the line is behind the back of the foot. Great camera work. So free hit. Let's see if they can cash this one in. Russell 2 off 6. And he gets a free hit here to finish the 8th over. Oh, probably run there. Oh, I should have run, actually. Especially run's been hard to come by. But anyway, Tabish gets out of jail despite the front foot no ball. And it really cost him an extra run. It is 78 for 4 after 8. Yes, if you want to throw a random question at me, now's the time. Because I'm only going to do 2 more overs and then we're back to Tina Goff. Next 2 days, which is Wednesday and Thursday, you'll have Phil and Tina. And I think I'm doing finals day with Phil. I think I'm doing the first day of the premiere with Tina. Yeah, my 2-day little mini stint. Theoretically, I have these 2 weeks off. And this is going to be over number 9. I had a random question here about some of the fast games today. What are the shortest games we've had on ECN? Okay, outside weather affected ones. Thank you, Rhinus. That's a very good question. Well, I can give you... I can go shortest as far as overs. Okay, so yeah, we're not talking about kind of 3 over matches or anything like that. But believe it or not, the fastest chase on ECN is actually in a women's game in Gibraltar, when Gibraltar were only able to manage, I think, 14-15 against the Netherlands. Wow, short, absolutely cracked there. Really good shot. Maximal for Russell. Needed to get something going there. And nicely struck right out of the middle. Yeah, so the fastest chase actually, yeah, Gibraltar made 14 for 9 off their 10 overs. Netherlands chased it in 5 balls, so not even 1 over. That was back on the 24th of February, 2023. Oh, bold. Good comeback from Rajbir. As far as men's cricket, though, one of the fastest games, or the fastest chase, was actually in Portugal. In fact, the fastest men's is actually in Portugal. Fighters chased 46 in 1.4 overs against the Lisbon Supergiants on the 29th of March, 2023. Oh, that's got away from the keeper, and it's going to be 4 byes. Oh, dear me. Huge swing and a miss. Okay, it's awkward for the keeper. Keeps low sometimes, but you can see it goes straight through his leg. So we had a nutmeg from the batters. It was a wicket. Nutmeg of the keeper. Results in 4. I remember the old record before that, before the men's at least, before it was 1.4 by the fighters. It was jointly held 2.1 overs. Malmöhus in Sweden chased against Hisingen in 2.1. And Ireland 11, their first ever match at the ECC against Czechia. Czechia made 44. Ireland 11 made 45 in 2.1 overs. In a 9 here, and Team Tigers Portugal 90 for 4. Can they eke out another 10? And the 4 byes was pretty helpful there. There were 12 runs in that over. 7 off the bat, a leg bye, and 4 byes. Yeah, I remember, because I remember saying to the Czechia team, I said, look, the Irish team, they seem pretty young. Maybe here's a few sledges I would use. Get into them, you know, shouldn't you be doing your homework? That kind of thing. Does your mummy know you're here? Didn't really have a chance to use them because Seamus Lynch came out and just lit him up in 2 overs. Game was over. Big wide. Decide against running. Russell's keen to get back on strike. You can tell that. Yeah. Given up as a sledging coach now, though, after that. That one's good. It is good. I think Hassan needs to work out what his plan is. Is it to try and hit the glory shot, or at least to get Russell back on strike? Having said that, Russell's not quite going at a run of ball pace. Hello to Anthony Razmalic. Are you watching from Croatia, I imagine? That's very kind of you, Raz. Oh, that looks out. Yep. Hassan, that wasn't really meeting ball there, and Russell's pretty annoyed because he's going to have to walk back to the non-striker's end. Have a look at this on the replay. We'll see it from straight on. That's a long way across. Pitching, yeah, middle and leg. That's not missing leg. That's hitting the stumps. Good decision. Again, umpires have been excellent. Russell still stuck 22 yards from where he wants to be, as Zahid will go for 1 off 5. A wicket in the last over for Amritpal Singh. Scores 91 for 5. Yeah, that's hitting leg stump for me. Yeah, Anthony, I was going to say, now I know you played for Sir Oliver Split. Are you split based, or which part of Croatia do you live normally? Oh, that will be nicked, and that's going to be gone. So Ator, the skipper, will go first ball. So we've got a hat-trick opportunity here. A wild swing. Boy, Russell still stuck at the non-striker's end. So Amrit, hat-trick opportunity here in the 10th. Johnny said there was a question 30-odd chats ago. Feel free to repost it. I'm trying to keep up today. Also, I will say, you know, for Tina and Phil, I know they do a great job keeping up with the chat, but sometimes if they don't, it's fair enough. You know, it's a lot to take on, especially if you haven't done too many games. Khalid Amadi took a hat-trick last week in ECL Championship Week. 3 for none in a 5-over fiesta. 6 days ago now, playing for Roma CC versus Hornchurch. Could we have a hat-trick here? In match number 20, Amritpal Singh. You know, always a good chance in the 10th over. Mahmudul Khan, the batter. Around the wicket here, Amrit to the left-hander. Hat-trick ball. Oh, no ball called. I think that might be for a field. Yep, there's Miguel. Good camera work as well to spot that. So, too many outfielders. So imagine if that was a wicket and it's a no ball because one of your fielders isn't where they're meant to be. So Mahmood will get a chance. Well, it's going to be a wide. I think that bounced just on the pitch. So the free hit will remain in play. Check it out. Yeah, it might have been after the stumps anyway, even if it was kind of off the pitch. All right. Free hit again. Gets hit. That wasn't the idea. And finally, how quick was Russell down the other end saying, hey, I wanted to be down where the action is. Still 2 to come. I actually didn't think that got any of the bat. Let's see what it's given. It's only for accounting purposes, though. I'm going to give it a run. Oh, what a leave. What a leave from Russell. He was very hopeful this would miss the leg stump, and he was right. Have we got that on replay? Watch this. Oh. See, that takes skill. It takes judgment. Oh, edge would have been a wide, but it's going to run away. Excellent field, and they probably want 2 here no matter what. Yeah, they have to run there. Again, TTP. It's the inexperience. The throw came wide anyway. So yeah, for sure, they could have manipulated Russell back on strike if that's what they want. That could be a wide. Oh, he's missed. Is this a wide? Yeah, it is. He does get down there. He's wiped himself out. Where's the helmet gone? Has he lost the helmet in the dive? Again, is it wide? Yeah, looks like it. Oh, how do you miss from there? Bang. Oh, I don't know if you got that from camera 4, but I would like to see exactly what happened when the helmet got spilt. Wow. That's one part of the wipeout. That's before the landing. Not sure if we'll get enough time. Probably it's going to take a bit of time to get it on. Whoa. Oh, what a wipeout. 2 runs for free. Can they get up to the 100? In 98 with the ball to go. Here's Russell. Magical 3 figures beckons. Maybe. There's 99. There you go for 100. Got to try. Last ball. Out. So they get 99.94. The Bradman average as it will be Mahmood who's run out at the bowler's end. Nice pick up from the bowler. Yeah, hello to everyone in the chat. And yeah, Anthony, great to hear from you. I know that Sam Hutton, your mentor, I suppose, your cricket mentor, he's listed for Coimbra Knights. Not sure if we'll be able to travel for any of the games, but we saw him playing for Coimbra Knights in the night series. Look, pretty entertaining stuff. It'll finish 99 for 7. And yeah, Team Tigers Portugal, okay, it doesn't look as pretty as the 100, but it's as good as the 100, really. But they will have to bowl and field really, really well. And the Werewolves, so they kind of had the staggers last night, didn't they? In a game that finished in a golden ball. Cracking game that was as well. That one probably should have been out. Omar Farouk got super lucky early. And then it looked like it just might be his innings, didn't it? Got them off to a reasonable start. That was an amazing catch. I mean, that was when Muhammad Omar Farouk was fresh out of luck, as he was caught by Hamza Farouk. So one Farouk doing damage to another. Got to say, Johnny's always looking pretty well put together at the top of the order. Unfortunately for him, he would fall. So it took a nice catch to get him. Foyers was out there. He got dropped, actually, so I mean, quite a few lives given. just thinking last night, Lisbon Supergiants versus Werewolves, that was the golden ball score. How's that from the fielding? Put a bell on the ball, though. It's no good if the ball's already stopped. But the golden ball score was 89 last night. This is 10 more than that. We just saw the Werewolves kind of get the Stangers on the chase. So will it be lightning striking twice? Also, maybe not so easy batting in the fading light. We know it does get pretty dark in the last innings of the day. But, I mean, it was a kind of utilitarian innings, wasn't it? I do like the efforts the Werewolves give you in the field. Doesn't always work for them. But they're going to give it 100% anyway. Hamzat Hussain, 22 off 15, actual top scorer of the innings. Thought he was quite good. 3 4s and a 6 for him. Eventually, he went 6 and out. Then he got megged and over went the castle. And for Team Tigers Portugal, needs someone to try and get him closer. Russell took a while to get going. That was his only 6. That was an LBW. Zahid went in the last over. And then Asif Ataur, he would nick off first balls. It was a hat-trick opportunity, but Russell, he was scrambling for everything he could to get back down the other end. And like I said, Russell himself, he was only able to hit 1 boundary out of the 14 balls that he faced. There's the ceremonial bat swap. I love this one. Just giving it everything. Not that the dive would have helped him because the keeper had hit the stumps. It would have been out easily. That meant an extra ball was bowled. It was good for an extra run. This was run number 99, and although they tried for run number 100, late decision to throw to the bowler. Farouk, I thought, did a pretty good job in the field. He just takes it one hand and breaks the stumps on the run. So, Team Tigers Portugal, 99 for 7 off the 10. Werewolves, a nice even 100 will be their target. And Team Tigers Portugal, well, they're in the game. Probably helped by the 26 extras there. And that's one thing I think the Werewolves, if they are going to go a long way in this Challenger division, they don't want to give that many up. Extra's actually the top scorer with 26, but Hamzat Hussain, the top bat with 22 off 15. You can see the top 3 made 12, 13, 12. So they made starts. They couldn't go on to a bigger score. And that's kind of hampering the Tigers at the moment. Russell with a fighting 12 not out, but not quite able to break the runner ball barrier. 2 for 15 for Gaganpreet Singh and 2 for 24 for Amritpal Singh, who was on a hat-trick in the last over. Gurvinder Singh 1 for 10, but never got in the second over. 1 for 13 to Tabish, who continues to impress, hurrying up the batters in this division. But no one really went for big runs, we'll say that. I think the extra is probably something that they will want to work on. 7 4s and 3 6s in that innings. But doesn't matter how you get them, they have them. Team Tigers Portugal with 99. I want to say big thanks to everybody in the chat for your company. I won't be on the air for a couple of days. That's the plan, at least. I will be there on Friday for Finals Friday and Peacock Friday in Portugal. I'll hand you back to Tina Goff, and don't forget Phil G joining you tomorrow. We'll take a break, and I'll be watching, like everyone else here, to see if the Werewolves can break their chasing in the 10th innings of the day. Hoodoo 100 for the win for them. Can Team Tigers Portugal play their way back into contention, though, by defending 99? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Take a break. Back shortly with a chase. Here you're watching Map 20 of the Challenger Division here in the European Cricket Series, Portugal.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good evening and a final welcome back for today to the Santarem Cricket Ground as we enter the final match of the day, match 5 of day 4, match 20 of this Challenger Series 2025 here in sunny Portugal, and what a sight that is. I never get tired of seeing that. And well, this is the equation as Vinny called it in the first innings. Team Tigers Portugal ending up on 99 runs, so around 100 required for the Werewolves. If they manage that within 7 overs, all 4 points will go into their claws. But well, TTP, if they restrict the Werewolves to 69 runs or less, then all 4 of those points will end up in the paws of the Tigers. So all still to play for here in this final innings of the day. Glorious setting sun over the SCG. You can see still trying to hang on is the sun, the long shadows being cast across the outfield. Glorious outfield which had a haircut last night, so you can see throughout the day the ball has been rolling quicker and quicker. And those storms we had over the weekend, just a long distant memory. As the Werewolves, well, you'd say before the game they would have gone into this as hot favourites, as they are kicking it up the top of the table along with the Brothers 11. 5 wins from their 6 games so far, just that 1 defeat on Golden Ball 73 around this time yesterday evening, as Azam Johnny has the ball in hand to open up the bowling innings for TTP. Meanwhile, it's Captain Ram for the Wolves alongside Mohammed Tabish with bats in hand. Well, it's been a long day here, my first solo flight, and I'm happy that the TTP have given us a pretty simple equation, maths-wise, 100 runs needed. And well, there's at least one of them, probably 2 on the misfield. And there's Ruhan Khan out there. He takes a bit of a tumble. Actually, in the end, does well to get at least a hand on it so it doesn't go all the way through his legs into the boundary. Yep. A 1-2 step there from Ruhan. Ram gets his team up and running. Well, take the 2, add another 4, and you'll get the 6. It's maths time here with Tina as the Werewolves get their innings now up and running. 6 coming off the first 3 deliveries from the hand of Azam Johnny. And a final hello as well to everyone joining us here in the live chat. Wasn't it great to have a bit of a break from me? I certainly enjoyed my break and listening to Vinny back on the mic. It's always lovely to hear him, and I'm looking forward to having him in person on Friday here in the commentary box. You know when there's a Peacock Friday that Vinny will pop up. In fact, Friday will be my day off, so I've already heard from Phil G yesterday that he is promising an absolute Peacock Friday spectacle with his choice of clothing. So keep your eyes open for that, or maybe close your eyes. You might be blinded by the peacock off we'll have between Phil and Vinny on Friday, but we've still got 2 full days of group stage games before we have the Peacock Finals Friday. Just a couple of singles in the meantime. That one's up in the air and there's no one out there. It's just going to leap up off the outfield. 1 bounce 4 to finish the start of this chase for the Werewolves. They'll be hunting in packs here, the Wolves, trying to chase down this total of around 100. They've already got 12 of them on the board after the first over. There you have it. Well, it's been 4 matches since a golden ball. This time yesterday, Phil G and I, well, the tingle didn't start that early. It kind of crept up on us. It was a slowly building tingle, which usually you have to go see a doctor for, but we were very much rooted to the commentary box as we had that golden ball between the Lisbon Supergiants and the Werewolves, who are out there batting at the moment. In that game, it was the Werewolves that batted first, and Lisbon Supergiants, they had the chance to win the game on the final ball. They needed 2 to win, only managed the 1. That took us to the golden ball. We saw earlier, it's the 6th one we've had in Portugal. We had one in the ECS final last year, 2024. Who remembers that one? And before that, I think a couple in 2022. Got 2025 off to a bang here in Portugal. Needing to wait just 3 days to get that long-awaited golden ball. 73rd on the European Cricket Network. It's Mamadou Khan who's bowling the second over. Bit of a full start with a single and then a wide, but he comes back strong there, does Khan. He's often used at the top of the bowling innings for TTP. Had some success on day 1 in that only win so far for TTP against the Supergiants, the one that they won by just a solitary run. Mamadou Khan in that game, figures of 2 for 20, and wow, he's really gone after the Wolf there and almost mauled him as the ball, well, it was Ram Haritwal who tried to duck underneath it, managed to just get onto his all fours, and well, it was less Wolf and more Tabby Cat there as he tried to duck underneath it and just got one probably just in the fleshy part of his back. No lasting damage, apart from a bit of damage to the eco. He's straight back up, gets a nice high five from Mamadou Khan. Good to see, and well, he's just going to have a quick once over from the umpire, but I think he's good to go. Proves it as well by hitting a nice shot through the covers just for 1. And of course, we're into the final innings of the day, so please send in your random questions. I've already seen a few thrown Vinny's way. And well, John, great, thank you. Congratulating me on my goal at the weekend and a win for my football team. There's a big appeal here, but left arm over again. Don't need to repeat myself like a broken record. If you're going left arm over, the chances are it's not really pitching anywhere near the middle of those 3 stumps, and as was the case there. Yeah, so when I'm not in the commentary box, I'm usually playing cricket or playing football. Managed to get the win at the weekend, so thank you very much, John. Thomas Martinez says favourite female footballer. Could go rogue and say Elise Perry. I mean, it's not often you represent your country for both football and cricket. So it's a 2 in 1 there, and well, there's a 6 in 1 there from the bat of Mohamed Tabish, who, well, he's seen Ram Haritwal, his captain the other end, score most of the runs so far. But Tabish has just knocked a couple of singles, and he's decided, well, I've had enough of that. I'm going to hit it all the way for 6. And that was a lovely shot from Tabish, who has form going into this game. As we take a look at the standings and the Werewolves, well, you can see how big a win would be for them. 3 points would take them to the very top of the table, leapfrogging the brothers who are currently occupying that top spot. The Werewolves would have a game in hand. As for the Team Tigers, well, if they pick up a precious 3 points, that would at least keep them within touching distance of those top 4 spots. Well, you fear for TTP if they leave today empty-handed after suffering that heavy defeat in match 17 to the Lisbon Supergiants. They went down by 9 wickets, went away with 0 points in that one, and well, they'd want at least 1 point as a bare minimum here. Ideally 3, possibly even 4. Beggars can't be choosers when they're at the bottom of the table, but unless they start picking up wins quickly, they're going to remain there for the foreseeable future as Johnny comes in, and well, he's come back into the attack and he's got a wicket first up. That's a good grab there by the keeper behind the stumps. It's Foyaz Udin there who takes the grab. You could hear the double sound from here, the click off the bat. Take a look at this on the replay. Yeah, a nice grab a good lesson there for all you keepers. Foyazudin, he kind of keeps his hands low. It's easy in that situation to jump out the way or expect the ball to come flying towards your face. But he managed to stay low, and well, a bit of a conversation going on there between Mamadou Khan and the departing batter Ram Haritwal. A few words, I'm sure, friendly in nature for the captain as he has to depart for 12 runs off 9 deliveries. And this was a nice take here. You could tell the captain as well, Ram, he knew his number was up, and I wonder what that discussion was about. Meanwhile, we'll go back to live, and it's 2 in 2. Deepak Kumar, the wicket keeper, comes in for the Werewolves, and he immediately departs. And there's a bit of a post-mortem going on in the middle of the pitch between the two batters. I'm not sure what Mohammad Tabish can really say to his counterpart there, because he hasn't really stuck around enough to have anything to say at all, really, apart from, yep, see you later, I'll see you on the sidelines. As that's another wicket to fall for the Werewolves, and you can see it's just a bit of an ugly hoik, and straight into the grateful hands of Mohammad Rasul. As easy a catch as you're likely to have. Luckily for him, the sun was behind him as well, so he didn't have that low sun glaring into his eyes. And well, the Werewolves here, a bit of a turn up for the books. They're in trouble, 21 for 2 to 2.2 overs. So it's Gaganpreet Singh who comes in batting number 4 for the Werewolves. And oh, look at this, we've got a hat-trick opportunity here for Azam Johnny. It's in his second over. 2 for 12 his figures so far, here we go. Well, the shouts of catch it, and I think the wicketkeeper was so preoccupied at seeing if the stumps would go flying or if there was an edge, that it looked like in the end there was nothing on it. And I think, was it by signalled? Let's take a look. Yep, it was indeed. So yeah, the keeper looked like he wasn't quite ready. He was still positioning his fielders. By the time the ball came, it bounced up quite high and it went through everyone. Double teapot situation there from Azam Johnny as that races away to the boundary, 4 byes. Gaganpreet Singh, he bowled well in the first half of this game, picking up 2 wickets for the loss of just 15 runs, but he'll have to do the business with the bat here. They managed to scamper through for a single. Just a change of the field here as deep point fielders brought in and mid-off is sent back to long off here. Omar Farouk joining me in front of the commentary cube. Well, he'll be immediately into the action. He'll have to run quickly around to his left, and well, he ran and did the hard work and then just dangled his left foot out. And we've seen some, well, I know there's some football going on at the moment. We won't be troubling any of the squads with this kind of footwork, as, yeah, well, he did well to not roll his ankle on the ball. He tried to stamp on it, I think, in the end, but it does go all the way for 4. And, well, it's one thing sending Omar Farouk out to the boundary to do the fielding, but it would be preferable for TTP if he actually does use his hands. He's still out there. This one has gotten too wide for him, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary as well. And when you're in the power play, you've got to make the most of every opportunity to score those boundaries, and that's exactly what Mohammad Tabish has done on those 2 deliveries, finishing the 3rd over with back-to-back 4s, having started the over with back-to-back wickets. So classic ECN over, having a bit of everything in the end. At the end of the power play, the Werewolves 34 for 2. And look at that, TTP at the end of their power play were 33 for 2. So nothing to separate these 2 sides at the moment. And I'm not going to say it, but I don't need to remind you what happened in the final game yesterday. And it seems to be something in the iced tea at the start of game 5, which causes a few thrillers to happen, a few upsets maybe. It was certainly an upset yesterday evening involving the Werewolves, who have otherwise been so strong, to lose to the Super Giants in that final game of the day. So Omar Farouk hasn't impressed with his foot fielding, but he'll have a chance to impress with the ball now. So he has the ball for the 4th over. big swing there from Gaganpreet Singh. He's only faced 4 deliveries, just the 1 single to his name. And you've got Mohammad Tabish at the other end, 16 off 6. I think Gaganpreet just has to knock the ball into a gap, get his partner on strike. Oh, he knocks the ball up in the air. It's more up than long, and it's fumbled. It should have been taken there in the field by Mamadou Khan. And another piece of sloppy fielding from TTP, and that's maybe why they are the position they are in the table, and that's right at the bottom, holding up the rest of the standings. And it's because of fielding like that, which you really can't afford to do when you've got some powerful hitters out there. Another chance goes missing for TTP. It's otherwise been a good over from Omar Farooq. He would have dearly loved to have capped it off with at least 1 wicket, but it's just been a couple of singles so far in this 4th over. And you can see the run rate, well, it's above 10. So the Werewolves just about on the run rate for now, and I'm sure they'd want to accelerate towards the end, but they've got to keep an eye on those wickets when you're playing shots like that. You're always prone to losing a wicket or two. That ball comes straight, and Gaganpreet Singh is trying to eye up the bushes on the leg side boundary, then he could be in a bit of trouble, because that one does come straight, and he does hit it straight. The one-handed grab there on the boundary, not a bad little casual effort there, doing the fielding. It's Azam Johnny, I think, out there on the boundary. Look at this one. Who needs 2 hands? Just use one. And takes a little look to make sure he's nowhere near the boundary, and that is the end of the 4th over. Just a handful of singles coming off it, so it should have been a wicket as well, really, for Omar Farooq, but he'll be happy with that, as the Werewolves go to 37 for 2 off 4 overs. The win predictor still has them ahead, and, well, they have actually just dipped below the run rate because of that fantastic over by Farooq. But you can see TTP, they kind of just stayed pretty steady around the 10 run rate. And, well, 1 big over from the Werewolves. If they go magical or, heaven forbid, even supersonic, then this game could turn in just a few minutes. As it's Mohammad Rassel who comes in for his first bowl of the game. Strangled appeal there. And, well, certainly a bit too high on that one, as Gaganpreet Singh, one of the taller members of the Werewolf pack, that hit him high up on the leg. No chance of an LBW there. And, well, there is a chance of a wide there, as Mohammad Rassel just ventures the wrong side of that wide line. Oh, and that was a big nick on that, and you can see what Mohammad Rassel thinks of that. And Foyers Uddin might want to give his bowler a wide berth here, because there was a big deflection on that, and Uddin saw it all the way, but maybe it just came at him a bit too quickly. He got his hands up, but it hit him like square in the chest there. Another chance goes a begging for TTP, and, well, here's some salt for your wound, Mohammad, because, well, after that drop, he's going to have to re-bowl that one, another wide. But, I mean, they won't mind the wides an awful amount as long as the boundaries do dry up, and there hasn't been a boundary since the 3rd over. So that one goes high up in the air, and, well, the jinx is on, because that's gone all the way almost up to the clubhouse. I think that Grizzly wants a taste of that iced tea as well. Slight boundary drought is put to an end from the bat of Gaganpreet Singh, and I was saying he's quite a tall figure, and Mohammad Rassel just kind of bowled him a hit me ball there, a bit of a half tracker. He just leaned into that one. He goes again, Gaganpreet Singh, and that was an even better shot. He just opened up the offside there for a Maximo, back-to-back sixes. And this is more like it for the Werewolves. They're finding their roar again. And, well, this Mohammad Rassel over's already gone for 14 runs, and there's still 2 balls left from it, because we had those 2 wides in there as well. What was looking like not a bad over is now threatening, well, as long as Gaganpreet Singh's there, to possibly go magical. Here we go. Well, that is a big hit, but it's not going to go all the way. Whoa! And Omar Farooq does a little dance along the boundary line. Luckily for him and for TTP, he manages to stay just the right side of that line. So we take a look at this on the replay. I thought first that Gaganpreet Singh had got a hold of all of it, but he didn't quite. Omar Farouk, he took it in the mid-rift and his momentum almost took him back. He does a bit of the old tightrope walk, puts his hands up in the air, balances himself, and in the end does really well to keep him the right side of that boundary rope. And that does mark the end of Gaganpreet Singh. And, well, maybe Mohamed Rassel will take those back-to-back sixes if it does mark the end of the dangerous batter, as he does have to depart for 15 off 12 deliveries. He was threatening to kind of get going there, but it was the safe hands of Omar Farouk on the back of his brilliant fourth over as well that made sure the Werewolves are now 3 down, 51 runs on the board. There's still 1 ball left of the 5th. And that's just knocked round the corner by Rajbir Singh, the new batter. At the halfway stage then, the Werewolves 52 for 3. As you join me for the final time in the commentary box, at least during the game, and what a day it's been so far. We've had glorious sunshine, we've had run chases, we've had wickets, and I don't know, you maybe still have a bit of a tingle going on now, because who knows, at the halfway stage, the Werewolves 52 for 3, chasing down that round 100. So we had a golden ball at the end of yesterday's play, and who knows, maybe we'll have another one today, but maybe also I'm getting a little bit greedy. Well, it's been me by myself today, ably supported as well by Vinny in the ECN studio, and I'm looking forward to having Phil G back with me in the commentary box tomorrow. But in the meantime, I've been loving all of your company, and thank you so much for keeping me company. It's been a blast, and well, we've still got a few blasts to come. I think there's still 5 overs left of this day, and it looks like it will be Omar Farouk to bowl the 6th over. Rajbir Singh, who kept hold of the strike after that single off his first ball in the previous over. Well, that run rate after that over that went for 15 for Mohamed Rassel, that run rate has now dipped again below 10 at the moment. The Werewolves are bang on what they need to be to at least get the 3 points for the win, and that's certainly going to help as well. It's Mohamed Tabish, who has been waiting around for a while at the non-striker's end. He's had to wait his turn, and well, he's made the most of it. 21 runs he's got so far of just 8 deliveries. And you imagine if he sticks around for the Werewolves, then this total can be eaten up pretty quickly. But 3 wickets down already. TTP still within a shout, 30% according to the win predictor. Omar Farouk been bowling very well. That 4 was the first blot on his copybook, the first boundary he's conceded in this game. That's an excellent line. That's exactly where you want to be hiding the ball if you're bowling, especially to someone like Mohamed Tabish, who's there, you can see, tried to give himself a bit of width and then try to almost politely ask the umpire, is that going to be a wide ball? But it was well within the line from Omar Farouk. Oh, there you go. Excellent bowling from Omar Farouk. He does Mohamed Tabish all ends up there. It was a bit of a slower delivery, and Tabish was waiting for the big heave-ho. He was just completely deceived by the flight of that ball, and that was a well-deserved wicket as well for Omar Farouk, who's been the pick of the TTP bowlers so far. Well, he still has time to remonstrate somewhat with his teammates, but look at that. It's just a bit of a back of the hand or side of the hand slower ball, and for Tabish it's almost like resigning himself to his fate in slow motion. He sees that ball coming, but he's already danced down the pitch and almost has enough time to turn around and see that ball take the stumps. And yeah, well bowled, Omar Farouk. And while I was saying, maybe put the curse on Mohamed Tabish there, he was a big wicket, and well, a big shout here as well. And it's been given. It's 2-2 once more for TTP, and Gurpreet Guri, who did damage earlier in the day with the bat, well, he's not going to trouble the scorers on this occasion, as Omar Farouk gets his second wicket in as many deliveries, and well, you can see exactly why that was given. Gurpreet Guri stepped all across his stumps, didn't get any bat on it, and well, the suspicious look from Guri in the direction of the umpire says it all, and no complaints from him as he drags himself off the pitch. He batted up really well earlier. Game 18, he scored 57 runs in just 24 deliveries, and TTP will be mightily relieved to see the back of him. And well, look at that now. They've maybe in just 2 balls put themselves in the driving seat once more. The Werewolves 57 for 5. Omar Farouk, he's not going to get the chance to get a hat-trick, so note that in your notebooks for tomorrow, that Omar Farouk is on a hat-trick across games, and you can see that he got the 2 big wickets needed there to get his TTP side really back into this game. Great figures for him, finishing 2 for 8 off his 2 overs. As Shruvia Biswas comes in for his first ball. Looks like the Werewolves want to get 2 here. It's a long old chase down that hill. They do get in comfortably. Gurpreet Singh, who has joined Rajbir Singh at the crease. Just a tyre change here for Gurpreet Singh, who probably wasn't expecting that double blow at the end of Omar Farouk's over, so maybe not quite ready with his equipment, but a bit of help from the umpire. We're all friends here, all want to help one another, get this cricket on the road. He's back with both shoes, hopefully on the right feet. And suddenly, in the span of just a few balls, Omar Farouk in that previous over, he went 1 and 4, but then 2 dots followed by 2 wickets. Another dot ball there from Biswas, and suddenly, well, the Werewolves find themselves in a bit of trouble, and there's a quick run here taken, probably thrown to the wrong end because Gurpreet Singh, having just had his shoes tied, got his skates on then very quickly to get to the other end, and while a direct hit, he might have been in trouble, but what a glorious shot that is in the setting sun as well. I promise it's still nice and light out there. The blue skies in all directions mean that it's the perfect conditions for cricket. And well, it's the final game of the day. There's no danger of the fading light. Even yesterday when we had the extended golden ball, still the glorious sunshine accompanied us till the very end. What a ball that is from Shuvra. Too good for most standards here. Look at this, it drift. Wow. That's got to be a late contender for ball of the day. Drifts in on the right arm over action, and then just turns and bounces straight past the outside edge, and maybe he's still gathering himself, wondering how on earth he did that as he goes to the back of his run-up. This is another excellent over for TTP. Suddenly what looked like a procession for the Werewolves. They're now staring down, needing 40 runs still. 19 balls remaining. So the challenge is getting ever more difficult as that one's chipped down the air, down the ground. And that will certainly help. That's almost joining me here in the commentary box. In fact, it whistles straight past the cube. That was just almost chipped by Rajbir Singh. He has got some runs in the previous few days as well. He's picked up wickets, so he's one of the main men for Werewolf CC. They'll need him to stick around for just a while longer if they're to chase down this total now with 3 overs remaining, 35 needed. And if we take a look now at what's happening tomorrow, and the action doesn't stop, does it? We've got all 6 teams in action once more. First up, Coimbra Knights versus the Brothers 11, and while the Brothers have got a double header, they'll be back later in the day as well, as will the Coimbra Knights. It's Friendship CC's turn for a double header, and well, Team Tigers Portugal, after having a late night here, they'll just have the one game tomorrow morning. Match 22 will see them face up against Friendship CC, so it's bound to be another thrilling day of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. I know Phil G will be joining me again tomorrow, so it'd be good to have him back in the commentary box. Maybe we'll find out what he did on his day off today. I saw that he did pop up in the chat earlier, but I hope he's had a bit of time away from the cricket as well. Maybe he's just been basking in the glow of last night's golden ball. Speaking of the chat, any final questions you do have, we just got 3 overs left, but anything that's on your heart or on your mind, now is the time. You have my undivided attention as we follow through the final 3 overs of this day. Look at that, TTP, the win predictor, has swung right in their favour. They're now up at 66%, thanks to an excellent few overs in the field for them. And, well, this one's up in the air, but it will drop safely. But for the Werewolves, well, Mamadou Khan fields that one. For the Werewolves, they just really need a few more boundaries because the balls are dropping down, down. They've got 17 left and still 34 runs needed. As Ruhan Khan has got the ball in hand for his first bowl of this game. And while that will certainly help, and well, when you need runs, you don't mind how they come, even if it's a true perfect edge. And well, maybe I'm not giving him enough credit there because he does open up the face of the bat. So maybe we can say hats off to Rajbir Singh. 'Cause actually, let's take a look at this on the replay. I'm not sure if he meant it to go quite that fine. And well, maybe it was a bit of a, I'm going to style this out, I don't mind how it happens. Well, it says 4 in the scorebook to Rajbir Singh. He'll take that all day long. 30 needed now off 16 deliveries. A wide ball is called. It was actually well blocked by the keeper, who went down in the long barrier to make sure he got anything behind that for Yazudin, to make sure that 1 wide didn't turn into the dreaded 5 wides. That one's flicked away to the leg side. The chase is on there for Jibon Naidu, but the Grizzly is the winner of that chase as the Werewolves get a much needed 4 off the bat of Rajbir Singh. And the line just, well, I would say the line straight, but actually that was probably just over the top of middle stump. But Rajbir got a bit funky there, made sure to pick the gap in the field, and well, there was certainly a gap down there. And much needed boundary. Werewolves now 75 for 5, so 25 runs needed, exactly 10 needed per over. Back to that run rate that we had at the start of the innings, and well, there's another 4 to Rajbir Singh, and he's really motoring along now. He moves himself to 21 off 9 deliveries, and that's, well, 3 4s in a row if you discount the wide, but every single run counts here for the Werewolves. And there's another 4 of them. Fist pumps all around between the 2 Singhs out there for the Werewolves, and they're beginning to find their howl again, as it looked like this game, well, as is always the case in these T10s, swinging to and fro. Now again, the win predictor has the Werewolves up ahead at 60%. I'm getting whiplash from this win predictor. That's exactly what we want. We want exciting games, and that's what we've had throughout this Challenger division as well. I think it was a masterstroke from the organisers of ECN to split this Portugal series into 2 divisions, because it just made sure that you had teams of similar abilities competing against one another. That's why we had the golden ball. That's why we've had several final ball finishes, as Ruhan Khan comes back very strongly on the final 2 balls of the 8th over. 2 dots. Still 14 runs coming off it, which is above the run rate needed for the Werewolves as we get to the end of the 8th over. And look how tight that is. Well, you couldn't separate these 2 sides, and I don't want to say golden ball tingle quite yet, but it's getting to the time. We know it all happens in the 9th, and there's 21 runs needed off the final 12 deliveries. And the big question here is, who's going to bowl for TTP? They've already used 6 bowlers, Azam Johnny and Omar Farouk. They've both bowled out. They've got Mamadou Khan, Mohammad Rassel and Shuvra Biswas, who only gave away 8 runs in his previous over. So they're not short of options here. It's just about making the right choice. Look at that, 54, 46%. It looks like they have gone back to Mamadou Khan. You know, his first over when he went for 9. I think that's a good choice. He bowled the second over of this innings, and he will bowl the ninth, the all-important ninth now, and wow, that's a great delivery, and he immediately demands the ball back. He wants to keep the pressure firmly on Gurpreet Singh, and what they want to avoid at all costs, TTP, is allowing Rajbir Singh to run through for the single. For Gurpreet Singh, it's kind of all or nothing here. Either get yourself a single, get Rajbir Singh back on strike, or swing from the hip. What's he going to do? He's going to swing, and Mahmudul Khan just sneaks that ball inside that wide line. And I think the reason why this is a good choice from TTP as well is that the angle of the left-hander is really just tailing the ball away from Gurpreet Singh. And you really need a talented batsman of the highest order out there to hit across that ball through the covers. They've got a deep cover out as well. Wow, that ball just seemed to kick up off the surface, and Mahmudul Khan, he is not messing about. That's 3 dot balls in a row. And he's just saying, give me the ball, I'll do the rest. And yeah, big slap on the back from his teammate, because this once more has swung the game to the Tigers. 3 dot balls, in fact 5 dot balls in a row if you count the 2 at the end of the 8th from Ruhan Khan. 21 needed, 9 balls left. Gurpreet Singh does get some bat on that finally. He just runs through for the 1, and well, Mahmudul Khan, he puts up a big fist saying, don't throw the ball in, because I think he's more than happy to allow Rajbir Singh to have just 2 balls of this remaining 9th over. I feel that this ball's got to go to the boundary, and then surely Rajbir has to get himself on strike for the final over. Well, there's part 1 of the plan, as that one is hit all the way from Maximo through backward point. And well, I don't have a hotline to Rajbir Singh out there, but I mean, he certainly seemed to be listening to me, because that's step 1. I think step 2, well, if the Werewolves are going to do it, I think it will be down to Rajbir Singh. So I'd probably sacrifice a boundary on this ball just to get him back on strike for the 10th. Take the game deep. That's always what they say. And that's what Rajbir Singh has to do now. 14 runs needed in 7. But I mean, a 6 here would also put the pressure firmly back on TTP. Here it comes. It's gone up in the air. It's a half chance. It's not going to make it all the way to the rope. In fact, well, Rajbir Singh probably went for the boundary. In the end, he got a 1, which is the second best outcome as far as the Werewolves are concerned, because it does get him on strike for the final over with 13 runs needed for the Werewolves to claim their 6th win of this tournament. And well, the only loss they've suffered is in a golden ball. And well, lightning can't strike twice at the same time, at the same ground, 2 days running, can it? But there you see the bowlers briefly, and well, there's a few options of who can bowl this final one. It looks like they are turning to a seam option, which, well, I suppose spin is also risky at this time. But it's Ruhan Khan with ball in hand. His first over went for 14, and that's, well, 1 more than actually the Werewolves need in this over to take home the 3 points. Whatever happens, TTP will take home 1 point, which will certainly help them stay within touching distance, but they'll dearly love all 3 points. And that one's high up in the air. It's a chance, and it's taken. Great catch out there. A pressure catch in this situation to take the wicket of Rajbir Singh at the start of the final over. And what a catch that was. Just, I mean, it was a regulation catch really, but think about the pressure that was on Shuvra Biswas out there for that catch. And a round of applause from Ruhan Khan. He knows how big a wicket that is, as it's the big wicket of Rajbir Singh. He has to depart 28 runs off 14 deliveries. He got his team not over the line, but as close as possible to the line with his strike rate of 200, and that brings Akash Sood to the crease, the left-hander. Sood has mostly featured with the ball so far, this tournament, but he'll have to do it with the bat here, coming in at number 8. This pressure situation, still 13 runs needed, 5 deliveries to come. Ruhan Khan, well, he's come up trumps so far. Pressure situation for him, and the 19-year-old, one of the youngest in the entire tournament, has been given the responsibility. Pressure? What pressure? And, well, talking of pressure, I think TTP have maybe realised, well, it looks like they have about 20 fielders outside the ring, and pretty sure they're not allowed that many, just the 5. And they have got it down to 5, and it's a half-hearted appeal there. But more importantly for Ruhan Khan and for TTP, it's just a single. And singles aren't really enough. There's no way on Portugal's green earth that would have been given out LBW, but they'll take the 1, will TTP. Werewolves still need 12 off 4 deliveries. It's just 2 sixes, isn't it? But it's easy to say from the sidelines. This one goes up in the air. It's not going to be a 6. It'll probably just be a 1, despite the tumble of the fielder, Asif Atawa, the captain. He's leaving everything out there on the turf, including his shoes, because they're clearly not serving him too well. But, well, again, they'll just take the 1 off that. And we're getting into 6-0 territory here. 11 runs needed in the final 3 balls. Gurpreet Singh on strike, the left-hander. That's Akash Sood, in fact, who hits it behind the keeper, and the chase is on. It's Amzad there giving chase, and, well, we don't quite have a Baximo, we have a Binimo as well. That keeps the Werewolves in the hunt here. I think that came off the bat rather than the helmet. Whatever it was enough to take it to the boundary. 7 runs needed for the win. 6 for the GB. Akash Sood is on strike. Ruhan Khan's bowled really well actually so far. Not much he could have done about that. And he's done brilliantly again, just hiding the ball outside the off stump. And that's a precious, precious stop ball. And you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final ball. And we need a 6 to take us to a golden ball. I'm out of my seat. Strap yourselves in, otherwise you'll be flying out of your seats as well. Ruhan Khan, the final ball of the day. Here we go. And it's up in the air. Is it going to go the distance? Oh, it's incredibly close, but I think TTP know that it's just dropped about 10 centimetres. Oh my goodness. That is the difference between a golden ball and a win. What's that? 10 centimetres? I'm not exaggerating. That was right in front of me, and I think you probably could have measured that with a 10 centimetre ruler, but as it is, TTP emerged victorious against the Werewolves by just 2 runs. And those 2 runs were a matter of centimetres, and I've never seen a boundary for the batting side celebrated so wildly by the fielder who was chasing the ball, because as soon as he saw that ball had dropped inside the line, he knew that his team had made it over the line. And, well, what a turn up for the books that is. Team Tigers Portugal taking the 3 points against the Werewolves, and, well, the Werewolves will be sick of the sight of this Game 5 slot, won't they? It's the 2 defeats they've suffered yesterday, today, on that final game. As we see some of the highlights, well, it was a bit of a topsy-turvy game, wasn't it? It went this way and that, and, well, that went straight on the back of the batter there. All smiles, though, as no lasting damage done. And, well, Ram at the top of the order, he was there for a while. 2 fours from him. He was opening up with Mohamed Tabish, and we thought, well, as long as Tabish is there, then they're in with a good shout. But he fell for 21, Ram fell for 12, and that's good to see, isn't it? It's been a long day, but still all smiles all round. And, well, maybe the Werewolves aren't smiling as much anymore. That was a bit of fancy footwork, which was missing the fancy part. as the Werewolves, they clung on with their claws until the very end. We thought, could they put it to a golden ball? They were on the wrong end of a golden ball yesterday. And well, I can't overstate how close that was to a second golden ball in 2 days. And it shows you just how much cricket is a game of fine margins. A couple of misfields more, a couple of takes. Well, there you go. There is the difference between the two teams. It was about half a shoe's length, and well, the wickets kept on tumbling, didn't they? That was the end of Mohammad Tabish. Clean bowled by Omar Farooq, and there was some smiles all round as a few nice catches were taken. There was this big old appeal, actually. It was Deepak Kumar who went for a golden duck, and so did Gurpreet Guri, LBW, Omar Farooq, and every time we thought the Tigers were out of this contest with the sixes flying all over the place, suddenly they got bang bang 2 wickets twice, and that really swung the momentum back in their favour. And well, haven't we treated you today to an absolute spectacle? And it seems that we just like saving the best games until last. And well, it wasn't quite the golden ball finish, but it couldn't have been any closer, so I'm sure you'll take that. And well, it allows everyone to just enjoy the cricket that we've had on show. And there you have it. That was the final ball that was a 4 celebrated heartily by the fielding side, whereas the batting side will end up being a bit gutted that didn't go the 10 centimetres required for the win, as we take a look at the batting card. And well, extras was really the difference between the two teams, wasn't it? 9 extras here for TTP, and actually that's a real improvement on what they've done earlier in the games with, you know, keeping those extras down really makes a difference. Meanwhile, the bowlers, well, it was a bit of a harem-scarum situation right until the end, but hats off especially to 19-year-old Ruhan Khan, who was throwing the ball in the final over, and boy did he deliver. But God, I need to catch my breath because that was just an unbelievable finish. As we take a look at the match summary, and wow, match 20 is not a golden ball, but we'll take it, won't we? The Werewolves finishing an agonising 2 runs short, or if you saw that final ball, probably about 10 centimetres short of at least taking this game to a golden ball. But what a turn up for the Team Tigers, Portugal, after they've gone on a 5-game losing streak. They've got 1 more win in the bag, and they'll take that into tomorrow, hopefully getting more wins for them to keep themselves within contention. And for the final time, I welcome you into my cube, my lair. Well, the Werewolves, they've been tamed, so they'll be licking their wounds as they go back to their lair empty-handed. And well, what a game we had. And we thought maybe we could have got a bit greedy, had the second golden ball in 2 days, but it wasn't to be. And hats off to Team Tigers Portugal, who made sure that they left with 3 points. And before we say our thank yous, I want to see what we're going to be facing tomorrow. We've got another 5 games to bring you, and look at that. As we catch our breath from match 20, we already look ahead. Match 21 will have Coimbatore Knights facing the Brothers 11. And both of the teams that we've just seen, TTP, Werewolves, they'll be in action. Well, the Werewolves have a bit longer to lick their wounds. They'll be back in match 24, facing against the Brothers, who have 2 games tomorrow as well. And Phil G will be back for those games as well, and I'll be here. I'll probably try and sleep before then though, although after the day we've had today, who knows if I'll be able to sleep at all. And well, all that's left for me to say is a massive thank you for everyone for joining me today. I've been flying solo for the very first time. Thank you to Vinny for letting me have a bit of an iced tea, a bit of a break in between. And thank you to all the ECN crew, the teams, everyone who makes these days possible. And well, in only a few hours, I can't wait to do it all again with you. So I'll leave you with today's highlights. I've been Tina Goff. I'll continue to be Tina Goff. This is the European Cricket Network. What a day we've had, and I'll see you all again tomorrow morning.
Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. body back.